February. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Westminster, the ultimate clique.
And you're fighting like rats in a sack.
But here on the Camila Tomminy Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask.
OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician.
Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it.
That's the Camila Tomminy Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GBNews, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
We love Great Britain. We love its history, its culture and its tradition, and that's why we're so proud to be part of GB News.
You look genuinely emotional. Oh, come here.
GB News does pay attention to those who are ignored by the mainstream media. The majority of this country whose forefathers fought and died to maintain liberty, to fight for freedom of speech.
The rule of law, the rights of property and democracy. This is the heritage that our country should be so proud of.
Which of course includes our Christian heritage. There's been a huge resurgence in the number of people going to church. Perhaps they're not finding what they're looking for, and they're looking for something a bit deeper, a bit more truthful, a bit more akin to Britain's Christian heritage.
That's right, get ready, because the most exciting night in general election history starts now!
Good morning to you, live from Washington, D.C. This is GB News with the stories shaping Britain and America.
Well, he's going to try and soldier on. He'll probably sack Morgan McSweeney within the next week, and then he'll be gone himself at some point in the next 3 months.
Another huge day. Well, it's been a huge week, hasn't it? That was Nigel Farage predicting on Thursday. He got it right. The Prime Minister's right-hand man has gone. The man who got him elected, he's gone. He's quit over Mandelson. So is Nigel Farage that the Prime Minister hasn't got long left either after Morgan McSweeney. Well, tonight, The Times is reporting that ministers are, quote, on edge as they worry that Starmer could quit still, despite denials from Number 10. A minister's told The Times there's a feeling he could stand down at any moment. The next 48 hours is going to be crucial. Also tonight, it's the other big story here in America anyway. It's the Super Bowl, American football. But it's not the football that's set to make headlines tonight. It's the halftime show by, apparently, and I'd never heard of him until 4 weeks ago, one of the world's biggest stars, Bad Bunny. Do you remember when he did this?
Before I say thanks to God, I'm gonna say eyes out.
Yeah, well, he was one of the many celebrities, the insufferable stars who made a Trump protest at the Grammys last week. I'll bring you the first reaction to whatever the woke mischief he gets up to tonight. I'm Ben Leo, and this is The Late Show Live. your company. Welcome to the Late Show Live. Joining me in Washington this evening is my panel, the former aide to Margaret Thatcher, Niall Gardner, who I'm sure will have plenty to say on the chaos back in Blighty, and the US political reporter for the Daily Mail, Victoria Churchill. And in London is the comedian and GBNews superstar Paul Cox and the political commentator Matthew Stadlen. A double dose of commentators in London tonight. Thank you, chaps, for staying up. Appreciate it. Right, so I guess, yeah, one big story doing the rounds, which is the collapse of the entirety of the British establishment. I just said to Alex Armstrong on the handover, the Epstein files were released, weren't they? Because I guess with the intention of bringing down this Trump administration or the American elites who were involved in Epstein, all it's done is bring down pretty much the British establishment. You've got Morgan McSweeney gone today. You've got the former Prince Andrew embroiled in whatever he's embroiled in. Sarah Ferguson, Keir Starmer about to fall on his sword as well. It just goes on and on. But the big story, of course, is that the PM's right-hand man, Morgan McSweeney, has resigned over his endorsement of Lord Mandelson as US ambassador. I argue Starmer threw him under the bus today. Later today, the Prime Minister would address the Parliamentary Labour Party, but the Times is tonight reporting that ministers are, quote, on edge as they worry that Keir Starmer could still quit Number 10, despite denials that he will do. One minister has told the Times there's a feeling he could stand down at any moment. The next 48 hours is going to be crucial. gbnews.com/your say. Let me know your thoughts on that. Is it time for Keir Starmer to go? And also, we've got a poll running as well. Can the Prime Minister survive in his premiership? Yes or no? Easy question. Scan the QR code on your screen right now to vote on that poll. I think I know what your answer is going to be. Actually, I don't know what your answer is going to be. Niall Gardner, welcome along. I would say that intuitively, yes, he's got to go, but I sense he is such an arrogant man, the Prime Minister. He blames everybody but himself. He blames Mandelson. He blames McSweeney. He wasn't told the truth. He wasn't on the ball. I think maybe he could stay because he's so arrogant.
Yeah, that's a great point, Ben. I do think that Starmer will, cling on by his fingernails, actually, over the course of the next few days. He is an incredibly arrogant figure. He never apologises sincerely for anything at all. He never takes full responsibility for his actions. No. This is a sinking Labour socialist government. It's the worst government in British history, in my view. Yet Starmer doesn't take any responsibility.
Worse than, I like Liz Truss, but worse than the chaos of Liz Truss's tenure?
Oh, miles better. Yeah.
Why is it? Yeah. Why is it worse than Truss?
Oh, significantly worse. I mean, Liz Truss, of course, was forced out by the establishment. Keir Starmer represents the socialist establishment in Britain. He's done his best to ruin the country. The UK looks like a banana republic, frankly, under Keir Starmer. And this whole Mandelson scandal is an absolute disgrace. It's a disaster. It's hugely damaging, of course, to Britain's image on the world stage. Yeah. And you have a Prime Minister who never accepts any kind of responsibility. So I expect he will try to hang on to power. He's the equivalent of the Robert Mugabe, I think, of British politics, basically.
Mugabe,
yeah.
wasn't Mugabe? I don't know. Was Mugabe responsible for killing loads of white South Africans?
Well, certainly the killing of a lot of white Zimbabwean farmers. Yeah. Wow. And of course, Starmer is not responsible to that level. But if you look at
the incompetence of the
if you look at the sheer I think dictatorial style of this Labour government, actually it borrows heavily from figures like Mugabe. Frankly, it's that bad. Yeah. It's absolutely awful. I'm looking forward to the end of this horrific Starmer regime. But then what replaces him, of course,
could be
the leadership of the Labour Party could well be worse. I mean, socialism destroys everything in its path, and whoever replaces Keir Starmer, I fear, actually will be even worse. Angela Rayner, for example.
Well, she's on the front page of the Mail today.
An absolute catastrophe, I think.
Angela Rayner's on the front page of the Mail getting her hair done. Not sure why the Mail thought they should put it on the front page or why she was even photographed getting her hair done, but maybe she's getting ready, Victoria, to take the top job. I don't know. What do Americans think of what's going on in Britain right now?
I mean, we've got plenty of our own problems to look at. As you mentioned, of course, we have plenty of our own politicians that are implicated in the Epstein files. We've got a lot just on that going on Capitol Hill this week. Ghislaine Maxwell, her not her testimony, but her deposition is going to be tomorrow. She's expected to plead the Fifth Amendment, so that means she's going to say, she doesn't know. She doesn't want to self-incriminate by answering any of the questions that members of Congress have.
But it's not as mad. I mean, our government is literally about to collapse. So it's not as mad as that?
No, not at all.
There was a memo released today. Viewers and listeners, by the way, I'm going to share this with you now. Niall, you might be familiar with this. There was a memo released in a couple of days ago. It was a leaked memo from Labour peer Lord Glassman, who came to the 2025 inauguration of President Trump. So he spent some time here in Washington, D.C. He was speaking to American diplomats. He was speaking to the incoming administration. And he sent this memo to Morgan McSweeney as a kind of bit of feedback about how the US administration judges the Labour government in Britain. The memo read, I mean, it's a long memo, but the key paragraph is on your screen now if you watch it on telly. It says, "The brutal truth is that the vast majority of people I met, and I met many during the last week, consider our Labour government to be a front organisation for paedophiles and Pakistani rape gangs. They consider our position on the Chagos Islands an example of progressive idiocy, and our appointment of Peter Mandelson an unnecessary provocation. Several people showed me a photograph of him blowing out the birthday candles with Jeffrey Epstein." And the memo went on to say, they think, the Americans, our army has gone to hell and our country is overwhelmed by legal and illegal migrants. Is that still the case now? That memo was written last year. I mean, is that the general consensus from Americans about Great Britain?
I think there's definitely a few interesting points to look at there. So in the Epstein files, the 3 million that were released last month, Peter Mandelson, the term, appears 5,633 times. Ghislaine Maxwell comparatively appears 13,000 times, and Andrew Mountain Windsor comparatively appears 1,864 times. So, you know, if you're talking about the relationship that Epstein and Mandelson had, of course, we always have to say, you know, we're not accusing them of any wrongdoing by pointing out these numbers, but these numbers are fact. You know, compared to Maxwell, Mandelson appeared about half as many times and about.
But what do you think of Blighty? I know their names in there, but tell me what you think, Victoria. Do you think Britain, from across the pond here in DC, on the east coast of America, does it look as chaotic as it feels for British people?
I think it definitely looks very chaotic, yeah. When you see that these people are in the tops of high society, again, on both sides of the pond, both in America and the US, you know, these are people that founded some of our biggest companies, right? Outside of these people, we have people like LinkedIn founder Reid Hoffman, we have people like Microsoft founder Bill Gates. So, you know, a lot of these people are integral to the way that Americans do business, the way that our society operates. So there's definitely a lot of demand that people want for the truth. Yeah. Congress is going to have their way with it. Members of Congress are going to be able to view the unredacted Epstein files starting tomorrow. So it'll be interesting to see what, if anything, they do share with the general public.
Okay, let's get some political analysis from the political editor at The Independent, David Maddox. David, good morning. Thank you for staying up with us on the Late Show Live. Appreciate it. First of all, what a bloody mess. Second of all, will Starmer stay on? I've been saying all weekend I think he has to go, but actually I've had a change of thought today. I think he's going to cling on.
I've been in Westminster since 2010, and I've been through quite a few things. I've been through various debacles, Brexit, negotiations, Theresa May, the end of Boris Johnson, Liz Truss business. This is the most extraordinary yet, I have to be honest about it. It is just amazing. I've never seen the collapse of a government coming in with a massive majority from an election and literally tearing it all up. And, you know, of course, Starmer's going to go. Every MP, Labour MP I've spoken to today has said he's got to go. That includes ministers. I mean, he's done. They've been saying he's done really since Wednesday, when he admitted to knowing more about Mandelson than he had previously admitted to, and when he made the appointment to. And, you know, I was with Maurice Glasman actually that week in Washington, D.C., and I was hearing exactly the same as him. I'm not surprised he sent a memo along, and he should have been listened to.
Just tell us, it's a lot harder, isn't it, to get rid of a Labour leader than, say, for example, the Tories. Why is it so hard? And Starmer doesn't have to go, just because he's lost the dressing room, as you describe it. He doesn't have to go, does he?
No, he doesn't, but, I mean, generally they do find a way of forcing him out. When Tony Blair was forced out, there wasn't a kind of vote on it. It is technically much harder. I mean, I think essentially a rival has to get 80 MPs to back a leadership bid, but that is possible. And I think, for example, Angela Rayner's probably got the numbers. The only thing that's holding her back is this business with her taxes and the HMRC investigation. And actually, the only thing that Keir Starmer has now got in his favour is that there is no obvious replacement, because everybody in one way or another is damaged. But you know, he's going along tomorrow to address the Labour Party MPs and peers in a meeting tomorrow, and I've been told he's going to be heckled and shouted at and told to go.
Heckled and shouted at. He'd probably get the same response if he took to the streets of Great Britain as well. So, this meeting with Starmer and the Parliamentary Labour Party, where is that meeting taking place? And it's not him resigning, is it? I think I understand it's him basically trying to rally the troops and say that he's the right man for the job.
Yeah, I mean, it is. He's going along to try and explain himself, to explain that things are probably going to be different, having just replaced Morgan McSweeney with just 2 of his deputies, because he can't get any fresh thinking in from outside because nobody will take the job, so he has to kind of choose people from the bunker as such. I think the trouble is that there's very few MPs now who are willing to give him a reception on this. They've had enough. They've had poll after poll after poll of reform miles ahead, the Greens eating their vote. They've had all these attempts at welfare cuts and taking money off pensioners. They're about to get a drubbing in this by-election later this month, and we're going to get an even worse drubbing in the local and devolved elections of Scotland, Wales and London and elsewhere in May, and they're done. They are done. You know, if he somehow holds on till May, which at this moment would be a miracle, it will. I think they'll be literally dragging him out. As I say, I was in the bar on Wednesday after the shenanigans last week, and every MP I spoke to, every Labour MP I spoke to, they just repeated the same 2 words: it's over.
Okay, well, maybe I'll be proved wrong then. I just think he's so arrogant, he probably will stay on. I mean, look at the arrogance of the Chagos deal. You know, he bangs on about how the Greenlanders, and only the Greenlanders, can decide their future, yet didn't give a damn about the Chagosians, didn't give a toss about them, never asked if they, what their thoughts were on the Chagos Islands. He's so arrogant. All he cares about is appearing just and proper in front of his North London lawyer mates and the international order, and how he appears at dinner parties. Lord Hermer, Philippe Sands, Casey. I think his arrogance is untold. David, thanks very much. Appreciate you staying up so early, so late. I guess they're both right. That's David Maddox, political editor at The Independent. Right, let's speak to my panel back in Blighty now. I think Matthew Stadlen is there and Paul Cox as well. Good morning, chaps. Matthew, what's your take on this debacle?
Well, first of all, David sounded a little bit like the Grim Reaper there. I was surprised by the strength of his take coming from The Independent. The guy you've got in the studio there, Niles, I think, I mean, I don't know what his role is, Ben, on this show. Is it as a political commentator or as a comedian? Because if it's as a comedian, he's not very funny. I know Paul is a comedian. The problem is the chap sitting next to you in America just described Starmer as like Robert Mugabe. I mean, it's just hyperbolic. It's hyperbolic nonsense, and it offends.
I did address that, Matthew.
Well, you did, but you did because you accepted that Starmer isn't killing people. Listen, I don't think I agree with you that Starmer is arrogant. I think he made a big mistake. I think he made a big mistake by appointing Peter Mandelson. It was a mistake when he did it. It was a mistake last September when the scandal broke, and it's a mistake now. And I can see the logic of those who are saying, if Morgan McSweeney is resigning because he gave Starmer the bad advice, why isn't Starmer himself resigning? My answer to that is, I don't think it would be in the interests of the country for us to go through yet another leadership challenge, yet another Prime Minister, make the same mistakes that the Tories did time and time and time again. Did anything get better in those dying years of those Conservative administrations? I would argue not. And by the way, I do agree with you, just on the analysis, I don't think Starmer is going to go. Not because he's arrogant, but because it's difficult, as you say, to get rid of a Labour Prime Minister, and there aren't obvious, suitable, at least at the moment, alternatives.
I've got a question for you, Matthew. I've got a question for you. Do you feel a bit silly having voted Labour now, or that's the wrong word? Do you feel disappointed with your vote?
I feel disappointed by how some of the first year and a half have gone. Of course, I'm disappointed that this government is so profoundly unpopular at this stage. I'm disappointed that some of the good stuff that this government has done, the responsible stuff that this government has done, isn't getting the airtime because they've made missteps. What I would say to you, Ben, is that this is a very, very difficult country to govern at the moment. And let's just imagine that Nigel Farage were to become Prime Minister in 3 years' time or whatever. It's possible. If he becomes Prime Minister, we will be having very similar conversations in 3.5 years' time because he will be immensely unpopular. The last Tory governments were hugely unpopular. Whoever wins the next election, because we have such fragmented politics at the moment, and voters are being pulled in lots of different directions, partly because of social media, whoever ends up as Prime Minister, and it would include, by the way, a Labour replacement of Starmer, will be enormously unpopular. It's a very, very difficult job.
Paul, is that true? Do you think Farage would be a deeply unpopular Prime Minister?
Well, the polls don't suggest that, do they? The polls suggest that reform are raging ahead, and obviously scandal after scandal after scandal with the Labour Party is playing into Nigel's hands. Also, the longer Keir Starmer stays on is playing into Nigel's hands. One thing I would say tonight, Ben and Niall particularly, if you're going to say things to wind up Matthew, remember he's in the studio with me, not you, and I've got to sit with him during the break.
I know, sorry about that, Paul. I'm sure you're both getting on. The thing about GB News is, and I always find it, maybe I'm alone in this, but I always find, especially in the green room, when you meet people or you speak to guests of different political persuasions, I've got no problem personally with anyone. I think Matthew, on a personal level, is quite a pleasant guy. You know, I just think you're a bit left sometimes. No, I was going to say to Matthew called you a clown, or what did they say? He called you a comedian. Are you going to respond to him?
Well, firstly, Matthew, good to see you, especially after your comments last week. And
what happened last week?
I have to say that, Matthew launched an attack on my comments about Keir Starmer. Let me repeat what I said about Keir Starmer last week. Keir Starmer, in my view, is not only a completely useless and incompetent Prime Minister, he's also a complete traitor. He has betrayed the British people. He's the most treacherous British Prime Minister that we've ever seen. And the Chagos deal, the Chagos surrender deal, is an act of complete betrayal and treachery. And in my view, Starmer actually should be put on trial by a future British government for treason against the British people. So I'll repeat all that for your benefit, Matthew, because I know how much you like to hear this view. Yes, Keir Starmer is a complete traitor.
That's an outrageous and deeply irresponsible thing to say, and you should be ashamed of yourself for saying it.
Ashamed? You know who should be ashamed is Keir Starmer, actually, for running Britain into the ground. He's an absolute disgrace. He's turned the British government into a banana republic, frankly. It's an absolute disgrace. And if anyone should be ashamed here, it's those individuals who are leading this appalling, useless, incompetent Labour government. Socialists destroy everything that they touch. And Keir Starmer is a perfect example of that. And I think, Matthew, you are living in a delusional parallel universe if you think that somehow Keir Starmer deserves to stay as British Prime Minister. He deserves to be booted out as soon as possible. Unfortunately, whoever replaces him, I think, in the Labour Party is going to be even worse, which is a damning indictment.
Well, Matthew, last word to you before we move on.
Yeah, just very quickly, I'll repeat very briefly what I said earlier in the week. The Labour government, and this was the case with the Tory government before it, were facing a judgment, not a binding judgment yet, by an international court, which would have meant that we had to give up the Chagos Islands. And to avoid having to do that and be able to continue having that strategically extremely important base that we share with the Americans, the Labour government did this deal, or is doing this deal, trying to do this deal with Mauritius. It is precisely for reasons of defending the realm and also at the same time abiding by international law, which, guess what, might be a bit unfashionable, but is still incredibly important to our great country that they are doing it. And to call our Prime Minister a traitor is disgusting and disgraceful. I'm repeating, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Matthew, nobody pays attention to anybody who's anybody now, any nation who is serious, they pay no attention to international law. America doesn't, Saudi doesn't, any high and mighty nation, they don't give a fig. Following international law, which is non-binding as well, this ruling on Chagos, is for the birds. So Starmer had a choice about Chagos. He is intent. And by the way, if you don't think the whole Chagos deal stinks, Starmer's best mate, Philippe Sands KC, representing Mauritius, the Chagosian Prime Minister who was arrested with not only briefcases full of cash, literally, like out of a film, blank British visas. Has anybody answered what that's about, by the way, as well? A suitcase full of blank British visas.
So the Tories and Labour are somehow in some sort of conspiracy, Ben. The Tories and Labour are somehow conspiring. Successive governments are conspiring against our national interests. That's absolute rubbish. It's a conspiracy theory. It's nonsense.
Tell me what you think the visas are about.
Never heard of the visas point. All I understand and believe is that this government, like the previous government, I was no fan of the previous government, is trying to work in this country's best interests. And you want us to become like Saudi Arabia? Good for you. I don't want to live in Saudi Arabia. I want us to uphold British standards, and part of that is abiding by international law.
British standards. You're Starmer's giving away a British overseas territory to a Chinese puppet Mauritius, thanks to an advisory ruling from a kangaroo court that had a Chinese judge on it, and you think this is somehow dignified for Great Britain?
We've got to move on. We've got to move on. Matthew, in the break, go on Google the Chagosian Prime Minister who was nicked with not only briefcases full of cash but blank British visas shortly before President Trump took power. Google it. By the way, thank you very much for the spirited debate. I'm glad we're all getting on in good spirits. GBnews.com/your say. Let me know your thoughts on that. Lots of you sending messages in. I'll get through those in just a second. Still ahead, though, on The Late Show Live tonight.
Someone needs to take responsibility. And all we're hearing from Keir Starmer is, Peter Mandelson lied to me. They're trying to put it all on Peter Mandelson. It is not all on Peter Mandelson. It is also on Downing Street. And I think that if it's not Keir Starmer, then it should be Morgan McSweeney. Both of them have a lot to answer for, and both of them are hiding.
Damning there by Kemi Badenoch. She's going to be absolutely loving PMQs on Wednesday, isn't she? And she has stepped up to the mantle in recent weeks. So I'm looking forward to her skewering Starmer once again. This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Okoye, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Westminster, the ultimate clique.
And you're fighting like rats in a sack.
But here on the Camila Tomminy Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask.
OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician.
Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it.
That's the Camila Tomminy Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live. Right, let's try and find somebody in this universe who thinks Keir Starmer's doing a good job and he'll stay on and lead the great British people towards prosperity and a happy future. Maybe that man is Jonathan List down the line in London. Jonathan, good morning. Thanks for your company. What's your take on what's going on back home in our great nation?
Ben, you and I have spoken many times. I don't think I've ever said once that Keir Starmer is doing a fantastic job and he'll lead our nation to whatever it is you said. What I do think is that this story is nuanced, and I don't think it's necessarily in the interests of the country that that Starmer should resign tomorrow or in the next week or whatever. For a few reasons. We need stability in this country. Obviously, the last few weeks have been very unstable, and a lot of the last year and a half have been quite unstable, but none so much as this last week or so. And I don't know what the contenders for the Labour leadership and the Prime Ministership are offering, in the sense that they all have their baggage and they all have their difficulties. You know, West Streeting is very closely associated with Mandelson. And interestingly, it's often been said that the real project behind McSweeney was to install Starmer as leader of the Labour Party, not expecting that he'd become Prime Minister, and then install Streeting after Starmer helped to rebuild the party. But obviously Starmer then got elected because the Tories imploded, and Streeting was always the man that McSweeney wanted in there. And so that's a difficulty for him. Angela Rayner obviously has the tax issue hanging over her, and you know, there are other people who may come forward, but aren't sort of natural successors to Starmer by any means. And so we'll obviously have to wait and see what the documents say about the vetting of Peter Mandelson and how much Starmer knew and whether he's been telling the truth and so on. If he is telling the truth, then I think he can stay on for a little bit. Obviously, he's been weakened, I think probably fatally in the long term, but it's by no means clear that he will go soon or needs to go soon.
But do you not think, regardless of what that dossier says, the evidence that comes forward, Keir Starmer did know that Mandelson was communicating and being pally with a paedophile? So you hired somebody for the most prestigious job in the West to represent Great Britain in Washington, D.C., knowing, forget everything else, you didn't know everything else, okay, fine, but you knew he was pally with a pedo. That surely is bad enough. And I get your point, Jonathan, as well about choppy and changing prime ministers. I sympathise with that. However, how does Keir Starmer pay the price for that? How is he punished?
I think that there are a few things to unpack in what you just said. Yes, it was clear that Mandelson did retain some contact with Epstein after his conviction. It wasn't clear, perhaps, the scale and depth of that relationship. That will become clear how much was known in due course. Obviously, we now know a lot about that because of the release of the Epstein files. It has to be said that
what I'm saying is, forget the depth of it. They were mates, and he knew that. He knew that, and he's admitted it. So forget the depth of it and the depravity. That should be bad enough. You don't hire somebody. I would never hire somebody who's mates with a pedo. Would you, Jonathan?
No, I wouldn't actually, Ben. And I said at the time that I wouldn't have made Peter Mandelson the ambassador. But a lot of people did actually think that Mandelson would do a good job, and I could see why they thought he would do a good job. One of the reasons being that he and Donald Trump had quite a good mutual friend in that pedo that you're talking about, Jeffrey Epstein, and your big mate Nigel Farage actually welcomed the appointment at the time, knowing also that Peter Mandelson had been great friends with that pedo that you're talking about. So a lot of people, you know, the hindsight is a wonderful thing. A lot of people at the time were saying, you know what, Mandelson is slippery, he's oily, but he's also very good at his job, and he needs someone in Washington who's going to be good at dealing with an unhinged wannabe despot that's Donald Trump. Obviously, no one in the Labour Party is going to say this. I'm going to say it. And, you know, obviously, Trump has his own links to Epstein. He's mentioned more in the Epstein files than Peter Mandelson is. So these are all, you know, sort of factors that would have got into it. I don't think it was the right decision. I didn't think it was the right decision then. I certainly don't think it was the right decision now. But I can understand why people were coming to that judgment. Starmer has made his case clear about the fact that he said that Mandelson lied to him, and the documents will reveal exactly the truth of that.
Okay, I don't think we even need to know the depth of, as I keep repeating myself, we don't need to know the depth. He hired somebody who's mates with the pedo. No, you think Mandelson was first appointed to push through Chagos, don't you?
Yeah, I think that was a key reason for Madison's appointment. After all, you need a snake oil salesman to sell snake oil, which is what the Chagos-surrounded deal is, actually. And I think that, you know, Mandelson's a sort of chameleon-like figure who Starmer actually thought could sell anything to the Americans. And the Chagos deal is the worst deal, I think, in British modern history.
So why are they going ahead with it here? That's one thing I don't understand about this administration. Why? You came out and called it stupid. Rubio has said it's you know, not happy with it as well. The State Department have got involved. Yet Trump, it seems, is still going ahead with it. So what are they up to down the road in the White House?
Well, that's a good question. So I've spoken to numerous US officials across the administration, including the White House, about the Chagos deal in the past few weeks, months. Every single official I've spoken to is opposed to the deal, actually. I do think there's a small number of sort of deep state officials within the US administration who closely work, of course, with the Foreign Office and Keir Starmer's team, and I think that's the result. That's actually the key factor behind the rather mixed statement, of course, that President Trump issued last week. But I don't think this statement was drafted by Donald Trump himself, who previously strongly opposed the Chagos deal.
But Trump makes the... I know what you're saying about the deep state, I agree. Jonathan Powell, just for your interest, I know you're giggling away at the deep state phrase there, but the deep state from both sides of the pond have been running riot here in DC the past 2 weeks. Jonathan Powell, Starmer's National Security Advisor... Hang on, no, let me finish first, then you can chime in. Jonathan Powell, the National Security Advisor, has been here with people from Downing Street staffers, the Foreign Office, also the British Embassy, all trying to rally President Trump about Chagos. And on the flip side, you've got UK MAGA patriots as well trying to win Trump's ear. So also, by the way, the Foreign Office guys, number 10, the embassy, they've been mixing with the CIA and the NSA here, all trying to put together a plan with Jonathan Powell about why Trump should approve Chagos. So that is the very best description of the deep state.
I'm not laughing at the phrase deep state. I'm laughing at the craven, sycophantic devotion to Donald Trump, which dictates that anything that Donald Trump says you agree with is because of Donald Trump, and anything he says that you disagree with or can't understand must be the deep state. Just own the fact that your guy is unhinged. He goes from one position to the next, depending on the last person he spoke to, and he can't be trusted. Just own it.
Well, no, I'm not a sycophant. I've just said on TV, I don't know why Trump is approving it. I came out weeks ago and got lambasted for it by MAGA loyalists. Yeah, I got lambasted weeks ago and abused for saying I disagreed with Trump's NATO comments. I called it a disgrace, and I was very public about it.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Nye in a particular instance, Ben.
Okay, yeah, Jonathan, what do you know about Donald Trump and US politics, actually? Probably practically zero, actually. I don't think you're in any position, frankly,
I know probably about as much as he does.
In Washington about views on Donald Trump, actually. Yeah, I don't know what your expertise is on this issue about interpreting Donald Trump's thinking. I expect it's practically zero, frankly.
Right, let me hear from Victoria. Victoria, why
I don't
just
think
on the
you need to
issue
know about
of
Donald Trump's expertise? He doesn't have any.
Okay, let me just hear from Victoria, because she's been sat there patiently whilst we argue over each other.
Very silly.
What is the issue with Chagos and Trump? And do you think Mandelson was appointed as ambassador, Victoria, to put through Chagos, as Niall is suggesting?
I mean, I think that theory definitely makes sense. You know, as Mandelson has shown throughout his years in the UK government, that he interfaces with top Americans, some of the time potentially at Epstein's Island. You know, of course, I think that if you look at what he's done, if that was the deal that he was kind of taken to this role to deliver, for the most of it, he's been successful. Now, of course, the question is, as you point out, Ben, will Trump sign it? You know, I think Trump always says, I think whenever you ask him any question, that he is willing to listen to every single voice in the room, whether that is the longtime State Department staff, whether, you know, potentially somebody like a Rubio who isn't super fond of the deal, they might be able to win him over. Of course, Rubio has shown his strengths in multiple negotiations all over the globe, that he is willing to kind of pull Trump to his side. But Rubio also does have the history of, you know, a lot of his time in the U.S. Senate, in Congress, was spent on international deal making. And so, of course, his voice will definitely be one that Trump listens to, I think, pretty closely.
Okay, well, I hope so. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Trump doesn't think it makes sense, and yet we had a Truth Social post from him saying it's the best deal Starmer could make, and pretty much suggesting that it will go ahead. So, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. Jonathan, thank you for your company. Appreciate it. Have a good week, and we'll catch up soon. That's Jonathan Liss back home in London. Coming up next on the Late Show Live, we'll be hearing from a representative from Reform UK, Jamie McIver of Epping Forest District Council. I want to know what the Greens, what Reform, what the Tories, what do they want to happen now? Would they rather Keir Starmer stayed in post, or are they open to somebody else taking over? I suspect the likes of Nigel Farage wants Starmer to stay in post because he's just so awful. And the better the devil you know, I guess. It could be a lot worse under, say, Ed Miliband, Angela Rayner. Anyway, coming up next on the Late Show Live.
Well, he's going to try and soldier on. He'll probably sack Morgan McSweeney within the next week. And then he'll be gone himself at some point in the next 3 months.
Well, talking of Farage and Reform, they're hosting a massive rally tomorrow with rumours swirling about that very thing. Back in just a tick on the Late Show Live.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camila Tomminy Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off-limits. You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it. That's the Camila Tomminy Show, a politics show that's fearless. But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello, welcome back to the Late Show Live. Slight correction from me. When I was speaking to Matthew Stadlen, I was talking about I described it incorrectly as the Chagosian president who was arrested with cash and British visas. It wasn't the Chagosian president, of course, there's no such thing. It was the Mauritian president who was arrested, and he's now going through the courts. But yeah, just to correct that there. Right, welcome back. Reform UK will look to seize the opportunity later today as they set out for a timeline for appointing its shadow cabinet. That's as Nigel Farage attempts to get the party in shape for an election by the end of the year. So Nigel thinks one's coming at the end of the year. The Telegraph are reporting tomorrow that the shadow cabinet will be announced in Birmingham in the big speech tomorrow. Is that true? Is it not? Let's see what Jamie McIver has to say, the Reform UK councillor at Epping District Council. Jamie, good morning. Thanks for your company. Two questions, first of all. Is this your shadow cabinet being announced tomorrow? Second of all, who does Reform want to be the next Labour leader, or do you want Keir Starmer to stay?
Well, first of all, to answer your second question first, I think it's totally irrelevant then whoever leads the Labour Party next, because we can see for ourselves the Labour Party has no talent. They have a huge majority in Parliament. They've failed to use it. They're failing the country, whether it's the front benchers or the back benchers. You know, there are some decent back benchers that I'm sure are working really hard for their constituents, and they're all nice people. But none of them have any talent or any sort of charisma that in any way engages with the people of this country, because those people will have emerged by now. This is the worst Prime Minister the country has had for goodness knows how long. And the fact that the Labour Party haven't been able to even roll out some future talent says all you need to know about that lot. To answer your first question, personally, tomorrow I'm really looking forward to catching up with so many of my Reform colleagues and the Reform family. You know, if you've ever been to one of our events, then you will know the vibe is unbelievable. So tomorrow I'm just looking forward to being with so many reformers. And of course, we already have an election to fight. Where elections are allowed to take place, we've got local elections coming up in May, including here in Essex, where I am. So we're dead focused as a party on continuing to professionalise, delivering local government, and most importantly, have fun, Ben. Reform is the only political party where the word fun actually exists.
Well, Labour might say they have fun down at the local drag queen story time or something, or down at Pride in Brighton. I don't know, that's their idea of fun. People on your side, Jamie, are saying that, as you just said, Reform brings some optimism and some energy to proceedings. Is that a natural sort of point of attack? Is that a natural thing, or is that something that Mr Farage, your leader, has told you all to focus on, trying to instill some optimism into the country?
Well, actually, Ben, you know, I'm very into my faith. But actually, what Reform does is give people hope. Right now, people feel there is no hope in the United Kingdom. We have a hopeless government. The previous government wrecked the country. The current government is elevating that recklessness on a scale that I don't think any of us could have quite predicted, coming into office without a plan. And so people out there are sad. They're sad about the state of the United Kingdom. They're sad that their children and grandchildren are having to leave the country to go and get opportunities. They're sad that when you drive into our capital city, you have to take the jewellery off and lock your cars. They're sad about the state of the country. And what Nigel Farage is, and what Reform UK is hope. It's optimism. It's a way of looking into the future of this country, where our country can be great again. At the moment, it doesn't feel like a great place. But we know, Ben, and not wanting to offend any of your American viewers, we know the United Kingdom is the best country in the world. It's got such a wonderful, rich history, and it charms and has affection for most people that visit our country. They love our country, but our country is being ruined by establishment politicians.
It is, although there's people today doing the rounds in media saying we should stop saying thank you. There was an Indian Brit who moved here when she was a kid and says that British people say thank you too much. I mean, I know it's past water, but I can tell her where to go.
People can have freedom of speech as much as they want, Ben, but I'm fed up with people telling me, as a British person, how our country should be. We are a country that is the best country in the world. We do not need people giving us lectures on how we should think and feel. Of course, people are welcome to have opinions.
Well, Sky News suggested our literature and the curriculum in school is racist today, but we'll get on to that a bit later on. Last question to you, Jamie. Sorry, I'm pushed for time. Robert Jenrick, is he going to be Reform Shadow Chancellor? Is that correct, as per the Telegraph?
I don't think I'm the person that has the answer to those questions, but I trust Nigel Farage's judgment on his cabinet 100% when it's announced. I don't think local councillors find out about these things this early.
Oh, don't do yourself down, Jamie. You're great. Thanks very much, Jamie McIver, Reform UK councillor at Epping District Council. Right, stick around on the Late Show Live. We'll be getting stuck into that story from The Guardian today, saying that we say thank you too much. I think that's absolute BS. And also, Sky News have suggested in a piece that the English curriculum, particularly around literature, is racist. Still ahead on the Late Show Live.
The Prime Minister should remain in post. He's never met Jeffrey Epstein. He's made a mistake. He sacked Peter Mandelson when further information came to light.
Is this the beginning of the end of Keir Starmer? The Times are reporting that the next 48 hours are crucial. Lots of you think he's going. I think he's staying. I think we'll be stuck with Starmer for 3 years. Oh, back in a tick on the Late Show Live.
GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I ever got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to the Late Show Live. Let's take a quick glimpse at the papers tomorrow, starting with The Sun. Andy leaked envoy docs to Epstein, another world of hurt for the former Prince Andrew. The Daily Telegraph, Starmer plays his last card as McSweeney leaves number 10. The Guardian, Starmer fights to regain control over party after McSweeney exit. The Metro, PM's top aide resigns over Mandelson catastrophe. The Independent, Starmer's chief of staff quits over Mandelson scandal. The Daily Mail, so how long can Starmer cling on? The Express, are Starmer's days numbered as key aide resigns? The Mirror, Labour leadership crisis, blame me says McSweeney. And the Times, PM's top aide quits over support for Mandelson. My panel are back with me, Niall Gardner, Victoria Churchill, and in London, Matthew Stadlen and Paul Cox. Guys, there was a column in The Guardian I want to talk about. It's penned by a lady called Sangeeta Pillai, and it's titled "The Hill I Will Die On. Britons love saying thank you. I think we should ban the phrase." So this is a lady, she grew up in India, she's now a British citizen. She says, growing up in India, I learned thank yous are only for distant strangers and that close friends and family get offended if you thank them. I would say thank you to a speaker delivering a formal talk, but never to a friend helping during a crisis or a family member making me dinner. But living in the UK for 2 decades has forced me to adopt inconsistent thank you culture. I now find myself saying thank you at least 10 times a day, and incessant, and sometimes many more. She's basically saying we should stop saying thank you to bus drivers, to cafe workers, to people holding open doors for you. I think this is insane. But Victoria, as the American here, do you think British people say thank you too much, and is it incessant, as this lady describes?
I don't think there's anything super extraneous about it, but you know, we get this comment from Americans when people come to America is that Americans smile too much. So I think that's probably about the same level of cultural, I guess, familiarity that, you know, in the US we just walk around smiling at strangers and we give people a smile if they say something nice to us in, you know, a restaurant. If my Starbucks barista is nice to me, I'll smile at her and I'll also say thank you. And so I think in culture we have these, of course, nonverbal ways of communication, but also verbal ways of communication, like saying thank you. And I think if that's what makes a place seem more unique and gives it an identity, I think it should continue on.
Paul, I was a bit insulted by this column, wanting to basically tell British people to drop their manners and respect. I mean, what did you make of it?
Thank you, Ben. Look, I'd also like to thank Sangeeta as well. Was it Sangeeta? Please tell me it was Sangeeta, the lady who was in this column. She's pointing out the cultural differences and she's pointing out the frustration of it, but it doesn't really matter. We say thank you because our culture is essentially to be as polite as possible and to make people feel welcome. Now, you could argue, and Matthew might, that's not what represents Great Britain today. The idea of taking away a thank you, which is a very simple term and a very simple phrase, what would you replace it with? Just silence? I mean, I'm always saying thank you or sorry. Those are my 2 words. If I don't say thank you or sorry, then
same.
I don't know what I'm going to be doing.
Matthew, Sangeeta writes, she says, thank you to the bus driver who's getting paid to drive the bus. Thank you to the shop assistant whose job it is to help you shop. Thank you to the cafe owner for whom you're paying for the food you've ordered. What do you think? Yes or no?
First of all, Ben, I think you really do sometimes come across as a bit of a snowflake. You are so easily triggered, offended, insulted.
I'm not triggered. I care about people trying to change British culture. That's what I care about.
I don't think she'll be successful. And I don't think that saying thank you is uniquely British, by the way. It's never occurred to me that we say thank you more than anyone else. If anything, I would say that American service...
She's the one saying it's a bizarre British trait. It's her, not me.
I think she's wrong. I suspect it's... I've had a quick peek at it. I suspect it's at least partly tongue-in-cheek. But actually in America, where I've had the privilege of visiting many times over the years, the service in restaurants and cafes and so forth is exquisitely polite.
It's great. Matthew, sorry to squeeze you. We're going to continue this in the next hour. We're just running out of time. I'll come back to this. Let's get your weather. Back in a sec.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Vox Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. There's further wet and windy weather on the way through the course of today for some of us, but in the east it should turn a little bit brighter by this afternoon with some sunny spells. But certainly a fairly cloudy, drab start to this morning for many. Quite a lot of low clouds, so some mist and fog over the high ground. Bits and pieces of rain and drizzle here and there, but most persistent across the northeast of England and eastern Scotland, where it will be another fairly breezy day, particularly for the Northern Isles. Out across Wales and the southwest, a band of heavy rain pushing in for this afternoon. As well as that, it will turn windier as well. But mild in England and Wales, 10 or 11 degrees Celsius. Into this evening then, those southeasterly winds continue to freshen, particularly across southwest England, so bringing some fairly large waves onto coasts. And the heavy rain will fall on saturated ground, so we do need to keep an eye on the potential for some flooding if you are travelling this evening. Some rain for Wales too, and also for Northern Ireland, but a bit more changeable and hit and miss across Scotland. Some dry interludes to end the day, but across the very far northeast, still quite windy for Shetland and Orkney and quite wet as well. Through this evening, the rain continues to migrate its way slowly eastwards across central southern parts of England, into parts of the Midlands and southeastern England, but tending to break up and turn a bit lighter as we go through the overnight hours. Otherwise, quite a lot of cloud around tonight, some showery rain in places, most persistent across northeast Scotland once again, but mild underneath the cloud cover, 6 or 7 degrees, the lows for most of us, the odd pocket of frost perhaps in northwest Scotland. But here, it will be actually quite a bright start to the day on Tuesday, and the Outer Hebrides could actually hold on to quite a bit of sunshine for much of the day. Elsewhere, though, a lot of cloud once again, some showery rain at times, most persistent in northeast Scotland, and then further rain pushing into Wales and southwestern and southern parts of England through the afternoon, potentially bringing some flooding in places. A mild day, though, in the south, 10 to 12 degrees, windier and colder in Scotland.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Vox Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique, and you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camila Tomminy Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off-limits. You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it. That's the Camila Tomminy Show, a politics show that's fearless. But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for your company. Live from Washington, D.C., this is GB News with the stories shaping Britain and America.
Well, he's going to try and soldier on. He'll probably sack Morgan McSweeney within the next week. And then he'll be gone himself at some point in the next 3 months.
Another massive day in British politics. Nigel Farage predicted it on Thursday. The Prime Minister's right-hand man, there he is on your screen, Morgan McSweeney, he's gone. The man who got him elected in the first place quit over the Mandelson affair. So is Farage right that the Prime Minister hasn't got long left either? Well, tonight The Times is reporting ministers are apparently on edge as they worry that Starmer could quit despite denials from Number 10. A minister has told the newspaper there's a feeling he could stand down at any moment. The next 48 hours is going to be crucial. Also on the show tonight, the other big story here in the United States anyway is the Super Bowl, American football. But it's not the football that's set to make headlines, it's the halftime show by, again I'll say, apparently, one of the world's biggest stars. His name is Bad Bunny. Do you remember when he did this?
Before I say thanks to God, I'm gonna say eyes out.
He wasn't very committed to that ice out, was he? He was one of the many celebrities who made a Trump protest at the Grammys last week. I'll bring you the first reaction to the halftime show that he's performing at and whatever other woke mischief he gets up to as well. I'm Ben Leo. This is The Late Show Live. Remember, no breaks this hour. Hello, welcome along to The Late Show Live. Thanks for your company. Joining me in Washington, D.C. this evening is my panel, the former aide to Margaret Thatcher, Niall Gardner, and the US political reporter for the Daily Mail, Victoria Churchill. And in London, a double dose, comedian and GBNews superstar Paul Cox and the political commentator Matthew Stadland. Matthew, sorry for cutting you off about the thank you discussion. We'll continue that very shortly. Right, the big story of the day, of course, is that the Prime Minister's right-hand man, Morgan McSweeney, has resigned over his endorsement of Lord Mandelson as US Ambassador. Long story short, Starmer's thrown him under the bus. No mea culpa from the Prime Minister. But later today, on Monday, the PM will address the Parliamentary Labour Party, apparently to rally the troops, not to resign. But tonight, The Times is reporting that ministers are apparently on edge as they worry Starmer could still quit at any moment over the next 48 hours. That's despite denials from Number 10. One minister has told The Times there's a feeling he could stand down at any moment. The next 48 hours are going to be crucial. gbnews.com/your say. I'll try and get stuck into your comments very shortly. I've seen them all flooding in. With me now, though, is former Conservative MP Louise Mensch, who's watching the chaos back in Britain from New York. Louise, what's your take on the latest chapter of the British psychodrama? Is McSweeney's resignation enough to save Starmer? Do you think he'll go?
No and yes, respectively. It's a classic case, isn't it, of junior heads will roll. Yes, Morgan McSweeney, he was a protege of Peter Mandelson. I think most people do give him credit for Labour's electoral victory. He was the Dominic Cummings, if you like, of the Labour Party, the young whiz kid, and he was a very good strategist. So it's not surprising that Keir Starmer wanted to stick with him. But he did give absolutely disastrous advice to the Prime Minister to appoint Mandelson. And Morgan McSweeney, just as much as Keir Starmer, knew that Peter Mandelson had maintained a friendship with Jeffrey Epstein after his conviction for child prostitution. I just don't understand, in a way, as having been a politician myself briefly, I really don't understand how anybody in the world of politics could have been so stupid. If you can see one thing coming down the pipe that's toxic, it's child sexual abuse. Who on earth appoints somebody who is tainted by association with that? However, that's what he did. Now, Keir Starmer, I think, has lost the momentum by allowing this guy, who is his friend, to resign and not firing him. He didn't fire him. But at the end of the day, the buck stops at Number 10, doesn't it? It stops with the Prime Minister. Morgan McSweeney gave bad advice, but Keir Starmer did not have to take it. He did take it, and at the end of the day, it's his scalp that the Labour Party in the country wants, and not some chief of staff.
But I was talking to Jonathan Litt about this, Louise. Even if he was, Keir Starmer, if he was misled or not informed properly by Morgan McSweeney about Mandelson, Keir Starmer still knew there was an affiliation between Mandelson and Epstein, who by this point was a convicted paedophile. Surely that is enough. Why did you hire him in the first place?
And indeed, that has been exactly my point when people have put that to me and said, oh, well, you know, maybe he was misled about the depth of the relationship. Look, the fact is, Peter Mandelson is a political animal to the marrow of his bones. He knew perfectly well that Jeffrey Epstein had been convicted of child sexual trafficking, and he still chose to maintain a friendship with him. Almost by definition, politicians don't maintain friendships with people that have been convicted of child sexual offences unless the friendship is really, really deep. So I'm afraid to say that both Morgan McSweeney and Keir Starmer knew that. And when they appointed Peter Mandelson, what did they do? First of all, they did something immoral with respect to not trusting Epstein's victims, but also they did something, both of them, that endangered British national security. We've read, haven't we, lately, how close Epstein was to Russia, how many times he tried to meet Putin, went to Russia. I believe Peter Mandelson even went to Russia. This is dangerous for national security, and Keir Starmer ought to resign because of it, in my opinion. And I think he might resign tomorrow.
I was going to say, actually, just for clarification, you think he will resign? Because I don't. I think he has a distinct sense of arrogance about himself, Keir Starmer. I think he blames everybody else but himself. He'll blame his advisors. He'll blame whoever he can to wriggle out of it. I think he's so arrogant that he won't resign, but you think he will?
I don't know. Look, I don't know if he's going to resign tomorrow. Certainly it sounded like it when he said he was calling his MPs in. But then again, they do have, in just 2 weeks, the Gordon and Denton by-election, which is going to be, I am sure, brutal for Labour. I wouldn't be surprised if they came third behind the Greens and Reform. So do the people that want to take over the Labour Party want to do so right now? Because then they will bear the responsibility of Gordon and Denton and the disaster of May, or do they actually want him to hang on a little bit? And I think really that's what we're talking about. Is he going to go now? Is he going to go after they lose the by-election, which they will, or is he going to go in May? There's no question that he is going to go. It's just when precisely is that going to happen?
OK, Louise, thanks very much. Appreciate it. One very quick question. Are you watching the Super Bowl? Do you care about American football?
Do you know what? I do not care about American football, not even in the slightest bit. I really can't pretend to. I've been over here since 2012, but I still haven't learned to do American football. To my mind, it's just rugby with padding. Sorry, everybody, but that's what it is, rugby with helmets.
I'm proud of you, Louise. I'm proud you've retained the British streak in you. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Thanks, Louise Mensch, former Tory MP. Let's bring in former Tory party advisor to Michael Gove, Charlie Rowley, who's on down the line now. Charlie, are you there? Good morning. What's your take on this Labour catastrophe? It's actually, I don't know what you think, Charlie, but for me it's quite embarrassing being here in Britain, in America as a Brit, and seeing all this play out on the front pages. You've got the former Prince Andrew, you've got the government nearly collapsing. I mean, the whole thing just stinks, and it's quite unedifying, actually.
Well, good morning, Ben. I am here, I'm alive and well, and it's that old adage, advisors advise, ministers decide. And I'm afraid to say that this whole saga over Morgan McSweeney resigning will not be enough because it was the Prime Minister that made a political decision to appoint Peter Mandelson to his role as ambassador to the United States. And it doesn't wash because he was the only person who had the vetting clearance, that document, that national security vetting document in front of him that obviously raised concerns, but yet was overrode by advisors like Morgan McSweeney to appoint Peter Mandelson in the first place. This comes down to the Prime Minister's credibility about his decisions. He's made an error of judgment that lies with the Prime Minister alone. You could get away with it, Ben, to be perfectly honest with you. The Prime Minister could tomorrow apologise for that decision and say it was wrong to appoint Peter Mandelson. I got bad advice and I'm sorry for that. But if everything was going...
I think he did apologise, didn't he?
Well, he did. But if everything else was going swimmingly well, you can get away with it. But of course, things haven't gone swimmingly well.
Right.
He cancelled Rwanda on day one. He's took away the winter fuel allowance, which was a U-turn. He's taxed farmers, which was a U-turn. He couldn't get a welfare budget through just to save a measly, in the grand scheme of public finance spending, $5 billion. He couldn't get that through because his backbenchers rebelled against it. He is not in control of his party. He's not in control of the country. And this is why, when you lose now your second chief of staff to Downing Street, you've got to ask questions. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know his politics. He hasn't got a strategy or a direction of the country.
Okay.
It's toast. It's over. He's got to. He will go.
Charlie,
it's just it's a matter of when, not if.
Got it. Glynis, sorry to interrupt, the delay is quite problematic. Glynis on gbnews.com/your say has said, Ben, I think the problem is there's too many advisors who are unelected and keep cropping up disaster after disaster. People like Jonathan Powell, for instance, I mean, Starmer's national security advisor. I mean, you were an advisor to Michael Gove. Are there too many of your ilk plotting around Westminster, Charlie?
No, I don't think so. I think advisors, as I said before, advisors just advise. But you've got to have politicians who have got a political acumen or want to know what they want to do with the country. You can override advice if you think it's bad advice, but you've got to carry the can. And this is the point. The Prime Minister has clearly had advice from the National Security Vetting, the National Security Services that have obviously raised the issue of Peter Mandelson having a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. It was a political decision. Morgan McSweeney advised that clearly it was okay to appoint Peter Mandelson anyway, and he did that. But that's obviously an error of judgment. But the Prime Minister comes out time and time again and says, I'm late to politics. I was never in politics early. I used to be the director. Did you know he used to be the director of public prosecutions? And yet all of a sudden, when you are the director of public prosecutions, someone that should be prosecuting people or who are obviously or having a number of challenges before you, a number of cases where you are supposed to be the one who has the authority to decide on what is morally right and wrong. He has appointed Peter Mandelson to be the Washington, American ambassador to Washington, but yet he knew that he had a relationship with a convicted paedophile, and the documents in front of him before he made that appointment made that clear. There was clearly concerns about that, but he appointed.
I don't know if you can see Matthew Sutherland's chomping at the bit next to you to get involved. Go on, Matthew.
Yeah, I love Charlie, and there is a sort of irony that we're sort of our positions are inverse to what they were just a year and a half ago when Charlie was sitting in exactly the same spot as the Conservatives were struggling very badly, and now I'm sitting here as the Labour government is undoubtedly struggling. But what Charlie has failed to mention is that when Starmer appointed Mandelson, it was already in the public domain for Charlie, for Michael Gove, for Dan Hodges, for anyone else to look up and see that there was this suggestion that Mandelson had stayed in the home of Jeffrey Epstein after his conviction. Now, Dan Hodges, who writes for the Mail, thought it was a great decision to appoint Mandelson as the ambassador. Michael Gove came out this week and said he's got egg on his face. Yes, it was Keir Starmer's decision. The buck stops with him. I think it was a bad decision. I thought it was a bad decision at the time. I think it's a bad decision now. He's sort of apologised. I'd like him to go further. I'd like him to stop hiding behind what he describes as the lies of Mandelson and blaming the briefing. There was a lot of this stuff, or enough of this stuff, in the public domain for Starmer to have done a Google search and not appointed him. However, I do not think it is in the country's interest, as I said earlier in the show, for him to step aside. We do need stability. He needs to carry on, and he needs to do better.
Just in response to that, can I just say, Ben, Matt is brilliant, and I love Matt. We've debated many times. I'm a great fan of his, and we come up trumps all the time.
All right, get a room.
But this is the point. It's not about media tittle-tattle. It's not about headlines of who knew what, who had a relationship with who, what media organisation, whether it was the FT, whether it was Bloomberg that said that somebody stayed at somebody's home or whatever. The Prime Minister, when appointing the ambassador to the United States, had a document in front of him, a national security vetting document in front of him, which Kemi Badenoch specifically pinned the Prime Minister down to a T at Prime Minister's question. questions last week, which obviously articulated that there was a relationship between Mandelson and Epstein. If it's in the national security vetting document, there's clearly an issue. But yet the Prime Minister overrode that.
It was on Google, Charlie. You just had to do a Google search.
But I'm not talking about what's in the press. We don't know what the national security... We don't know what the DV security clearance team rose.
But Charlie, Matthew's saying, and I agree with him, that beyond the depth of his relationship being known by Keir Starmer, Starmer knew the very basic, which was Mandelson continued to have an affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein. That, for me, and I guess for most thinking people, is bad enough. That's bad. You don't hire... I would not hire somebody to do my driveway if I knew they were mates with a pedo. Simple as that. Victoria, would you?
No, absolutely not.
No? OK.
But Ben, the point is, just quickly to reinforce this point, and I come back to the fact that I think it was a bad decision, I thought so at the time, but this was available to, not the extent of Mandelson's appalling behaviour, but this was, the fact that he'd stayed friends with him was available to the right-wing press, some I think on the left, in the left-wing press criticised it at the time, but plenty of people in the right-wing press I don't think did criticise it, and now some of them are jumping up and down.
Yeah, I think even some people from Reform said it may have been a solid recruitment as well.
What did Nigel Farage say? Yeah, what did Nigel Farage say?
On the whole. I don't know. I don't speak to Nigel daily. I don't know. Niall, what did Matthew's got a point here, hasn't he, Niall? That there are many other people, not just Keir Starmer, but many people in Britain, amongst the right-wing press, I think the Telegraph, whoever, were said, yeah, he's a solid pick, despite everybody knowing, or at least having access to the facts that he had some sort of affiliation with Epstein.
Well, there are plenty of people who actually condemned the appointment at the time or warned against it, including, for example, Sir Ian Duncan Smith, who is a leading voice against the idea of appointing Mandelson, also pointing out, of course, Mandelson's close business links to China, an issue of huge concern. This is another dimension to this, the whole Mandelson story. Mandelson's business dealings in the past with communist China should have been an instant disqualifier, I think, for Mandelson. But Keir Starmer turned a blind eye to a wide range of things that normally would exclude a figure like Mandelson from such an important position. After all, the British ambassador position is I would say, the third most important British position on the world stage, following that of the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary. This is an incredibly important role. Mandelson was put in place because Keir Starmer believed that Mandelson could sell all sorts of things to the United States, including the Chagos deal. And I think that this is a huge scandal here on both sides of the Atlantic, and I've been calling for a congressional investigation
on Chagos,
on the Chagos issue, into Mandelson's role in terms of selling this deal to the United States. And I do think we will see a congressional inquiry into what has happened here. It's an absolute disgrace, actually. And Keir Starmer, yes, I mean, he should resign over this massive scandal. But being
Do you think Trump should resign, Niall? Do you think Trump should resign? Do you think Trump should resign? Well, he supports the deal. Over the Chagos deal. Over the Chagos deal. He supports the deal. And by the way, Marco Rubio supported the deal last year in May, and then over the Greenland fiasco, Trump changed his mind, and then he's changed his mind again, so he's U-turned on the U-turn. So if you think Starmer is a traitor, then the President of the United States... Let me just make the point. Then the President of the United States is an accomplice to that crime.
By the British government. Keir Starmer is solely responsible for the worst deal in British history. My view is that the United States ultimately is going to sink this deal. This will happen soon.
Trump has already U-turned on his U-turn. You've made very serious allegations about our Prime Minister, and President Trump supports him.
And the British government. Look, this is a British deal by a socialist government giving away British territory. In my view, it fundamentally undermines US national security. But at the end of the day, it's Keir Starmer and his government responsible for giving away
is Donald
British
Trump
territory
traitorous then,
to
Niles?
a Chinese puppet regime.
Is Donald Trump traitorous because he's supporting... Sorry, no, but Niles has just pointed out that this is strategically important to the United States of America, and Donald Trump, on his Truth Social site a couple of days days ago,
Donald Trump hasn't given any kind of emphatic endorsement of the Chagos deal here,
He supported it, and so by your rationale, you think that Donald Trump is a traitor to America. It just blows up the absurdity of what you're saying.
Deal here.
It's embarrassing.
You need to get absolutely right. Stop here, Matthew.
You need to go to Specsavers. Go back to Truth Social and read what Donald Trump said.
Shut it for a minute, please. Please, Matthew, stop shouting. I can hear you from across the Atlantic. It's doing my head in. The difference between President Trump and Rubio, it's not their country, so they're not giving away their own sovereign territory and charging their taxpayers, the American people, for the privilege. In the lease on Diego Garcia, they still have access to run the base as they are now, so it doesn't really make any material difference to the United States. But to supplement that, Niall has said as well, President Trump, despite calling it stupid a few weeks ago, hasn't really given his hard approval yet. That post he put out. Matthew, stop interrupting. No, just stop. Let me finish my point. You've yapped on enough. Let me finish my point. Despite that Truth Social post a couple of weeks ago, and even the post you put out 2 days ago saying that it was the best deal Starmer could make, that still wasn't a guaranteed sort of green light thumbs up. So it's still all to play for.
Sorry, Niall has just said in his own words, and I'm responding to Niall. Let me just respond to Niall quickly, accusing me of shouting. I'm just trying to get a word in edgeways. Niall, let me just make the point. Niall has just said, Niall has just said in his own words on your show, Ben, that this is not in America's best interests. And he has accused our Prime Minister of being a traitor, which is an extremely serious accusation. And I'm saying that by Niall's own logic, given that he thinks this is not in the interests of the United States, he must think that Donald Trump is a traitor to America. Does he think that?
Matthew, don't put words into my mouth here, actually. And also, might I add, Matthew, that not only are you ignorant, but you're also a very rude and ill-mannered individual.
Coming from you.
Without any sense of politeness, actually.
Come on, where's the substance?
A huge amount, so far more than yours, I can tell you.
OK, we're all friends here, hopefully. Let's move on. Matthew, Charlie, thank you very much for your company. Appreciate it. Hang on down the line. We'll come back with you a bit later on in the show. Victoria, what do you think when you see us Brits arguing amongst ourselves about the nation here?
I mean, it's good, right?
Is it as toxic as American sort of discussions about the future of your country?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we have spirited debates. There's people that have come on this show before, I think, particularly from your British left, that have said that GBNews doesn't support free speech and free expression. I think they should definitely chime into the segment that we just witnessed here. I mean, this was a very spirited debate, which I think is what cable TV, especially late at night for those watching across the pond, is for.
Yeah. OK, it's the Super Bowl tonight. Are you going to be watching the Super Bowl? Do you care? And do you know who Bad Bunny is?
Of course, we've talked about Bad Bunny here on this show. I think you and your co-hosts both have discussed him. But, I would typically be watching the Super Bowl. I'm a little bit disappointed because actually Seattle is where I grew up, so I'm not watching it today, but that's not the team that I usually support. I'm usually a Kansas City Chiefs fan, so they've had a good couple runs.
I'm surprised you grew up in Seattle. Isn't it a woke-infested sort of liberal hellhole?
Oh, absolutely.
It's very woke.
Nice fish, though. I've been to Seattle. Right, it's the Super Bowl. 2026 Super Bowl's kicking off in California tonight. The Seattle Seahawks and New England Patriots, me neither, are fighting out for the Lombardi Trophy. Puerto Rican singer Bad Bunny will take the stage for the halftime show. I didn't know who Bad Bunny was until about 2 weeks ago. I do now because he took to the stage at the Grammys and faced backlash for his vocal criticism of ICE, the immigration agency, leading many to speculate that the Super Bowl's decision to invite him to perform tonight at the halftime show was politically motivated. I argue it's probably to do with his reach more than anything else. He's very popular here in the US. US President Donald Trump released this video tonight. Take a look.
I have a feeling this is going to be a great Super Bowl. I've watched all season. I've seen these two teams just win, win, win. I see two great quarterbacks, young, great quarterbacks. It's going to be a fantastic Super Bowl.
So that was President Trump teasing his pick for the Super Bowl. He didn't actually say who he wanted to win. I don't think he wants to upset either side. But Bad Bunny's... where's it? Oh, this is the... OK, so Bad Bunny is performing at the official halftime show on all the major news networks. This footage you're seeing on screen now and hearing slightly is from Turning Point USA, which, of course, is the organisation the late great Charlie Kirk founded. They're having an alternative halftime show this evening with performances from Kid Rock, Brantley Gilbert, Lee Bryce and Gabby Barrett, which are basically as country singers, Kid Rock of course, massive rock star as well. With me now is Jessie Bradley, a former professional athlete and chaplain at the Grace Community Church in Seattle.
Listening to me, can I go
Jessie,
to the loo,
great
please?
to see you. Which halftime show are you tuning into? The official one or the turning point one?
Yes, as the halftime show begins right now, I'm so glad to be with you because, of course, it's controversial. It's my daughter's 16th birthday, too, so we just celebrated that. But I think
happy birthday to daughter Bradley.
What?
There it is. And, you know, with Bad Bunny, there's global appeal, but controversy.
What is the, aside from the anti-immigration comments from Bad Bunny, and again, I say this as a Brit, I hadn't heard of the bloke 4 weeks ago, what is the controversy? People are saying he's anti-American. I've seen some things he said online about America and all sorts of things. Just explain to us why there is so much controversy there.
In addition to that, you also have the women's wear and wearing skirts, and so there's a lot of people uncomfortable with some of that cross-dressing and some of the message that sends out. So Turning Point USA said we're going to go faith and family and more freedom themes, and so you have two different options, which we haven't had in America before during a halftime, and people get to choose. Americans love to choose. Americans love options.
And people are saying that the NFL, the American Football Association, the National Football League here in America, are basically, they don't care about who they offend. They just care about the reach of whoever's performing at half-time. Bad Bunny's got a massive social media following. He's a huge star here in America, even though lots of Brits won't know who he is. Do you reckon that's the case? The NFL just all about the money and the marketing. They don't really care if they offend football fans?
It's definitely a business. You have about 125 million Americans watching. And of the 30 most popular shows in the history of television here, the Super Bowl has 27 out of the 30. Now, I played professional soccer in Scotland, and I know the passion for football over there. But American football is the #1 sport here. Of course, the World Cup's coming as well. But there's a lot of different themes. You have the politics involved and the music involved. You also have faith. These two teams stand out. On New England, you have the quarterback and the running back talking about a relationship with Jesus, not religion. And then in Seattle, you have Bible studies throughout the whole team, Bibles for everyone on the team. And again, they're talking about their identity is not in football, it's in their faith. And so there's so many themes swirling in this one, which makes it good television, makes it interesting.
Yeah, there was a great clip as well of all the teams arriving for today's game, and somebody was asking them, are you a fan of Bad Bunny? And all the football players were like, no, don't really care, don't like his music. But lots of them, as you said, talking about Jesus and so on. And this turning point, just last question, Jessie, this turning point event at halftime today from the organisation of Charlie Kirk, do you think is the rise of Christianity, the return to Christianity, which we saw in the wake of Charlie's assassination last year, is that still going on, do you think, in America? Have we still got that momentum?
I definitely do. I'm in Seattle, the least religious city, and we're seeing people come to church more than ever before. Bible sales are increasing, record numbers of baptisms. The youngest generation, and especially men in the youngest generation, are turning to God right now. We have an online ministry, Just Choose Hope. We're reaching millions of people. People are hungry for God's word. I grew up an atheist, went to Dartmouth College, an Ivy League school. It was the first time I heard about Jesus. And then I realized sports isn't everything. And that faith, in this battle right now between New England and Seattle, we also have the loss 11 years ago. New England beat Seattle. So there's a little redemption theme, and in life sometimes you need a second chance too. So Charlie Kirk's message, turn to God, return to God, and bringing that hope, that's what America needs right now. We say one nation under God, or in God we trust, and that's really the crossroads in America. But what you're seeing is in the middle of the chaos, there's revival. And we're seeing that ultimately prosperity in America can't satisfy, but we have souls and we need God. So football is a great platform, and you can check out all the different opportunities that the football players are sharing. Also, we have the World Cup coming here, and we know over 5 billion people watch. And so with the World Cup, we're going to have victory beyond the cup, and it's a great outreach as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing England win the World Cup on American soil, Jessie. Can't wait for it this summer. Jessie, thank you so much. I love what you just said then as well. Amidst the chaos comes a revival, which I think is a message that's it could be pertinent to British viewers watching now, because let me tell you, I love my country, it's great, but there is some political chaos going on right now, and establishment chaos, and hopefully from that chaos we have a great British revival. Jessie Bradley, I'll leave you to enjoy the football. Thank you very much, former professional athlete and chaplain at the Grace Community Church in Seattle. Thank you, mate. 8. gbnews.com/your say. Let's take a very quick breather and get your weather. Back in just a tick.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. There's further wet and windy weather on the way through the course of today for some of us, but in the east it should turn a little bit brighter by this afternoon with some sunny spells. But certainly a fairly cloudy, drab start to this morning for many. Quite a lot of low clouds, so some mist and fog over the high ground. Bits and pieces of rain and drizzle here and there, but most persistent across the northeast of England and eastern Scotland, where it will be another fairly breezy day, particularly for the Northern Isles. Out across Wales and the southwest, a band of heavy rain pushing in for this afternoon. As well as that, it will turn windier as well. But mild in England and Wales, 10 or 11 degrees Celsius. Into this evening then, those southeasterly winds continue to freshen, particularly across southwest England, so bringing some fairly large waves onto coasts. And the heavy rain will fall on saturated ground, so we do need to keep an eye on the potential for some flooding if you are travelling this evening. Some rain for Wales too, and also for Northern Ireland, but a bit more changeable and hit and miss across Scotland. Some dry interludes to end the day, but across the very far northeast, still quite windy for Shetland and Orkney and quite wet as well. Through this evening, the rain continues to migrate its way slowly eastwards across central southern parts of England, into parts of the Midlands and southeastern England, but tending to break up and turn a bit lighter as we go through the overnight hours. Otherwise, quite a lot of cloud around tonight, some showery rain in places, most persistent across northeast Scotland once again, but mild underneath the cloud cover, 6 or 7 degrees, the lows for most of us, the odd pocket of frost perhaps in northwest Scotland. But here it will be actually quite a bright start to the day on Tuesday, and the Outer Hebrides could actually hold on to quite a bit of sunshine for much of the day. Elsewhere though, a lot of cloud once again, some showery rain at times, most persistent in northeast Scotland, and then further rain pushing into Wales and southwestern and southern parts of England through the afternoon, potentially bringing some flooding in places. A mild day though in the south, 10 to 12 degrees, windier and colder in Scotland.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Right, welcome back to The Late Show Live. There was a story doing the rounds today on our rival Sky News, basically about a campaign to kind of decolonise the English literature curriculum. So essentially saying that reading now is racist. If you wonder what's racist now, it's reading. We need more sort of authors of colour, as this Sky piece was saying. Here's a flavour of what they reported on. We'll take a look and then we'll discuss it.
Every student should have the opportunity to study an author of colour. That's what a new report from Lit in Colour has declared. The 5-year progress review was released as part of a Penguin Books campaign, encouraging the English literature curriculum in the UK to be more inclusive of authors of colour.
Yeah, so campaigners are calling for more inclusivity in English literature in schools, and they're pressuring the government basically to make the books that children read more representative. So it's called the Lit in Colour campaign, the Literature in Colour campaign, and it says the move is to make it. It says the move to make it more inclusive reading is too slow. So is this a necessary move, or it's ideological overreach in our schools? Noah, what do you think of this? I mean, it sounds bonkers to me. Reading is racist.
It's
too white.
Like incredible woke nonsense, really, that the liberal elites like to promote constantly. I think it's hugely destructive, actually, this whole approach. It's aimed at undermining British culture, British history. Schools should be promoting actual patriotism, pride in Britain's tremendous past, as a nation that really, I think, advanced civilization across the world for many, many centuries.
Yes.
And instead we have these left-wing haters of Britain and everything it represents advancing this woke poison, frankly. And I do think the British people really have had enough of this kind of woke nonsense. They're fighting back, and rightly so.
It's the same as the story we were discussing previously about Brits saying thank you too much. Paul, did you see this Sky News piece today?
I did. I always ask the question why when I see something like that. Why do children need to read from more authors of colour? What's the colour of the? Why is the colour of the skin so important? I find it incredibly divisive. It's obvious from a political perspective what's going on. It's prepping for a multicultural society, and they expect the multicultural society to continue to grow, and therefore they're trying to appease or trying to, depending on which way you look at it, of course. But there is no advantage for those children to read authors of colour over reading an author of no colour. So I assume I've got no colour, so therefore reading a book of mine, obviously that wouldn't help any education, and I haven't got a book, but it makes no difference to me, and it feels to me as if it's racist to say it.
Oh, Victoria, is that racist to say we need the curriculum to be less white when it comes to books?
Well, so I just want to speak from personal experience. When I was in college, we had this thing called so I went to University of Kansas, KU. It was called the KU Common Book. It was a book that all freshmen were pretty much required to read their freshman year. And my freshman year, our KU Common Book was Ta-Nehisi Coates' Between the World and Me. And it's described as this idea that, racism is woven into the fabric of America. And that's what was required for freshmen for required reading where I went to college. And so I think if you look at it through that lens, it sets people up with a very negative worldview where, of course, history has dark parts and light parts, both in terms of action and in terms of people. But I think that saying this is the worldview that the college is giving out for people to discuss, I think it really inherently endorses that. And so it really says that this is the correct worldview that is a very left-wing, very woke worldview. And I think that's where we get into problems, right? I always say I was taught in primary school in K through 12 that we have to think what to think, or excuse me, how to think, not what to think. And I think that by prescribing this idea of a common book or a common curriculum that only paints one way as the right way, you're telling people what to think and not how to think.
Okay, interesting. Matthew, why does it matter the colour of the skin of the authors that our children read?
So first of all, I feel exhausted again listening to Niles, because he seems to be convinced that people on the left are not patriotic.
Please don't start another row with Niall. It's shouting over each other.
Well, I don't want to shout. I'm just having my say. So just allow me the space very briefly, if you would. So I was at Twickenham yesterday. I don't know whether Niall's been, but it's the home of England rugby. There were 81,000 people there, and I'm not sure you'd find anyone singing the national anthem louder than I did, or leading Swing Low Sweet Chariot with quite the gusto that I did. So it's perfectly compatible to be on the left in British politics and profoundly patriotic. For example, I work with Made in Britain, which champions British manufacturers. On now to Paul and what he said. I mean, this idea that inclusivity is divisive is like trying to gaslight the nation. It obviously isn't. And it's not about there being too many white authors. It is about, when I read books to my two little children, particularly the 3-year-old, the 1-year-old's a bit young, but I think reading is vital for children. When I read him the book about potty training to encourage him to use the potty and come out of nappies, it's part of what you do. I'm sure you did it as well, Ben. There were 2 characters in that book. One was called Minnie and one was called Mo. And that's a good thing, because we live in a diverse society, and that is the fact. Some people on this panel may not like it, but that is the fact. That is the fact of Britain.
Why does that matter?
Because it matters that literature, which is what children encounter, one of the ways in which their views of the world is partly shaped, is somehow representative of the society that they are part of and that they're going to live their lives in.
No, I think it's failed, all that, Matthew. I think we've had 20 to 50 years of being told this stuff. It's made no difference. It's driven division after division after division. And when Keir Starmer falls and the whole of the Westminster establishment die, we'll start again, and it won't be a problem to be white.
Sorry, you think that having a character called Mo in a children's book is divisive?
No, I have no issue. Well, I think what's divisive is pointing out to children that skin colour is important. I know from own experience, not my own experience, but experience of family members, that white kids in school, particularly in London schools, are made to feel like they've been oppressing people at some point. We're talking about 6 to 8-year-olds. It's nonsense. If you grow up in Islington and you're white, you get the impression that you're responsible for some of the worst ills on earth. And it's not true. It's just not true. It's OK to be white. It's OK to read white authors. It's also OK to have black and brown authors. But we don't need to prescribe it and say, you must, you must, you must. Just let meritocracy win.
Well, meritocracy is winning, and as a consequence, you're going to get authors of every ethnicity. And the idea that 6 to 8-year-olds are being told that they should be feeling guilty for being white sounds to me like something you've dug up on Elon Musk's website X, Paul.
No, I've spoken to an 8-year-old who's told me that.
OK. Let's move on to another story. Something else doing the rounds today is the what people are calling the continuation of the managed decline of the UK. So basically, instead of wearing school uniform, one school has kind of downgraded to what somebody online said. I don't necessarily agree with it, but describe it as how preparing themselves for careers as shelf stackers. Nothing wrong with being a shelf stacker. That's what somebody described it as. Take a look at this.
Our school uniform is changing from this to this.
We have listened to the community, we've asked them what they wanted, and a new uniform was part of those changes. It's still high standards and expectations, it's smart, it's affordable, it's practical, and it's comfortable.
Niall, should our children be wearing a shirt and tie, or maybe a polo and a zip-up? Is there anything wrong with that change of uniform?
Well, I think tradition matters, actually, and one of the great things about Britain is its sense of tradition and dignity. And I think that this idea of changing the look of school uniforms, again, this is part of woke ideology. It's an attempt, I think, to tear down British traditions. And Britain, of course, has exported the idea of school uniforms across the world. I mean, you can go to many parts of Africa where the British formerly ruled over these countries with great skill, I might add, and you'll find school children wearing British-style school uniforms, and that's a good thing, actually. The same applies in Japan, also increasingly here in the United States as well. And so why get rid of one of the great British traditions that it has exported across the world? Again, this is a campaign by, I think, the woke left to undermine British tradition, British excellence, and I think it sends completely the wrong signal.
Yeah, I think it's really scruffy. Victoria, though, in the United States, and maybe it's changing now, but isn't not the case that you guys don't wear school uniform here, unless maybe you're at private school? Is that the case?
Yeah, you're completely right, Ben. We don't really wear school uniforms. I think really the only time that I would wear something that was, shown in that video would be if we had like a school sporting event, or, I was on the choir. So if we had a choir performance, we would wear our choir polos. And I remember everybody resented them because we're all made to look like one another. So, as the American, I want to say, we're all about individuality and self-expression. And I think that is a very uniquely American trait. But before we came on the show here today, I did have a chat with my husband because he grew up in England, and he wore the school uniform, and he actually thinks that it's a good part of British society. He thinks that it's a good idea to have people, not really having picking at each other for differences based on what they're wearing, which, in America that definitely does happen, right? You had kind of your image of what the popular kids would wear, and it would be all the name brand designer stuff, and then everything else would be from Old Navy and Walmart. And so, you kind of had this debate and discussion of haves and have-nots, which I think, at least to some extent, you probably avoid in British schools.
Paul, I remember, by the way, just on the tie, my 6-year-old boy, Jude, he can now do his own tie. I'm so proud of him, and he takes so much joy in his appearance getting ready for school in the morning. He does his shirt, does his tie, does his hair, because he says he wants to look like me. Don't know why he'd want to do that. But also, it's just the self-respect and taking care of yourself, Paul, no?
I think so. I think Victoria, it's good to hear. I didn't realise Mr. Churchill was from England. He follows me on Twitter, good man. So say hello from me, Victoria. Sorry. I didn't...
He's watching tonight. You can shout him out right here.
Hey! Look, I won't do too much of that. Sorry, Ben. This is the Ben Leo show. What am I doing? Victoria makes a great point, though. Wearing a uniform in the UK is about making everybody look the same so they don't feel apart based on their background, particularly in not public schools, but not private schools, but public schools. The school I went to, blazer and tie in the 90s. The school my daughter went to, she's now doing her A-levels, she's just finished, blazer and tie. It's always been the way, as far as I can remember, right the way back to the 80s. So, and before that, I'm sure it was too. So I think it's a good thing. I think it shows a certain standard. I don't like the sort of casual polo look. I don't think that's representing the school as well as a blazer and tie would do. I'm sounding incredibly traditional here, and maybe 16-year-old Paul would have felt differently. But I would say that it's not a move in the right direction to go more and more casual We're losing a lot of tradition in this country as it is.
Yeah. And Matthew, Victoria made a great point about kids who are allowed to go to school wearing whatever they want. Some families are more well off than others. I remember, Matthew, when I went to high school and my mum, bless her, would send me in with a packed lunch in a Lidl branded supermarket bag, a Lidl bag. And this was the times when Lidl was seen as being cheap, and basically I got bullied for going into school with a Lidl bag. I didn't care. Lidl's now widely accepted as being a great supermarket, but that does happen, and I guess having uniform bypasses that and the opportunities for kids to bully each other.
I was a bit of a rebel at school and tried occasionally to wear a red scarf or something else, but actually I think uniform is a good thing because it shows children that education matters, that it's a serious business. Of course, you can have fun along the way, but it also shows a respect for the institution of which you are part. It teaches discipline as well. So I'm broadly in favour of it. Am I allowed very briefly to raise an eyebrow at Niles telling us that we ran other people's lands and countries efficiently? What did he say? Successfully? I mean, all I can say is I'm very glad that we fought off the Nazis, and no one's sitting here saying that the Germans are running Britain very skillfully.
Well, I think it's fair to say, I mean, Niall, you can answer that before we move on. There are lots of nations who benefited greatly from British colonialism.
Yes, actually, let me just add. I'm glad you mentioned that, Matthew, because I think the British people should be immensely proud of their imperial past. The British Empire was a great force for good on the world stage, and the British Empire played a crucial role in the defeat of Nazi Germany. Actually, let's not forget that. The empire was absolutely critical to the defeat of the Nazis and the defeat of fascism, and we should all be proud of the immense accomplishments of the British people and the immense accomplishments of the British Empire.
There's no doubt that people in the British Empire over whom we ruled played an important role in defeating Nazis, and we owe them a massive debt of gratitude, which we show them, by the way, on Armistice Day every year. But the idea that we should be proud of running other people's countries or lands ultimately over the barrel of a gun, I find utterly astonishing, but not surprising from you, Niall.
OK, all right, let's move on. Bad Bunny has just finished his Super Bowl halftime show, and this is the message, possibly political, that he sent to millions watching around, not just America, but around the world. Take a look at this.
Cuba, República Dominicana, Jamaica, Haití, las Antillas, United States, Canadá, a my motherland, mi patria, Puerto Rico. Seguimos aquí.
So if your Spanish isn't that great, it says, "Together we are America." That's what he was saying. It's written on an American football as well. "Together we are America." Is that very political? Together we are Victoria? That's not that political to me.
I don't think it's super political. I mean, you know, I do think that it is interesting that he has lots of other nations' flags, you know, by the looks of it, Central American, South American nations' flags surrounded by the American flag. I think you get into an interesting point. I think, you know, if you live in America, you should be proud of the country that you live in. You can also be proud of the country that you came from. But overall, I think that if you are an American, which, you know, again, if I'm not mistaken, Bad Bunny grew up in Puerto Rico. That is an American territory. So he should be proud to be an American as much as I am, you know, as much as anyone else that is an American by birth or by choice is. And so, you know, I think together we are American. I think overall that's a pretty good message.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think outside of South and Central American countries, there's, of course, people from all over the world that come here and consider themselves to be American.
I still think his music is trash now. Have you danced to any Bad Bunny recently?
No, I haven't. I think it's rubbish.
What do you think of the message there? Is it political?
I think, yeah, I think in a way it's political. But I think that if you look at, you know, Bad Bunny's comments at the Grammy Awards, his attack on ICE, you know, these are the liberal elites celebrating, in my view, an attack upon law enforcement. And ICE, of course, are defending the American people, defending America's borders, deporting very dangerous illegal migrants responsible for a vast amount of crime, actually. And you have these, you know, these Hollywood elites, these music elites, you know, celebrating an anti-law enforcement message, which I think is an absolute disgrace, actually. It's disgraceful, and that's fundamentally anti-American.
OK, Paul, what did you make of that? I don't know if you care about Bad Bunny, but was that political, really? I think it's fine. America, you know, together.
No, there were undertones of politics about it, and I'm sure maybe Bad Bunny, who obviously I've never heard of, maybe meant it in maybe a political way. However, he said it at the Super Bowl, which is in the United States. The United States is the true goat of multiculturalism. It's built on the back of people coming from different places. But Victoria's absolutely right, with one view, and that's believing in America, believing in the projects of America. And he's lucky he can say whatever he likes because of where he lives.
Yeah, Matthew, you've got 30 seconds. Just very quickly, did you agree with what they were saying on the stage at the Grammys? Please keep it to 30 seconds if you can.
Just very quickly, I agree with a lot of what Paul just said there, which is a massive relief rather than release at the end of 2 hours. And as far as immigration control, of course a country needs immigration control. The issue is about the way in which some ICE teams appear to be going about their job.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I took to the streets of LA this week. And by the way, for those asking how my cameraman is after he was struck with appendicitis, the best cameraman ever, Ben Davidge, he's fine. He had surgery. We had a great time in hospital, and he's recovering in LA. But I went onto the streets of LA and I asked them about their thoughts on illegal migration, because you've got Bad Bunny, you've got Billie Eilish and so on, all protected behind their big houses, the big gates and the mansions. They never come across illegal migrants in their lives. I went to the streets of LA and asked them about their interactions with illegals. This is what they said as a reminder.
I don't think anyone in LA is pro-ICE.
Illegal immigration. America, the UK and Europe all suffering an invasion of their borders that, for the most part, nobody wants or asked for. But as we saw at the Grammys this week...
No one is illegal on stolen land.
And with Channel 5 presenter Matt Allwright back in the UK...
You have men in Crowborough already. What's different about these men?
Why is there such a distinct difference in the way mollycoddled celebrities perceive open borders compared to that of the everyday person? We just want to know why LA is so liberal.
I mean, it probably is liberal because, like, that's where everyone who's different kind of comes to be.
Where's all the right-wingers, the Conservatives?
I don't know.
Are you pro-ICE, against ICE?
I don't think anyone in LA is pro-ICE.
Oh, OK. Nobody?
No, I don't think so. Why would we be? Most of LA is immigrants.
Where are you from? The US?
Canada.
Would you like ICE in Canada?
No.
Oh.
We have lots of ice, but it's cold.
Different kind of ice.
Yeah.
Ice in or ice out?
Ice out.
Billie Eilish,
Yeah.
Ice, huh?
Yeah. You support that?
Of course.
Why?
Ice in.
Ice in?
Sure.
You like ice?
Absolutely.
You're the first person we've seen down here who's pro-ice.
I'm a free thinker.
You know Billie Eilish got on the stage at the Grammys?
Actually, we need to have ice, but we need to have a more tempered approach.
Controlled ice, cooler ice.
Cool ice.
Is most of LA, is it a mix between legal and illegal immigrants? What's the kind of makeup?
I don't know. That's not for me to know. All I know is without our immigrants, LA is not LA.
ICE.
What's your issue with ICE?
They're kidnapping people.
Does the distinction matter between legal and illegal for guys in LA?
No one cares about that.
We don't want to get to be where Britain is. We don't want to get to be where London is. I can't recognize London.
What have you heard?
I've been there. I go there all the time. I go see my Chelsea beat up people when they're in good shape.
I'm an Arsenal fan.
We all have our problems, but you're having a good year.
Guys here in LA, very affluent area, lots of money, gated communities, high walls that maybe people here aren't exposed as much to illegal migration.
It's kind of everywhere you go, that's how it is. So I don't think that's just an LA thing.
Do you have many illegals here?
I'm not qualified.
You've seen any? You're aware of any?
Yeah. No, but have a great day.
All right, thank you very much. So that was interesting. I mean, the final question being, have you seen any illegals around LA or Rodeo Drive, outside the Gucci shop, or in Beverly Hills or in the Hollywood Hills? No, because it's too rich of an area. They're protected. So there we go, a bit of fun on the streets of LA. I guess the point was just to show you, these people behind their massive houses, and they are massive, by the way, those mansions in Beverly Hills, big walls, electric gates, they wouldn't be affected by illegal migration. They have privileged beliefs, because why would they? There are no illegals in their area. I guess the only illegals they do come across are those cleaning their £100,000 cars, or maybe cleaning their toilets. So yeah, there we go. Thank you for tonight, viewers and listeners, and of course to my panel as well, Victoria, Niall, Paul and Matt. And you viewers and listeners as well, some your says very quickly before I say goodnight to you. Bill, you've said on Andrew, if the latest news about Andrew is proven, he should be held accountable. He's now a commoner and shouldn't have any protection from the royals. Mark, you have said on Keir Starmer, and I love this one, please mention how Starmer couldn't wait to take the knee for the very discredited BLM movement and push a photo of him doing so. Angela Rayner as well, Mark, by the way. Big clue as to his poor judgment there. And Steve, you've said stop the witch hunt on Andrew, it's getting silly. How would he have any worthwhile information? That's it for me for tonight. Bev is back with you tomorrow night on The Late Show Live from midnight UK time. For now, I'll see you next week. Sweet dreams, good night, and I'll see you very soon.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. There's further wet and windy weather on the way through the course of today for some of us, but in the east it should turn a little bit brighter by this afternoon with some sunny spells. But certainly a fairly cloudy, drab start to this morning for many. Quite a lot of low clouds, so some mist and fog over the high ground. Bits and pieces of rain and drizzle here and there, but most persistent across the northeast of England and eastern Scotland, where it will be another fairly breezy day, particularly for the Northern Isles. Out across Wales and the southwest, a band of heavy rain pushing in for this afternoon. As well as that, it will turn windier as well. But mild in England and Wales, 10 or 11 degrees Celsius. Into this evening then, those southeasterly winds continue to freshen, particularly across southwest England, so bringing some fairly large waves onto coasts. And the heavy rain will fall on saturated ground, so we do need to keep an eye on the potential for some flooding if you are travelling this evening. Some rain for Wales too, and also for Northern Ireland, but a bit more changeable and hit and miss across Scotland. Some dry interludes to end the day, but across the very far northeast, still quite windy for Shetland and Orkney and quite wet as well. Through this evening, the rain continues to migrate its way slowly eastwards across central southern parts of England, into parts of the Midlands and southeastern England, but tending to break up and turn a bit lighter as we go through the overnight hours. Otherwise, quite a lot of cloud around tonight, some showery rain in places, most persistent across northeast Scotland once again, but mild underneath the cloud cover, 6 or 7 degrees, the lows for most of us, the odd pocket of frost perhaps in northwest Scotland. But here, it will be actually quite a bright start to the day on Tuesday, and the Outer Hebrides could actually hold on to quite a bit of sunshine for much of the day. Elsewhere, though, a lot of cloud once again, some showery rain at times, most persistent in northeast Scotland, and then further rain pushing into Wales and southwestern and southern parts of England through the afternoon, potentially bringing some flooding in places. A mild day, though, in the south, 10 to 12 degrees, windier and colder in Scotland.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock, only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, good evening and welcome to GB News. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. I'm Nana Akwe. It is 6 o'clock. Now coming up, breaking news. Morgan McSweeney. Sir Keir Starmer, Chief of Staff in the wake of the Mandelson scandal. But will this resignation be enough to save Sir Keir Starmer's premiership? But before we get stuck into all of that, let's get your latest news with Katie Bowen.
Nana, thank you and good evening. The headlines at 6 o'clock. Morgan McSweeney, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, has resigned from government. It comes after many MPs blamed Mr McSweeney for pushing the appointment of Lord Mandelson as ambassador to the United States, despite being warned about the peer's ties to convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. In his resignation letter, Mr McSweeney said the decision to appoint Peter Mandelson was wrong. He has damaged our party, our country and trust in politics itself. He went on to say, I advised the Prime Minister to make that appointment and I take full responsibility for that advice. Reacting to the resignation, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer said it was an honour working with Mr McSweeney and thanked him for his service. It comes after police launched a criminal investigation into claims Mr Mandelson passed sensitive information to disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein, with Sir Keir Starmer accusing him of lying about the extent and timeline of their friendship. Mr Mandelson denies all wrongdoing in relation to Epstein, saying he relied on assurances of his innocence that turned out later to be horrendously false. Well, on Lord Mandelson's appointment, Work and Pension Secretary Pat McFadden defended the Prime Minister's decision earlier.
I think the Prime Minister's acted in good faith throughout. I think Peter Mandelson has put him in a very bad position. When more information came to light last September, he very quickly fired Peter Mandelson. He's horrified by the revelations of the past week. He's apologised to the victims of this, and rightly so. So I think, you know, we will see more when all these vetting documents are published, as I hope they are very soon.
Elsewhere, hundreds of small boat migrants have crossed the English Channel today, taking advantage of an improvement in weather conditions. The first group of around 65 migrants were taken to the Kent port of Ramsgate just before 1 o'clock this afternoon. Ramsgate is being used as a temporary migrant arrivals port, while improvements are carried out to the Border Force Processing Centre in Dover. Bad weather in the Channel has significantly reduced the number of migrants crossing in recent weeks, resulting in the lowest number of arrivals at this point in the year since 2021. Today's arrivals take the number of migrants who've made the illegal crossing so far this year to just under 1,200. The Met Office has issued a weather warning for heavy rain, with the forecast potentially leading to widespread flooding and travel disruption. The yellow rain alert will be in place from midday tomorrow, with the warning area covering parts of southern England and Wales. 10 to 15 millimetres of rain is expected, and some areas will be exposed to strong southeasterly winds. The rainfall could lead to homes and businesses becoming flooded and cause issues for travel services and power supplies. And an American news presenter whose mother went missing from her home 8 days ago has told the people who kidnapped her she will pay their ransom demands. Police believe Savannah Guthrie's 84-year-old mother, Nancy, was abducted from her home in Arizona but have not yet identified any suspects. Earlier this week, the FBI offered a $50,000 reward for information. According to reports, the kidnappers are demanding millions of dollars worth of cryptocurrency. Those are your latest GB News headlines. Now let's get back to Nana.
Take the GB News family with you on any device. As long as you have an internet connection, tune into GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond.
Thank you, Casey, and welcome to GB News. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. Breaking news. Morgan McSweeney, that is Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff, has resigned. He's thrown him under the bus. Morgan McSweeney has resigned as Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff in the wake of the Mandelson scandal. The Prime Minister's right-hand man quits after backlash to him pushing for Lord Mandelson to be appointed ambassador to the US. But let's not forget who thought that Mandelson, a person who resigned from the cabinet twice for dodgy dealings and had a close friendship to a convicted paedophile, was a good appointment as US ambassador.
The reason the Prime Minister picked Peter Mandelson was because we want to do things differently. We recognise the important relationship between our two countries, and I think Peter Mandelson will be a brilliant ambassador for us and will form a very strong partnership with the new administration.
Well, Peter Mandelson is a man of considerable expertise. He's the right man for this moment to be our ambassador. He's been a business secretary, a Northern Ireland secretary. Of course, he's worked in the European Commission, and he brings all of that to bear working as our ambassador in the United States. And of course, he's looking forward to presenting his credentials to Donald Trump.
Yet today, David Lammy has come out and claimed that he warned the Prime Minister against it. And Darren Jones, well, he'll say anything. Remember on Question Time when he tried to convince us that women and girls were crossing the channel on dinghies. That being said, Sir Keir Starmer seemed the most enthusiastic of them all in backing Mandelson.
A true one-off, a pioneer in business and in politics. Many people love him. Others love to hate him. But to us, he's just Peter. The ambassador has repeatedly expressed his deep regret for his association with him. He's right to do so. I have confidence in him, and he's playing an important role in the UK-US relationship.
Why would they endorse a man who already resigned twice from the cabinet for dodgy dealings? The first time Mandelson resigned was in 1998 for obtaining an interest-free loan from a cabinet colleague whose business was the subject of an inquiry by Mandelson's department. Mandelson failed to declare the loan in the member's interests and had to go. The second time was in 2001, following accusations that he used his position to influence a passport application for Indian-born British billionaire Srichard Hinduja, the eldest brother of Britain's richest family. Nothing to see here, Gov. Right. I mean, this was all public knowledge before Mandelson's latest grift. Do they think that we're stupid? Now, after all that, here's Pat McFadden trying to blame someone else.
I think the Prime Minister's acted in good faith throughout. I think Peter Mandelson has put him in a very bad position. When more information came to light last September, he very quickly fired Peter Mandelson. He's horrified by the revelations of the past week. He's apologised to the victims of this, and rightly so. So I think, you know, we will see more when all these vetting documents are published, as I hope they are very soon.
And this is the party who promised that they would restore integrity into politics. They were meant to get rid of sleaze in Westminster.
You've got the former most senior advisor to the Prime Minister saying he's fallen way below the standards of integrity that are needed for the office of Prime Minister. You've got the former Minister, Dominic Grieve, saying there's a vacuum of integrity. And every day there's more evidence of this sleaze, and frankly, it stinks.
They lack the basic patriotic duty to keep the British people out of their own pathetic squabbles. And it's wrecked the finances of our country, and for millions of people. This cannot continue.
Now Keir Starmer has thrown his chief of staff under the bus, the buffer between him and his colleagues, attempting to blame everyone else but himself. I'm afraid, Keir, the buck stops with you. It's not a case of if, it's when. Right, well, joining me now is our political editor, Christopher Hope, who joins me. Christopher Hope, big breaking news. Morgan McSweeney has gone. He was the buffer between Keir Starmer and, of course, all the people around Keir Starmer. Is Keir Starmer in trouble?
Well, he certainly is in trouble, and we should be hearing from him, I think, Nana, as soon as tomorrow. There'll be an update from him about the lessons learned from the Mandelson revelations, just to indicate the scale of what's happened in the past few hours. We understand from number 10 that the government's economic strategy remains unchanged in the wake of the resignation, and also the government's policy agenda remains unchanged. By that, they mean this focus on the cost of living, on ensuring that they do what they can, and they focus on security. The fact that a resignation has led to a briefing that the government's key economic challenges, policy challenges, remain unchanged shows to me the importance of the Chief of Staff, in this case, Morgan McSweeney. He was the most influential, I think, Chief of Staff for I would say, decades in government, because the Prime Minister, the principal, seemed to have less of a political touch, and he needed someone like Morgan McSweeney, who delivered that majority, supermajority, of course, back in July 2024, so clearly. I can bring some breaking news this moments ago that we have had confirmed that his two deputies in Downing Street, that's Jill Cuthbertson and Vidya Alaxon, two women, have been appointed acting Chief of Staff with immediate effect. Vidya Alaxon, she was the PM's Director of External Communications in opposition. On screen now, I should say, is Jill Cuthbertson. She's been one of the most relied political organisers for the Prime Minister and the gatekeepers since he became Prime Minister. She never drops a ball, we're told by colleagues. Vidya Alaxon, again, had that role in opposition, Director of External Affairs at the Labour Party, and entered number 10 as its political director. So she's on screen now. These two women have taken over from Morgan McSweeney. Again, we don't know who will replace McSweeney long term. One of those two might. They both might, of course. Baroness Louise Casey, she's tipped. I've been talking to an ally of Morgan McSweeney in the past hour. They say that Baroness Casey is someone who could do the job for Keir Starmer. She's someone who's used to taking on challenges, difficult choices, driving agendas forward. Did it for David Cameron over homelessness, and convinced, of course, the Prime Minister to run that grooming gangs inquiry after assessing and gathering information for him of the national scale of the problem earlier last year. So someone who is trusted and can deliver. So that's the deck chairs being shuffled about in Downing Street. But whether it looks like it's the Titanic going down, we'll wait and see. And certainly this press conference or speech we're now expecting from the Prime Minister tomorrow, I can't imagine a more important or politically freighted moment in the PM's 18 months as Prime Minister.
Chris, what do you think this has done to the Labour Party and the support for it? Because Keir Starmer was already the worst polling Prime Minister in history. And now here he is with a great scandal, and he's really trying to survive politically. What has that done to the confidence in the Labour Party?
Well, yes, it will damage the confidence in the Labour Party. I mean, Sir Keir Starmer, I was with him in China, got back barely a week ago. He was quite upbeat in China. He felt that had been quite a positive visit there. He felt that business people understood him. In fact, many of the people we canvassed on the trip with him, they thought, wow, he's quite a relaxed, engaging character. So how does he transfer from being this relaxed, funny guy, maybe in private, to being this apparently almost a PM held hostage when he's interviewed? I mean, in many ways, it's like the guy you talk to off camera disappears as soon as the cameras turn on, and he appears very wooden, and he has trouble, I think, getting a message across and connecting. And I think that's why I say that Morgan McSweeney was so important as a Chief of Staff, because he allowed the PM to connect, to have a political message. And that's indeed why Number 10 have made clear that the message driven by Morgan McSweeney won't change for the new Chief of Staff. That is why it's so important, I think, and that role is so important. And whoever replaces Morgan McSweeney is the right person. But right now, the PM has got to convince the rest of us, the media and Labour activists, voters at large, GBNews viewers, that he is in control of this. I mean, we're told that the PM and Morgan McSweeney agreed jointly that he should resign. Why didn't the PM sack Morgan McSweeney? Indeed, the fact that Morgan McSweeney is gone voluntarily means that anyone else in his close team who's revealed in those tens of thousands of vetting documents to have approved Mandelson's appointment, they should resign too. And indeed, if Morgan McSweeney should resign, why shouldn't the PM resign? The PM made the appointment. Why is an advisor resigning? Why not the Prime Minister? These are all questions tomorrow for the Prime Minister.
All right, thank you very much, Christopher Hope. Really good to speak to you. That is Christopher Hope, GBNews' political editor. Thank you. Right, well, joining me now in the studio, Jonathan Liss. Jonathan Liss, I laid out a list of things there. The Labour Party really have, unfortunately, been, I think, a disappointment for many people.
I think that's undoubted. You look at the polls, clearly it's not going well for Labour. I think part of that, funnily enough, ties into the conversation we're having today, because I think a real problem that Labour has had has been a failure to get on the front foot in communicating. See, communication, it has a bad rap because people just think it's spin and gloss and everything. It's actually fundamental to how we live our lives. All of our relationships are based on communication, and it's no different for a government. Governments have to tell people what they are doing. They have to do that through their own channels in modern times, social media, etc., and also through the traditional modes of communication, the press. And they have just not been able to do that. There have been achievements which have just gone kind of unnoticed by the public because, for some reasons that were predictable for the start, that the right-wing newspapers, which are still the bulk of the media in this country, will have their own agenda and they have their own hobby horses, etc. And the government hasn't sort of been able to win on those narratives, particularly on migration. And there are other reasons that they just haven't been very good at communicating. Other people, other governments have had really good taglines and slogans, etc. The government hasn't been good on that. So I think a lot of it has been lost. If you break down things that have done, I think people would actually say, oh, that was good, that was good, that was good. But that hasn't been their overall narrative, partly because they've also had so many unforced errors, starting from the very, very beginning with the winter fuel payments, which raised so many hackles.
Freezegate, Freebiegate.
I think that had less cut through.
You don't think so?
I think it was winter fuel that was the original sin of the government.
If you sit on a plinth of integrity, then you go and do that. I think there is a problem. Jonathan, let's stay with me. But joining me now is the former advisor to Sir Keir Starmer, Luke Sullivan. Luke Sullivan, really good to get you on board. Thank you very much for joining me this evening. So what does this mean? You've obviously spent time in the situation of advising Sir Keir Starmer. What do you think he'll be thinking now?
Yeah, look, good evening. Thank you for having me. I mean, look, there's no denying, and the Prime Minister will be the first to get this, that he is fighting for his political premiership and that him and the government are in big political peril. I think the Prime Minister will not have come lightly to the position that Morgan McSweeney left as his Chief of Staff. Morgan was someone I worked with for a number of years very closely, but he was the Prime Minister's most important political advisor, but he was just that, an advisor. The key thing for the Prime Minister, I think, as Christopher Hope was just setting out, is he has got to take every opportunity to set out what he's going to do to fix the issues going forward. There are some big moments coming, one tomorrow morning where he will, or later on in the day, where he'll be asked a lot of the questions Christopher Hope just said to you. And he's got to give convincing, compelling arguments, but also try to get back onto the front foot. This is obviously a big political moment, and the Prime Minister, I hope, will rise to the occasion.
But getting back on the front foot, which I hear a lot, and people believe this is a communications problem, but it's a policy problem, isn't it? Let's be honest. All the things that have come down the line, winter fuel allowance, we've seen the Freebiegate, he's lost 12 front benches, all for weird things that have gone on. He sat on a plinth of integrity and getting rid of sleaze, and they've literally fallen into the trap of everything that they had to go at the Tory party for. Do you think it'll be enough for him to try and get back on the front foot and initiate another phase? The last time we heard it was phase 2. I don't know whether we're on phase 3, phase 4, what we're on. Do you seriously think that that will be enough to convince the British public that he really is someone that they can put their trust in politically?
Look, I don't deny this Labour government has had problems and missteps, but I do not think it's fair to characterise this Labour government as the same as the Conservative one. However, that's ultimately for the public to judge. The key fact is that we are still 3.5 years away from the next general election. There's no sign there's going to be one anytime soon. And in fact, like Labour MPs do not want to face the electorate given where the polls are. But the key thing that is in the government's hands and in the government, the Prime Minister's fate, is for him to get on. He obviously has to deal with the problems and answer the questions that are rightly going to be asked over this appointment. But he also needs to focus on exactly what Christopher Hope set out before, which is the cost of living and turning this country around, because that is fundamentally how you're going to change the political dynamic.
All right. Sorry, I just missed a little bit of what you were saying there. But look, Starmer is in a bit of a pickle right now. Do you think that he can actually survive at all? Because people are saying that he could really survive. He may well be okay if he does what you're saying, and then he can survive. But a lot of people are saying he's got to go after the May elections.
Look, I think as I've accepted, there is the Prime Minister's position is a difficult one, but his fate is in his hands. He has the ability. He is the Prime Minister. The Labour Party are in power. He can turn things around. But, you know, nothing is ever fated. The Prime Minister has got the ability to fix the situation.
I don't know. To be honest, and I don't really wish him to go because of the alternatives. The alternatives, even though I actually want him to go because I think he's done such a bad job and I have no faith in him at all now to move forward, despite anything that he says. Do you think that perhaps his only real saving grace is the fact that all the alternatives really aren't actually any good alternatives at all? There aren't any, are there?
Look, there's understandably a lot of interest in who might come if the Prime Minister were to fall under the bus. Look, I think there's a range of very talented people, but, you know, getting rid of a Labour Prime Minister, getting rid of any Prime Minister doesn't necessarily fix the problem. We saw what happened under the Conservatives, where they frequently changed Prime Minister and leader. Fundamentally, you have to fix the political issues in front of you. And I just zoom back slightly and just make a slightly bigger point, which is, yes, the appointment of Peter Mandelson, there are questions, and that is one aspect of this scandal. But the Epstein affair and the papers that released ask bigger questions about power and political influence across the world, but in the UK and the US. I think there is a danger for the Labour Party, for Westminster, that yes, understandably, we're focused on this aspect of it, but this is going to go, we don't know where this is going to go. There are many different threads to this story. We still haven't got to a place where the Met Police are rightly investigating Peter Mandelson, but are the police looking and putting the resources to see whether some of the rich and powerful people who are named in these files, whether there's now evidence to pursue to seek to get victims justice that they rightly deserve. But also, and you know, just on the politics of this, all this does is it further erodes trust in the politics of the Labour Party, of other political parties in Westminster. And if you are Reform and you are hoping to elect a right-wing populist government, all the perfect conditions for you are there. So the stakes are incredibly high, not just for this Prime Minister, but for the Labour Party as well.
Well, on this occasion, whose fault is that?
Well, look, it's fundamentally, it's for the Prime Minister and the Labour government to find an answer to that political situation. But, you know, and this is one of the problems with the Peter Mandelson issue. And yes, people are rightly focused on the ambassadorial appointment, and that will run and run. But what Peter Mandelson appears to be doing, and I will be very careful with what I say, given there's an ongoing police investigation, what he did, if it appears that that is the case, sadly, we in the bubble know that that is completely outrageous and extraordinary, that people in public life don't go and do that. There is a danger and a fear that I have, and I think, you know, I think it's pretty obvious how the public gets there, that sadly this just confirms their expectations and view of politicians. And that is bad for everybody in public life, not just this Labour government, who will rightly be hurt as the current government, but actually also all politicians and reform as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good look at all, and sadly, because Keir Starmer did come in particular on a plinth of integrity, getting rid of sleaze, change, the grown-ups are in the room, and we haven't seen any of that at all. Luke Sullivan, thank you so much for joining me. Really good to talk to you. He's a former advisor to Sir Keir Starmer. Thank you. Right, 23 minutes after 6 o'clock, and just to let you know, Lord Mandelson has previously denied any wrongdoing in relation to Jeffrey Epstein. He stated, "I was never culpable or complicit in his crimes. Like everyone else, I learnt the actual truth about him after his death." He added that he had relied on assurances of his innocence that turned out later to be horrendously false. Right, well, stay with us. You're with me. I'm Nana Akwe. This is GB News. Still to come, I will continue to bring you all the latest reaction to the bombshell that Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, has resigned. This is GB News, Britain's #1 news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Good evening, it's 27 minutes after 6 o'clock. If you just tuned in, wow, you have missed some incredible breaking news that Morgan McSweeney, Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff, has resigned. We are live on TV, online and on digital radio. Now, basically, it's all of this is, of course, in the wake of the Mandelson scandal. The Prime Minister's right-hand man quit after backlash to him pushing for Lord Mandelson to be appointed ambassador to the United States. But will this resignation be enough to save Sir Keir Starmer's premiership? Let's speak to Jonathan Liss, political commentator, who joins me now. Jonathan, is this going to be enough to save Sir Keir Starmer?
Yes, in the short term. If Starmer wants to stay, I think he can, for several reasons. First of all, the buffer that Morgan McSweeney was. Obviously, it's great. It's not great to lose, the shock absorber.
The second one, yeah.
But he did also absorb the poison of all this. And so Starmer can sort of pass that on and sort of maybe get rid of it. And
it depends if what comes out later,
yes,
if anything comes out.
Absolutely.
He might.
We don't know what will come out, but assuming that what Starmer said is true, then I think that in the short term he is safe. The other reason for that is that the other people, first of all, aren't ready and aren't in a great position themselves. Streeting is very implicated in Mandelson because he has such a close relationship with him. What was often said about McSweeney is that it was actually a front for Streeting anyway. The idea, according to many people, was that after 2019, they'd get Starmer in, not expecting him to win, that it would be a two-term operation to get Labour back in. But obviously then the Tories spectacularly imploded and Starmer got in, but it was always about sort of getting Streeting placed in the top role. So I think that may work against Streeting. And obviously Rayner, who's the other main contender.
She can't. She's entangled with tax, isn't she?
Sort of, over her head at the moment. And also, they might not want to inherit such a poison chalice before the May elections. Better to have Starmer be the fall guy for that and then to make a move on him afterwards. But I still think that, that if all these things come together and that he is able to, that he's proved to be correct and truthful in what he's told the Commons, and that he's largely exonerated by the files, and that there isn't sort of one leader who's the standout challenger, then I think that he can hang on. But I think it's a slow puncture. I think that he has been fatally wounded. I would be surprised if he hangs on till the election. He might not want to, actually, but I don't think he'll be going in the next couple of weeks unless he actually decides that he needs to go of his own volition.
But he has made a mess of it. He's made a real mess of everything. I mean, every policy possible he's managed to U-turn. I can't think of anything. No, hang on. I can't think of anything that he's done that has been a rip-roaring success that you could point to. Even some people who lauded him for the coalition of the willing, well, that's just fuzzled away. And all it was doing, really, was detracting from the power of NATO, which wasn't really a wise move. So nothing that he has done. Now, he's messed it up with Donald Trump. All of it is true either. You don't think he's messed it up with Donald Trump?
I don't think that. You had Trump putting out a statement a couple of days ago.
I think he has.
Saying that sort of Chagos, that Starmer made the best possible deal over Chagos. A great act of
stupidity, he calls it.
Well, he's the latest statement, we know that Trump changed his mind a lot. The latest line from Washington is that Chagos is now OK.
Well,
in terms of the coalition,
he's going along with it, I suspect, because he knows that Keir Starmer's weak.
In terms of the coalition of the willing, we don't have peace in Ukraine, so there's no coalition that can be willed. Once there is a ceasefire in place, Britain has, taken a leading role in sort of pledging forces for that and
pledging
resources,
troops. He pledged troops.
Including troops, and we'll come to that if there is. We very hope there will be a ceasefire, and then we can have that conversation when it comes. But
I think he will.
In terms of in foreign policy, I still maintain that he's played a good hand, and that prime ministers often try to focus on foreign policy because they get to strut the world stage and be statesmen. Some of them don't succeed. I think Starmer has in the main. Obviously, domestically, it's been a very different story, and there have been things that are outside of his control, and a lot of things that were in his control, but which turned out to be extremely unforced errors, and have been incredibly frustrating to watch because we could see what the pitfalls were and he kept on falling into them.
Yeah, we could all see them. He went straight in, head first, just straight, hey, there's a pitfall, I'm going straight in. I'm going to come out with some ridiculous idea that doesn't work, and we've all told you before you've got in the pitfall, the pit hole, that it's not going to work, and he still goes along with it. In a way, and I have to say, I was wanting him to go. I wanted him to leave. I think he should just leave and resign. But my only issue is what comes next. And also, he's now got two potential chief of staff. So who's he got? He's got...
I think he's got the acting... I'm not sure if they've...
potential, though.
So you've got Jill Cuthbertson, who I think is a long-term... she's a long-term Starmer aide. And Vidya Alakasan, I think you pronounce her name, who's another sort of long-term aide. They've been acting as deputies, and they'll be stepping in as, in temporary caretaker roles. Louise Casey, as Christopher Hope was saying, has been talked of. She's a very impressive, accomplished public servant who's been writing many reports for different prime ministers over the years, including recently on grooming gangs, I think an interim report on that. And so he has a lot of talent to choose from. McSweeney should have gone a long time ago.
All right, well, thank you, Jonathan. Let's 33 minutes after 6 o'clock. Let's speak to Priti Patel. She's the Shadow Foreign Secretary. She posted the Labour government is in paralysis and ruined by its own corrosive levels of sleaze. Starmer needs to take responsibility for this appalling scandal, but our country first, put our country first and resign. Right, you're with me. I'm Nana Akwe. Still to come, I'll be continuing to bring you all the latest reaction to the bombshell news that Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, has resigned. First, your latest news headlines, I think, with Katie Bowen.
Good evening. The headlines at 6:34. The Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, has resigned from government. It comes after many MPs blame Mr McSweeney for pushing the appointment of Lord Mandelson as ambassador to the United States, despite being warned about the peer's ties to convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Elsewhere, hundreds of small boat migrants have crossed the English Channel today, taking advantage of an improvement to weather conditions. The first group of around 65 migrants were taken to Ramsgate just before 1 o'clock this afternoon. And the Met Office has issued a weather warning for heavy rain, with the forecast potentially leading to widespread flooding and travel disruption. The yellow rain alert will be in place from midday tomorrow, with the warning area covering parts of southern England and Wales. Those are the headlines for now. More news at the top of the hour.
You can now watch GB News live across the United States of America and the world on Truth Plus. Scan the QR code to find out more, or visit gbnews.com/truth.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camila Tomminy Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah,
and now you've lost it.
That's the Camila Tomminy Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel. Welcome back. Good evening. This is GB News. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. 38 minutes after 6 o'clock. I'm Nana Akwe. Yeah, I'm still here because we've got breaking news. Morgan McSweeney has resigned as Sir Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff in the wake of the Mandelson scandal. Who needs the omnibus on EastEnders when you've got all this? But will this resignation be enough to save Sir Keir Starmer's premiership? Well, joining me now is the politics editor of the Huffington Post UK, Kevin Schofield. Kevin, I mean, it's just been a mammoth month of politics, and now we step into February, and we're now seeing Keir Starmer a little bit on the rocks and on the ropes here. He's just lost his Chief of Staff. How serious is that for him?
Yeah, and it's his second Chief of Staff in 18 months. Don't forget, he took over from Sue Gray. So I guess to lose one is unfortunate, and two is pretty careless. I mean, yeah, it's not good at all. I mean, it was only last Wednesday at Prime Minister's Questions where he was talking about having full confidence in Morgan McSweeney, how there would be no Labour government without him. He'd helped him reshape the party. So to lose such a close ally of his is obviously highly suboptimal for Keir Starmer, and I think it leaves him pretty exposed. You know, I mean, Morgan McSweeney was the one man who he really relied on. He'd been with him since the very beginning, since the leadership campaign way back in 2020. He knows Keir Starmer incredibly well, probably better than anyone apart from his wife. So not to have him there in number 10, day in, day out, giving him advice is going to be a big loss. And as I say, yeah, it leaves him exposed, and I think it probably hastens his departure from number 10.
Well, he didn't seem to do that well with him as his Chief of Staff. I mean, this could perhaps be a welcome change. We might get to see a different side of Sir Keir Starmer. We were speaking to Christopher Hope earlier, and he was saying that Keir Starmer's actually quite a personable person until the camera gets rolling and he's talking to him, and then suddenly something takes over and he's not. You know, that's why he's so unpopular. Maybe a change might be good. A lot of people saying it's going to be a new phase, like a reboot or something. He's had quite a few of those, but, you know.
Well, no, you're right. I mean, he has had an awful lot of resets. I've lost count of how many times I've seen major changes in number 10, and it doesn't seem to make much difference to Labour's fortunes in government. I think he can't change the way he is. I think Christopher Hope is absolutely bang on. In person, in private, he's actually okay. You know, he's pretty relaxed. He's a really pleasant enough guy, but put a camera in his face and he just tenses up. And I don't think that's going to change. I think Morgan McSweeney was responsible for that. That's just his way of being, unfortunately, for him. But from speaking to Labour MPs, they want this to be a big moment. They want this to be a change in direction in terms of how number 10 does business. They want it to be less factional. They, certainly on the left of the Labour Party, Morgan McSweeney was a real hate figure. They blame him for what they would describe as purges of left-wing candidates. Jeremy Corbyn even, you know, he gets blamed for that as well. And they want it to be a broader church. Now, they hope that Morgan McSweeney's departure means that the party might be a bit more welcoming for those on the left. I'm not convinced that's the case. I think they'll be disappointed, and I think that's part of the reason why Keir Starmer probably won't last much longer.
Isn't the real problem actually their policies? Their policies so far have affected the pensioners. I mean, they never told us about what they were going to do with winter fuel allowance. They've upset the farmers. They actually said they were going to do the very opposite. They've upset businesses. They've upset pubs. There seems to be no one on the list that they haven't upset. And they've also, in my view, broken a manifesto promise. They said they wouldn't raise taxes, yet they did effectively with the stealth tax by keeping the level of income tax the same. And they've just, you know, national insurance, they said they were going to raise that, and then they've actually done it, but in a sneaky way to try and evade breaking a manifesto promise, which doesn't really go down well. Isn't the real problem that their policies have just been so dire that, and the choices that Keir Starmer has made, we've lost 12 front benchers in the space of 18 months, and they promised not to be sleazy, and they promised change. This is more of the same.
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar. I covered every twist and turn of the last Conservative government, and yeah, it's definitely, this is like the last Tory government on fast forward. I mean, Labour have got to this point after 18 months. The Conservatives took over a decade, really, to fall into complete chaos. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, people voted for change, and they just think it's more of the same. That's why it's reflected in the opinion polls. You speak to Labour MPs, and they'll tell you how badly Keir Starmer goes down on the doorsteps as well. He's just an unpopular Prime Minister, and Morgan McSweeney's departure isn't going to change that, I don't think.
Yeah, and again, whilst all this is going on, people will be wanting to stop the boats. We've got migrants moving out of hotels into army barracks. People want the migrants to be detained rather than asylum seekers, to be detained rather than to be allowed to roam free. And all of these things, this whole thing takes precedent to policies, and that's what really annoys the public.
Yeah, I mean, that is it. It's a cliche, but it's true. The public, the voters, don't vote for divided parties. And I think that's one thing that's actually probably keeping Keir Starmer in place at the moment, is that there's no obvious alternative leader that the party can coalesce around. So if he was to fall, there would, I think, inevitably be a leadership election, which would take up maybe a couple of months. All the while, voters are looking and saying, well, why are you just talking to one another and knocking lumps out of each other when, you know, the cost of living is still going up? Inflation is too high, etc., etc., and it's just such a bad look. So I think he'll stumble on for a bit, Keir Starmer, but we've got this by-election coming at the end of the month. We've got elections in May. Both of them, I think, are going to be bad for Labour.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Eventually, people just run out of patience with them, I think.
It's going to be terrible for them, Kevin, especially as they've cancelled a load of them. That's not going to go down well either. Kevin Schofield, thank you so much. He's the politics editor at the HuffPost UK. Thank you so much. Right, well, still to come. I'll continue to bring you the latest reaction to the bombshell news that Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, has resigned. This is GB News, Britain's #1 news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very, very easy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Welcome back. You're with me. I'm Nana Acquia. This is GB News, 48 minutes after 6 o'clock. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. I know you're thinking, is she still there? Yes, because it's breaking news. Morgan McSweeney has resigned as Sir Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff in the wake of the Mandelson scandal. Right, let's speak to our political commentator, Jonathan Liss, who joins me now. So, Jonathan Liss, is it completely over for Sir Keir Starmer? I seem to be falling between the two. On one side, I want it to be over. I think he's done such an atrocious job. I can't stand the fact that what's happened with Mandelson. I think it's ridiculous. I don't know why he employed him. I don't like all the things that the Labour Party have done to this country. But on the other side, I look and I think, well, what do I get that comes down the line? I get Angela Rayner, or I get Ed Miliband, or maybe Wes Streeting. But none of those options are better than Keir Starmer.
I'd have thought that you'd have liked Streeting because, compared to Starmer, because he's more to the right of Starmer, if such a thing could be imagined.
Well, I sort of do, but he's embroiled with the whole Mandelson thing, potentially. He was good friends with Mandelson. So, again, Angela Rayner embroiled in a tax thing. So what have we got? We've got, really, Ed Miliband. God help us.
I don't know that Ed Miliband even wants the job. We'll find out. We'll find out in due course. I don't think that certainly Ed Miliband is not going to launch a leadership challenge or anything against Starmer. That's
you don't think so?
No, absolutely not. Well, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't do that. So you have in the Labour Party, if you're going to launch a challenge and the leader doesn't want to go, then the leader gets to stand in the election. That's what happened with Corbyn in 2016, when Owen Smith, who's now largely forgotten, challenged Corbyn. Obviously, Corbyn won that handily. So if that happens against Starmer, there's a good chance that Starmer may actually win that election, because for the reasons that you outlined, because there are no perfect rivals. Even though Starmer is very weakened, he is still the devil that you know. And if you have a good team around him, possibly he can sort of turn things around. It's not certain.
We've had a lot of reaction to all of this, as you can imagine. Robert Jenrick posted on X, says Starmer limps on with more chaos in Westminster as the rest of the country asks what on earth is going on. We're in a real mess and things need turning around. Instead, this Labour government is talking about Peter Mandelson. It's time to start putting the British people first and get our country back on its feet. That's what a reform government will do, and we'll be ready for it. Well, it depends how quickly that happens, because if it comes immediately, I don't think Reform have enough people to stand anyway. But let's have a chat with Josh Howie in just a moment. But finally, Jonathan Liss, your final thoughts on all of this?
My final thoughts, Nana, are that it has been obviously an incredibly damaging episode for the Labour Party. Like so many things, it could have been avoided, but there's a mix of things as well. It could have been avoided, but there were also things that seemed to be outside of the Prime Minister's control. We'll find out exactly what he knew in due course. All
right, well, listen, that's it from me. Thank you so much, my brilliant panel. Jonathan Liss. But coming up next, it's Free Speech Nation with Josh Howie. Josh, what's coming up next on your show?
Thank you. Yes, we have a packed show this evening. Downing Street is in crisis, of course, as the PM's Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, resigns over the Mandelson scandal. Is this the time for Sir Keir Starmer to go? Parents of trans children are launching legal action in the High Court against Wes Streeting and the government.
We won't go until we stop it.
And the fact it's continuing is a travesty for children. Algerian boxer Emain Khalif admits to having male chromosomes. Plus, can we trust medical journals that say trans athletes have no advantage over women? Well, we can use our own eyes. And we'll be speaking to the former advisor to the Home Office, Fiaz Magal. He is the person who has created the organisation Tell Mama, who is accusing the Home Office of attempting to silence him after he warned about the threat of Islamism. We also are going to be looking at whether HR is causing more problems than it fixes. And we have comedians answering some crazy culture developments from our live studio audience. It's going to be a packed show. See you very soon. But first, the weather.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. For some of us, the new working week will start fairly bright compared to over the weekend, but for most, the week ahead is going to be staying unsettled, and we are going to see further spells of fairly heavy rain at times. It's this weather front here that we need to keep a close eye on for Monday. That's going to bring the focus of the wet weather across the south and the southwest. But back to Sunday evening, and it's a fairly cloudy picture once again. There are some showers in many areas of the UK and some longer spells of rain as well, particularly for the north and the north-east, with a fairly wet and windy night across the north-east of Scotland. Where we do see some clear breaks across the north-west of Scotland and Northern Ireland, we could see one or two fog patches and also perhaps a touch of frost in the countryside. For most, though, it will be a fairly mild night and a frost-free night where the cloud persists. And as I say, a wet and a fairly windy start to the day for Orkney and Shetland, though not as windy as it has been over the weekend. For North West Highland, we could see some sunshine, though, to begin the day on Monday. One or two brighter spells for Northern Ireland as well, but watch out for some early morning fog patches here. Quite a drab, cloudy start to the day across England and Wales, with a few spots of rain here and there, but gradually turning brighter for the Midlands, parts of eastern England and the southeast through the morning, with some sunny spells developing, so feeling quite mild in that sunshine through the afternoon. Otherwise, though, out towards the west, especially across Wales and the southwest of England, here the next batch of wet and windy weather arriving, freshening southeasterly winds and the rain falling on saturated ground, so potentially some flooding later in the day. Temperatures about average for the time of year in the north, but 10 to 12 degrees in the south, so quite mild for the time of year. For Tuesday, it stays unsettled, quite cloudy and often wet, particularly in the east. But once again, another band of rain pushing into Wales and the southwest and maybe Northern Ireland through the afternoon, so further rain is on the way for many of us. It does stay quite mild in the south for the majority of the week, but we are going to start to see temperatures fall away in the north, and by the end of the week, we could see some snow in places.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camila Tomminy show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits. You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it. That's the Camila Tomminy show, a politics show that's fearless. But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dormy, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Okoye, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. No, he didn't say that, though. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only
on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We love Great Britain. We love its history, its culture and its tradition, and that's why we're so proud to be part of GB News.
You look genuinely emotional. Oh, come here.
GB News does pay attention to those who are ignored by the mainstream media. The majority of this country whose forefathers fought and died to maintain liberty, to fight for freedom of speech.
The rule of law, the rights of property and democracy. This is the heritage that our country should be so proud of.
Which of course includes our Christian heritage. There's been a huge resurgence in the number of people going to church. Perhaps they're not finding what they're looking for, and they're looking for something a bit deeper, a bit more truthful, a bit more akin to Britain's Christian heritage.
That's right, get ready, because the most exciting night in general election history starts now!
Well, good evening. It's 9 o'clock. I'm Alex Armstrong. Tonight.
The reason the Prime Minister picked Peter Mandelson was because we want to do things differently. We recognise the important relationship between our two countries. And I think Peter Mandelson will be a brilliant ambassador for us and will form a very strong partnership with the new administration.
Well, that didn't age well, did it? Because breaking tonight, Morgan McSweeney, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, finally resigns over the Mandelson scandal embroiling Westminster and this beleaguered government. It's been announced tonight that Keir Starmer is set to address his MPs tomorrow. But what does the British public think?
Keir Starmer represents the metropolitan elite and not the people of the UK.
Well, I've got some real exclusives for you. Today, I went onto the streets of Keir Starmer's own constituency and asked if the people there thought he should resign next.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the very first anti-racist virtual world, Patriotism.
And I'm exposing yet another propaganda game, this time aimed at Welsh children funded by you, the taxpayer. It talks about black feminism, Karl Marx, decolonisation and anti-racist mathematics. It is bonkers. Also, counter-terror police examine alleged Iran-linked propaganda channel in London. That's, of course, after GB News' own Charlie Peters blew the lid open on this story just months ago. And
grooming gangs.
Grooming gangs. Grooming gangs. Grooming gang. Prosecutors are failing rape gang victims by not treating crimes against white working-class girls as hate crimes. That has been claimed by one of the survivors. We'll be digging into it. And
I embrace the Christian faith, and very sad to say, from that moment on, we suffered persecution.
A British man who says he was persecuted even for converting to Christianity claims the authorities are paralysed by fear of Muslim backlash. His warning is pretty stark. Never, ever allow Sharia into mainstream politics like it has been in the UK. And joining me to talk about these explosive stories, journalist and broadcaster Linda Jubilee's back, businessman and activist Adam Brooks is here, and academic and broadcaster Lisa Mackenzie's here too. Listen, this is a huge show. We've got two massive exclusives even. Do you think sorry cuts it, or does the Prime Minister really need to resign?
I am sorry. Sorry for what was done to you. Sorry that so many people with power failed you. Sorry for having believed Mandelson's lies and appointed him.
All right, let's begin with the breaking news that this evening, Morgan McSweeney, the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister, has resigned in the wake of the Peter Mandelson scandal. The Prime Minister's right-hand man quit after backlash to him pushing for Lord Mandelson to be appointed ambassador to the USA, of course, has blown up in his face. That's despite being warned twice twice by civil servants about the peer's ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Well, it's understood that Sir Keir Starmer is expected to address his Parliamentary Labour Party at a meeting of the PLP, the Parliamentary Labour Party, and his MPs tomorrow on Monday. Will this resignation of Morgan McSweeney be enough to save Sir Keir Starmer's premiership? And joining me now is our political editor, Christopher Hope. Chris, thanks for coming on the show this evening. Give us the latest on this. We're expecting, of course, the Prime Minister to address the Labour Party, at least his parliamentary party, tomorrow. What are you expecting to hear from the Prime Minister?
It's great to be on the show too. Look, we had heard earlier from Number 10 that he would speak to the nation today from the country as early as tomorrow. We're now expecting that to happen later this week because, frankly, the most important meeting he can do right now is to speak to his own backbenchers, and that's happening tomorrow night. It's a make or break meeting. It's the mass meeting of the Parliamentary Labour Party. It's absolutely vital that goes down well. One senior Labour MP has told me this tonight, that Keir Starmer has to come out fighting and do what needs to be done to cleanse politics. That includes people around him. The sterile test has to be, do they have Peter Mandelson's phone number in their contacts? This clock is ticking. This has to be announced and implemented immediately. There's real pressure here on Sir Keir Starmer. And I've been to quite a few of these meetings of backbenchers, particularly during the Tory years. One of those, of course, I remember vividly after, I think it was the May 2020, May 2019 European elections, when Theresa May said, I will go, and set out a timeline for her exit. Now, will Keir Starmer do that tomorrow with his backbenchers? Will he say, right, I recognise the game's up, I'm going to go at some point, and there'll be an orderly handover of power to someone else? Now, I don't think so. I think that these PMs, and I've covered a lot of them over my 2 or 3 decades doing this, they know they're writing the first line of their obituary every single day they're at work, and they don't want to give it up too easy or too quickly. That's why you saw Theresa May hang on well past her shelf life, and Boris Johnson too. It may take some resignations from other members of the cabinet who feel they've gone as far as they can. I should say it's not clear who would replace Sir Keir Starmer. Angela Rayner, she was judged to have breached the ministerial code, fallen short of the requirements to be in office 5 months ago, last September. Why is she now appropriate to be Prime Minister? She may or may not have paid her tax bill as well. Wes Streeting, well, he's certainly as close to Peter Mandelson, and frankly, he's a live rail in politics right now. If you go near him in politics, any contact with him, you explode. And that's why I think Wes Streeting has a problem. He's also not so popular with the party at large. And so who else could it be? And you run out of names very quickly. Don't forget, Andy Burnham is not an MP. He's still the mayor of Greater Manchester. So very quickly, it's like saying to somebody, let's move house, but then not have a house to move to. So what's the end game by getting rid of Sir Keir Starmer? I think that, if nothing else, might mean he survived to live another day. But this is the biggest crisis Sir Keir Starmer has faced since becoming Prime Minister in July 2024. Morgan McSweeney was simply his living and breathing political guru. He told him where to go, what to do politically, because that's something which Sir Keir Starmer lacks. Anyone in politics has to be ahead of the game, can't be behind it. And particularly if you're the Prime Minister, you have to go on the B of the bang. Well, Sir Keir Starmer goes on the G of the bang, frankly. He's far too often led by events, not leading them. Tomorrow is a massive day.
So much. I've got a senior Labour MP statement here that I'll just read out on behalf of Chris there. Starmer has come out fighting and do what needs to be done to cleanse politics. This includes people around him. The sterile test has to be, do they have Peter Mandelson's phone number in their contacts? The clock is ticking. This has to be announced and implemented immediately. All right, moving on, because I'm exposing yet another propaganda tool, this time one funded by the Welsh Government to push onto Welsh kids as part of Welsh Labour government's plan to make Wales an anti-racist country. It talks about black feminism, anti-white an anti-white, racist world timeline, anti-racist mathematics, anti-racist inventions, decolonisation, and an anti-racist look at the British Empire. There's also a massive feature on black hair and skin. Let me tell you this, it is riddled with communism and Marxism, and I'm genuinely not even joking, they do even reference Karl Marx. Here's a first look.
This world is here for us to learn about one another, as well as ourselves. I invite you to explore this world, to listen to the stories, to engage with the histories, to experience the innovative lessons, all of which have been crafted to help us in becoming an anti-racist nation.
Right, well, let me tell you this. I have spent hours going through these modules on this weird 3D metaverse they've created that only someone like Mark Zuckerberg could have thought up. And trust me, it's dystopian, it is weird, and it is really propaganda. There's no balance across any of it, and you can tell it's written by somebody who's got an agenda. If that's my opinion. Let's jump into anti-racist mathematics. Now, when you traverse yourself through this 3D metaverse you can see here, you go to sort of walk around to different places. And this anti-racist mathematics course aims to uncover the true anti-racist, decolonised version of the history of modern-day number system. It covers different number systems from different civilizations and calculates using those number systems to get a feel of how arithmetic was used in the past by different peoples, right? There's just a start here. So we now know mathematics is racist, right? Let's jump over to the hair and beauty room, because that's really critical, isn't it? Really critical stuff about tackling racism. And here, in this next part you're going to see, they describe different types of hair. And it, of course, mostly focuses on black people's hair. I can't stress this enough. This whole part of learning here feels like one of the longest modules. They have on this, at least only it seems, to be talking about black people's hair. I didn't find any other mention in their module about any other race or ethnicity when it came to making beauty anti-racist, which in itself seems, I don't know, a little bit racist. Right? They complain that Eurocentric beauty standards have forced black women to straighten their hair, and other such claims are made throughout that module. We've also got modules on African philosophy and how anti-black racism against sub-Saharan African peoples led to many falsehoods about their histories and thoughts like presumptions about that Africans didn't have any philosophy. You can see this is one of the modules here. You can go and learn about that too. And then there's this. It's their module on sociology. It's a lovely spotlight here on one man in the middle. You can see him just there, Karl Marx. Of course, the founder of the political philosophy of Marxism, which led to communism, which of course has led to the deaths of tens, if not hundreds of millions of people all over the world. Then there's also a module on decolonising politics, which I'm sure is totally politically unbiased view of the British Empire. As you can see here, they've got a nice little notice that the kids who virtually march along this stuff can read at their leisure. Alongside that, there's a module on what they call the anti-racist world timeline, right? I don't know, I don't understand that. They make the thinly guised claim that maps are racist, and that maps of the British Empire are also used to promote, this is their quote, were used to promote British nationalism and patriotism and to portray the British people as a superior and civilised people, right? That's what they claim. There's also a segment on the Me Too movement, do you remember that one? And it focuses heavily, if not primarily, on black women. Beyoncé, who I don't think ever declared herself a victim of the Me Too movement or any sexual abuse scandals, is featured on this page. It's like a tribute, isn't it? And this leads nicely onto the module on black feminism, where your kids will be taught about patriarchy, imperialism, and of course, their favourite topic, white privilege. Your kids can click on those buttons there and learn a bit more. It goes on to make the bold claim that black women actually invented feminism. In the module, they say this: as the iconic American feminist Gloria Steinem said, black women invented feminism. And by the end of this module, you will understand why her claim was not hyperbolic. Interesting, that. If you then move around this dystopian world, you'll be greeted by another module teaching you all about racism and white privilege. They say white privilege protects white people from any form of racial discrimination. This does not mean white people don't face hardships, this is their quotes, by the way, in their lives. It means they don't face challenges that a non-white person faces on a regular basis. For example, a white person apparently does not have to worry about the colour of a plaster not matching their skin tone, unlike a black person. Not being protected means there are more chances of being exposed to a racial prejudice. That's what they say. And a further module from there goes on to say that if you don't believe racism exists because of equal opportunities, then that in itself is racism. They dub it race evasion. This is pure far-left propaganda. And look, I could spend an hour talking you through this and pulling it all apart, but it really begs one question, doesn't it? Why are our governments spending money on utter rubbish like this, that it's clearly completely biased, seemingly only telling one side of the story, and in this case, it's the story of black African people who have an origin from that background, and it's thinly guised bias around it that simply reads more like propaganda than actual history. To me, this seems exceptionally divisive. I've got my panel to go with this through. Broadcaster and journalist Linda Jubilee's here, businessman and activist Adam Brooks is here, and Lisa McKenzie, academic, journalist, broadcaster, sensation.
And sociologist.
And sociologist. Well, I'm looking forward to digging into that, Lisa. Listen, I didn't even get through the whole thing, right? And I spent quite a long time looking at this today alongside going out and to Keir Starmer's constituency, which we will talk about later. Adam, would you want your kids learning about this at school?
Absolutely not. I teach my children to be nice, not to be racist, not to target anyone for their skin colour, their religion or social class. I bring my kids up as nice people. They don't need to watch this absolute rubbish. At the end of the day, we've got these woke nutters infiltrating organisations, whether it be councils, schools, universities, government, that seem to think that being white is something to be guilty about. No, it's not. You tell my mum that had to grow up in a two-bedroom Bethnal Green flat, 7 of them, that they had white privilege. Please do. Please go and tell the young white boys that are not getting on in school or getting university places that they've got white privilege. Please. Yet we see online many videos at these Palestinian marches or these Iranian marches that we're seeing in London at the moment, where people being racist towards white people, and the police stand there. I see one today. And the police said, just calm down. If it was the other way round and it was a white person saying something very derogatory to a black person, they would be ripped off the streets. We're living in a country now where these Marxist nutters have taken over. Yeah. And things need to change.
Linda, the problem I have when we're looking at this, anti-racism in this whole metaverse doesn't seem to include white people. It seems that white people can't be the victims of racism in the Welsh government's tool that they've worked with this company to build. That was a huge part of it. Of course, white people can experience racism.
Of course they can, but my central issue, my main point here to start with, is that I just don't think this will work and will combat racism, because it's not a mandatory programme, so the people who are going to go to this are going to be the people that want to hear this. Therefore, I think it's preaching to the choir, and I don't think it's going to achieve anything realistic. I don't think it's going to help students who could be studying proper subjects, and I think what girls need to do when they want to progress as feminism is do things like study STEM subjects, and I think they need to get to universities and start doing serious degrees, be seriously ambitious and seriously driven. That helps the feminist cause. But really, I think it's the money that's being spent on this, for example, could be better spent on doing a de-radicalisation programme for schools.
Well, they tried that.
Might be
they
worth
tried
it.
that, Linda. We had to expose that a few weeks ago because all their other programme, which is funded by the Home Office, seemed to target white British kids.
Well, we need to tackle that subject properly, because this afternoon I was having this discussion with people, and apparently UAE, which funds many universities in this country, has stopped issuing grants to universities in this country because they've sent students here, they've been radicalised, they've gone back home, and the UAE, guess what, doesn't like it. So I think that, all in all, there's not part of this that I think is making any kind of sense to me.
Lisa.
So I've taught sociology for 20 years. I'm a sociologist. That's a very narrow interpretation of sociology. What that is critical race theory. That's what they're presenting. There's two issues here. Teaching Marxism is not necessarily an evil thing. But the other thing is, I'm not sure, well, I do know why the Welsh Government have done this, because 2 years ago they banned John Steinbeck's Of Mice and Men, which is an incredible book, which teaches us all about migration and refugees and inequalities and poverty. And I'm really annoyed that sociology is being used like this. In Wales, that has got a great history of working class people fighting for themselves to fight out of poverty. The Chartists, in 1903, there was a quarryman strike. 3 years people were starved out, and they stuck at it. And that is because of landowners and coal miners and coal mine owners who were exploiting people. The Welsh has got a fantastic history of class struggle and class history. And yet they're not telling that story at all.
Do you think there's any value in any of this, Lisa? Do you think there's any value in what they've done here?
I think there is value in... We're a multicultural country now, so there is value in sort of teaching people around different races and different cultures. And also, you know, I can't even understand sort of black interpretations of beauty and hair, etc. I can understand all of that. But what they've done is...
It was one of the biggest modules. It was one bit I spent more time learning about black people said, but there was no other mention of any other race. There was no care for, you know, what about ethnically Celtic people, for example? They might have to look after their hair differently.
That's the problem with this, is that white working class people who in Wales has actually built Wales has been written completely out.
Can I say very quickly as well, the Welsh had to fight to preserve their own language. I trained as a journalist in Cardiff and Swansea in West Wales, so I know a little bit about the history of the Welsh language. Was there any of that in there?
I mean, was there Aberfan? Is what happened in Aberfan? 116 children were killed.
Do you know, Adam, can I ask you a question? Because many people would argue that, you know, raising awareness of white privilege, you know, is helping combat racial inequality. That would be the argument. What would you say about that?
Yeah, I think this is causing division. This sort of thing causes division. It gets people's backs up. I'm sitting here, you know, pretty angry with all this because I'm in a country where, look, a comedian, a white comedian, if they black their face out, they would be scalded in the media. If a black comedian or an Asian comedian whited up, nothing would be said. So white racism in this country does exist, and it's almost encouraged by these authorities. And look, we've got to remember, white people in the world, we're the minority. I think it's only 10% of the world is white. I bet they don't teach that. It's not... We cannot be ashamed to be white. We're born like this, and we've got to embrace it. No to racism. I will never accept racism. But we've got to be proud to be white.
I don't think that you can defeat racism by creating more talking points about how everybody is to blame for it all. I think we've got... I mean, I grew up in a time I thought was fantastic, where we didn't even discuss racism at school. We didn't discuss people's races at school because nobody cared. We just made it an issue.
Do you know who's not...
Very briefly,
do you know who's not at fault, though, in all of this, whether it's white privilege or whatever? I'll tell you who isn't at fault. White working class people in this country, they are not at fault.
But we're demonised.
By the way, many black people tell me they're fed up with this stuff as well. They just want to get on with their life, and they're having this stuff thrown at them. So this is what my message to all of this is: stop. You're making matters worse. You're making the whole thing worse. Well, look, a Welsh Government spokesman said this. We've invested $1.2 million in further education curriculum for anti-racism since 2022. This pioneering project was delivered overwhelmingly positive outcomes and reflects our commitments to an anti-racist Wales, as well as reflecting similar offers within English institutions. To note, this has not been rolled out in schools. It is for FE colleges, further education colleges. All right, well, it's time now for a Great British giveaway. It's your summer sorted, £10,000 for a holiday for two, 30 grand in tax-free cash. Here's Hayley Sparks with all the details.
We want you to boost your bank account with an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like. You wouldn't need to treat yourself to a holiday, as we're also going to treat you to the perfect getaway too. There's also a terrific £10,000 to spend on a Riviera travel holiday of a lifetime for two. So whether you fancy a cruise or an escorted tour, you'll have over 30 worldwide destinations to choose from, which means you could be exploring the wonders of Egypt on a Nile River cruise, or find yourself on a grand tour of Japan, in New Zealand, even enjoying the wonders of India. But you've got to be in it to win it.
For another chance to win, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB19, PO Box 8690, Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 27th of February. The winner may be contacted live after all entry routes have closed. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
All right, coming up, counter-terror police are reviewing broadcasts by a London-based TV channel who've been accusing them of being a propaganda arm of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. But next...
I am sorry. Sorry, 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 and sorry.
Oh, sorry. Is sorry good enough? With Morgan McSweeney now gone, is Keir Starmer also toast? And I'm going to be bringing those exclusive interviews in his constituency very shortly, so stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Okoye, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless, and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I ever got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
welcome back. What a time to be alive, eh? Morgan McSweeney has resigned from as Sir Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff in the wake of the ongoing Mandelson scandal. The Prime Minister's right-hand man, of course, quit after he faced backlash for pushing for Lord Mandelson to be appointed ambassador to the USA last year. That's despite being warned twice by civil servants about the peer's ties to Jeffrey Epstein. But will this resignation be enough to save Sir Keir Starmer's premiership, or will using McSweeney as a scapegoat prove to be too little too late? We're now joined down the line by the editor of Spikes Online, Tom Slater, and in the studio, political commentator Andy Twelves. Welcome, gentlemen. What a time to be talking about the Labour Party and, of course, this scandal that's embroiling the entire party at the moment. Andy, I'll start with you. Is Keir Starmer finished?
Yeah, absolutely a quiet weekend. I don't think he's finished right now in the immediacy. I think he's a lot more vulnerable than he was yesterday. That idea that was Keir Starmer really Morgan McSweeney's man, and was Morgan McSweeney Keir Starmer's man, has come to the top of discourse. I think this will give the red meat that or the red hair that the PLP really wanted. He's addressing the Parliamentary Labour Party tomorrow and the Women's Parliamentary Labour Party on Wednesday. So I think it's bought him a bit of time with his backbench MPs. But with a Gorton and Denton by-election coming and the May election coming, I just can't see how those negative results, inevitable negative results for the Labour Party, will keep the wolves away from Starmer for long.
Tom, is it the case that the Labour Party and the leadership contenders who have been splashing on the front pages, let's face it, saying, I told Keir Starmer I wasn't involved, even though I think that's rubbish, that they didn't think, of course, they were trying to warn him, was what I'm trying to say, Tom. Is it the case now that nobody wants to take the top job because they'd have to be the ones to suffer through multiple defeats in upcoming local elections, and they just don't want to take the mantle right now?
It is looking like a bit of a poison chalice, there's no doubt about that. There's also one slightly under-discussed aspect of this scandal, which is how it affects some of the existing candidates who might have put themselves forward. But there's been a lot about how close Morgan McSweeney was to Peter Mandelson, but also Wes Streeting is someone who politically and personally was quite close to Peter Mandelson and was being talked up as one of the potential kings over the water. There's the Andy Burnham factor, but of course he was blocked from standing in that by-election, something which I think could turn out to be the thing that finally finishes the Keir Starmer premiership off. So I think this is one of the factors that is keeping Starmer in position. It's because of the weakness or inability to move right now of the alternatives, because of the fact that part of the reason Keir Starmer, a remarkably unimpressive and quite apolitical in many respects individual, became leader of the Labour Party is because there's not a lot of talent within the front ranks of the Labour Party. It's true across Parliament to some extent, but it's particularly acute there. And I think that's one of the things. The only positive for Keir Starmer is a negative. It's that the alternatives are not really ready to move and are often not up to much snuff to begin with, to be honest.
Let's play a quick video here of Mike Tapp, one of the ministers in the Labour government.
But I do know that Keir Starmer's a good man. I do know that he means it when he apologises. And I also know that he's working hard with Jess Phillips, for example, to ensure that we reduce violence against women and girls and make the country safer for them. So I trust the Prime Minister on this, and I'm confident that when these files are released, the public will agree with that.
Yeah, Andy, what do you make of that?
I think it's obviously a minister trying to protect his principle, which is an honourable attempt. But I mean, he's completely lying to himself. He thinks that this is something that's been really annoying me. In Morgan McSweeney's resignation statement, in all of the addresses so far, it has been Epstein's victims are at the front of our mind when we're doing this thing. Obviously, they were not, otherwise they wouldn't have put Peter Mandelson to the US ambassadorship. And I just cannot think, Morgan McSweeney was the last person to go before Keir Starmer has to go. I just cannot understand how the man who lobbied for him, who allowed Morgan McSweeney to put Peter Mandelson in the US ambassador post, can stay on, especially with the revelations and the speed they're coming out. I think Mike Tapp's lying to himself, to be honest with you, Alex.
Tom, is there electoral cowardice here from the Labour front bench? They were pushing for Boris to resign. They were pushing for other ministers to resign when he was going through scandals, which weren't good scandals, by the way, but I don't think they were as severe as this one. Is it political cowardice in the Labour Party?
It's certainly inconsistency. I mean, towards the tail end of the Tory years, Labour were calling for Boris Johnson or a Tory Prime Minister resign when a Tory minister did so much as pass wind in a situation they shouldn't have. I mean, it was really almost absurd levels of pearl clutching. Then they landed with a scandal which, as many people have pointed out, has the potential, if it's as bad as it smells, to be the biggest scandal in British politics since the Profumo affair, and yet he's still clinging on. This is the problem with Keir Starmer, because he doesn't really have much politics to him, because he doesn't have a lot of conviction, because his only consistent political view has ever been, I would quite like to be Prime Minister, there's not much else there. All he had was this empty moralism. All he had was being Mr. Rules. So things like this will damage him even more than they otherwise would, particularly in the absence of anything like a compelling agenda domestically.
Tom Slater, editor at Spikes Online, Andy Twelves, political commentator. Thank you, gentlemen, very much for joining me this evening to talk about what looks like it's going to be perhaps the end of Keir Starmer's premiership, if not now, sometime in the near future. Lord Mandelson has previously denied any wrongdoing in relation to Jeffrey Epstein, stating this: "I was never culpable or complicit in his crimes. Like everyone else, I learned the actual truth about him after his death." He added that he had relied on assurances of his innocence that turned out later to be horrendously false. You may have heard some discussion around the Gorton and Denton by-election, which is taking place on Thursday, the 26th of February. The by-election was triggered after the resignation of Andrew Gwynn. The Conservatives have announced Charlotte Cadden as their candidate, Hannah Spencer as the Green Party's candidate. Jack Piercy has been announced as the Lib Dems candidate. Matt Goodwin was announced as Reform UK's candidate. Angeliki Stogia is the Labour Party's candidate. Advance UK have announced Nick Buckley. Sebastian Moore is the Social Democratic Party candidate. The Rejoin EU party announced Joseph O'Meara as their candidate. There is also Dan Clark from the Libertarian Party UK, Sir Oink-a-Lot from the monster raving Looney Party, and Hugo Wills is the candidate for the Communist League election campaign. All right, coming up, were grooming gang victims failed twice? First by their abusers, then by the justice system. But next, a London-based channel which regularly praises senior Hamas and Hezbollah commanders is now being reviewed by the Met Police. Should the PM prescribe them immediately? That's next on Alex Armstrong Tonight.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
While the unsettled theme continues across Europe, with areas of low pressure moving through, bringing further spells of wet and windy weather. However, on Monday, something a little bit dry coming into the Canary Islands, but across Iberia, further spells of rain. Likewise across much of Italy, and then running into Greece, an area of low pressure, bringing further spells of rain or heavy showers and some strong winds. Canary Islands seeing the best of the sunshine, otherwise still remaining unsettled.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camila Tomminy Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it.
That's the Camila Tomminy Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back, everybody. Counter-terror police are reviewing broadcast by a London-based TV channel accused of acting as an Iranian propaganda outlet. Laula TV, I hope I've got that right, has been linked to a network previously sanctioned by the US for ties to Iran's Revolutionary Guard. The channel has praised Hamas and Hezbollah figures as martyrs. Now members of Parliament are asking whether it's promoting a prescribed terrorist group as well, all as pressure grows on Sir Keir Starmer to prescribe the Islamic regime's Revolutionary Guard Corps even. We're now joined in the studio by Iranian journalist Mani Bashrazad. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Very good, very good. Mani, tell us a little bit about this channel, what you found about them.
The interesting thing is, the political class here doesn't understand. This is only the tip of the iceberg of IRGC's propaganda arm in United Kingdom. This organization, Lolo TV, was sanctioned by US Treasury because they found evidence it was financed by the IRGC. But this is only the tip of the iceberg. 30 minutes from GB News studio, there is Islamic Centre of England in the heart of London. The head of that organization, the head of that mosque, is directly chosen by the so-called supreme leader of Iran, which has killed 36,000 of my compatriots in Iran. Why there should be an organization in this free country that is supported, that is financed by the people who are killing innocent children. This is a tragic thing that is happening in Iran. The longest war of the 20th century was between Iraq and Iran for 8 years. In 8 years, Saddam killed 12,000 Iranian civilians. In 2 days, the Islamic Republic has killed 36,000 Iranian civilians. And that's not only killing. They don't give the body of female protesters back to their family. Do you know why? Because they remove their uterus, because they have raped them before killing them. That's the level of violence we're seeing by Islamic Republic. And when I see organizations here like Islamic Centre of England, directly financed by the Islamic Republic, the head of that organization is chosen by the Islamic Republic's leader, makes me go back to a famous philosopher called Karl Popper. He had this idea of tolerance paradox. What does he mean by tolerance paradox? It means that you should be tolerant to everyone. What's the problem with that? If you are tolerant to the enemies of tolerance, they're going to abuse that and they're going to gain power. That's the reason we should not be tolerant to the enemies of tolerance, and the Islamic regime of Iran is the enemy of tolerance.
Mani, of course, we will investigate further and verify some of those claims about the head of the Islamic Centre. Was it of England, you think you said something like that? Just to make sure we can get our facts right on that. But look, this TV station, Charlie Peters, our national broadcaster reporter here, had blown the lid on this as well recently for national press as well. And it begs the question, how on earth such a TV station was ever allowed to exist in Britain? How do you feel as an Iranian man, in Britain when you see that?
As an Iranian, I was shocked from Press TV when I saw British Parliament members going there, supporting the regime that was killing my compatriots, that was killing teenagers in Iran. From the year 2023 till now, the Islamic regime has killed 86 children in the protest. One of them, Nika Shakarami, a 16-year-old who was raped by IRGC forces. And the problem that I see here is they do not understand the nature of the Islamic regime. which is not a legitimate government. It's an occupied force.
Okay.
But the fact of the matter is that we've allowed this TV channel to be set up and to grow when you mentioned Press TV set up in 2007, was actually taken down in 2012 because it broke many of Ofcom rules. So why have we allowed this channel, which is doing a lot more than break Ofcom rules, to exist? Why do you think that is?
The main reason is because from the first side, it's the tip of the iceberg, which people see that as an opposition to the Bahraini government. The Bahraini broadcasters are all nationalized, and then this Lolo TV had this face of being the opposition channel. But the reality is, it's financed, it's supported by the enemies of the people in Middle East, which is the IRGC. If we want peace in Middle East, the first step is proscribing IRGC as a terrorist group, which finances. If people want to free Palestine, they should start from freeing Iran. Because the tragedy in Palestine is financed by Islamic Republic. It's financed by its terrorist groups, which are Hamas, Hezbollah. And I'm saying that Islamic regime is the enemy of Iranian people because they're bringing Iraqi forces from their proxies to kill Iranian people. Which legitimate government would do that?
Adam, your thoughts briefly.
I'm just shocked by hearing some of these stories, and I think it's quite evident that a lot of students and young people in this country need to educate themselves on the tragic circumstances out in Iran, and they've got to open their mouths, maybe start protesting that instead of some of the other things they're protesting in London.
Earlier we were talking about the education system in Wales. I think we do have a lack of education about the Middle East, actually, and actually understanding what has happened in Iran over the last 50, 60 years would be helpful for us to understand what's happened to the whole of the Middle East.
Geopolitical education.
A brief final word.
Do you know an interesting thing about the history of Iran? The Shah of Iran called it the unholy alliance of the leftists and the Islamists that destroyed Iran. And a brief short point, what people should understand here, to understand why the left is not standing with Iranian women, is Western derangement syndrome. Anything that is against the West automatically gains the moral high ground for the far left. They do not care if they kill innocent people. If they're not white, if they're not Jewish, then there's no news for them to kill.
OK, thank you, Manny. Thank you so much for coming in this evening. Really appreciate it. Of course, the Islamic Centre would rebuke those claims. That's what they would say, of course. A Metropolitan Police spokesman said this. This matter referred to us has been passed on to specialist officers within counter-terrorism policing London. Should any potential offences be identified, then depending on the nature of the offences, the CTIRU will either refer the matter to the relevant investigation team within counter-terror policing or to local policing to consider for further investigation. An Ofcom spokesman said this: as the broadcasting regulator, we have an ongoing duty to be satisfied that all broadcast licences are fit and proper to hold their licences, and we will carefully consider any new evidence available. As the online safety regulator, our job is to ensure that platforms in scope of the Online Safety Act have taken appropriate steps to protect people in the UK from illegal content. GB News has approached Lowla TV, but are yet to receive a response. All right. Coming up is the fall of Morgan McSweeney, the signal that we are in the end times for Keir Starmer's premiership. But next, are the victims of grooming gangs being betrayed? And of course, I'll have those exclusive clips for you from Keir Starmer's constituency very soon. That's coming up next.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk now? No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Now, fresh scrutiny tonight after growing claims that victims of grooming gangs have been betrayed by the justice system. Survivors, including Fiona Goddard, say prosecutors failed to treat racially motivated abuse as hate crime despite explicit racist language used by abusers. Yet sentencing didn't reflect it. Miss Goddard resigned from the victims' liaison panel of the government's National Grooming Gang Inquiry last year over concerns it will fail survivors. Now, questions are being raised about whether victims were failed twice. Twice. It's crazy, isn't it? Joining us now is Associate Editor of The Daily Sceptic, Laurie Wustall. Laurie, thank you so much for joining me this evening. Tell us a little bit about this story and how are those survivors feeling?
Well, they're feeling very angry. Fiona certainly is, Alex. And well, let's. I think we've got to lay out here. I mean, even going back to your previous programme, we know there was this focus, and there has been this focus from the British state on racism and looking for racism anywhere it can be found all the time. And that has led to this category, this special category of crime called hate crimes, which the state is supposed to take particularly seriously. Now, we know, and we have known throughout the course of the grooming gang scandal, the rape gang scandal, that these were racially motivated crimes. It's not just the pattern of abuse, these predominantly Pakistani Muslim gangs preying on vulnerable white working class girls, but it's also the language used during the abuse, things like white slag and other things that I can't even repeat on here. And indeed the dehumanization and what Fiona herself described as racially motivated sexual torture during these offences. And so by any definition at all, these should surely count as hate crimes. And that means that the Crown Prosecution Service should be treating them in this way and should be applying to courts to have that done and have that sentence uplifted, and also to have it announced in court that these were hate crimes. That's a specific legal duty that is on courts to do that, to raise attention to this fact and to treat it with that special seriousness. That is not happening either. And so not only have these girls been betrayed by the foot dragging in addressing the crimes in the first place, but then they've been betrayed again because there's been this unwillingness, for reasons of political correctness, to deal with the racially motivated nature of the crimes.
Laurie, we've got a little clip of Fiona, I believe, Fiona Goddard, speaking at one of these the inquiry. We'll play that just quickly. I'd like to get your reaction to it.
There was a phone call once where she tried reporting me missing, and she said I was being picked up by Asian men and I was being abused. Now, the call handler said back to her, you can't describe them as Asian men because that's racist. You should just be glad your child is being taught a different culture.
Damning stuff, Laurie. What did you make of that?
Well, it is absolutely horrifying. And one of the exchanges that I had with a CPS in the course of this story, so the question was, why hadn't these offences ever been flagged as hate crimes? And that's an internal CPS system where they're supposed to, if there's even the whiff that something might be a hate crime, it will be put on the system. Now, all kinds of processes will be kicked into play. Now, I found 38 different grooming gang offenders whose crimes were never flagged as hate crimes by the CPS when I requested that information. But what they tried to suggest was that actually, well, perhaps it should have been the victims themselves which should have flagged it, or they also tried to put the blame onto the police at one point, and onto people like Fiona, who, as she has described there's actually a lot of pressure on her not to understand these crimes in this way, and on these victims more broadly. And let's remember,
Laurie,
there is the CPS to blame here, and other things too. Right.
We will discuss this more, of course, as this independent inquiry goes on, and please come back and join me to discuss it too. Thank you very much, Laurie Wastall there. A Home Office spokesperson said this: the abuse of children by grooming gangs is one of the most horrific crimes imaginable. We will do everything in our power to ensure these crimes never happen again. That's why we've launched a statutory inquiry equipped with powers and resources required to get to the truth and deliver justice for the survivors. OK, look, don't go anywhere. I'm going to bring you some exclusive footage today that I went and spoke to loads of people at Keir Starmer's constituency. It's damning stuff. Stay tuned after a short break.
Keir Starmer represents the metropolitan elite and not the people of the UK.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. For some of us, the new working week will start fairly bright compared to over the weekend, but for most, the week ahead is going to be staying unsettled, and we are going to see further spells of fairly heavy rain at times. It's this weather front here that we need to keep a close eye on for Monday. That's going to bring the focus of the wet weather across the south and the southwest. But back to Sunday evening, and it's a fairly cloudy picture once again. There are some showers in many areas of the UK and some longer spells of rain as well, particularly for the north and the northeast, with a fairly wet and windy night across the northeast of Scotland. Where we do see some clear breaks across the northwest of Scotland and Northern Ireland, we could see one or two fog patches and also perhaps a touch of frost in the countryside. For most, though, it will be a fairly mild night and a frost-free night where the cloud persists. And as I say, a wet and a fairly windy start to the day for Orkney and Shetland, though not as windy as it has been over the weekend. For North West Highland, we could see some sunshine, though, to begin the day on Monday. One or two brighter spells for Northern Ireland as well, but watch out for some early morning fog patches here. Quite a drab, cloudy start to the day across England and Wales, with a few spots of rain here and there, but gradually turning brighter for the Midlands, parts of eastern England and the southeast through the morning, with some sunny spells developing, so feeling quite mild in that sunshine through the afternoon. Otherwise, though, out towards the west, especially across Wales and the southwest of England, here the next batch of wet and windy weather arriving, freshening southeasterly winds and the rain falling on saturated ground, so potentially some flooding later in the day. Temperatures about average for the time of year in the north, but 10 to 12 degrees in the south, so quite mild for the time of year. For Tuesday, it stays unsettled, quite cloudy and often wet, particularly in the east. But once again, another band of rain pushing into Wales and the southwest and maybe Northern Ireland through the afternoon, so further rain is on the way for many of us. It does stay quite mild in the south for the majority of the week, but we are going to start to see temperatures fall away in the north, and by the end of the week we could see some snow in places.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camila Tomminy Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off-limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah,
as I say, now you've lost it.
That's the Camila Tomminy Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's all on fire, isn't it? 10 o'clock. I'm Alex Armstrong. Tonight.
The reason the Prime Minister picked Peter Mandelson was because we want to do things differently. We recognise the important relationship between our two countries, and I think Peter Mandelson will be a brilliant ambassador for us and will form a very strong partnership with the new administration.
Well, that didn't age well, did it? Breaking tonight, Morgan McSweeney, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, finally resigns over the Mandelson scandal that's embroiling this Labour government. It's been announced tonight that Keir Starmer is set to address his MPs tomorrow. But what does the British public think?
Keir Starmer represents the metropolitan elite and not the people of the UK.
Boy, oh boy, I've got some exclusives for you. Today, I went onto the streets of Keir Starmer's constituency and I asked if they think the Prime Minister should resign next.
I embrace the Christian faith, and very sad to say, from that moment on, we suffered persecution.
A British man who says he was persecuted for converting to Christianity claims the authorities are paralysed by fear of Muslim backlash. His warning is very stark. He says never allow Sharia into mainstream politics like it has been in the UK.
Grooming gangs.
Grooming gangs.
Grooming gangs.
Grooming gang. Prosecutors are failing rape gang victims by not treating crimes against white working-class girls as hate crimes. That's been claimed by one of the survivors. And front pages are dropping hot. The Guardian. Starmer fights to regain control over party after McSweeney exits. The Telegraph. Starmer plays his last card as McSweeney leaves. Number 10. Oh, it's going to be a big show this evening, isn't it? Joining me to talk about all of this, I've got journalist and broadcaster Linda Jubilee, businessman and activist Adam Brooks, academic and broadcaster Lisa McKenzie is here too. Trust me, this is going to be a huge hour. Do you think sorry cuts it all for the Prime Minister, or does he need to resign?
I am sorry.
Sorry for what was done to you. Sorry that so many people with power failed you. Sorry for having believed Mandelson's lies and appointed him.
Well, breaking this evening, Morgan McSweeney has resigned as Sir Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff in the wake of the Mandelson scandal. And guess what? I did today, because you know I love to go out and meet real people. I went out to the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer's constituency, to see what people really think about this scandal embroiling Westminster. I'm here in Keir Starmer, our Prime Minister's constituency. I'm going to be asking people whether they think the Prime Minister should resign. Of course, he's embroiled in the Peter Mandelson scandal. I'm going to be showing people pictures of the Prime Minister, asking them what they think of him, whether he should go now or whether they think actually he should stay. What do you think of the Prime Minister? Keir Starmer, this guy here.
He's a sausage.
He's a sausage. This is his constituency. This is where he represents. Do you think he should resign?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think there's better people that we could bring in. Didn't like him when I voted for him, can't stand him.
This is his constituency we're in here, St Pancras, of course, he represents local people around here. But obviously he's in the press every day at the moment for this Peter Mandelson scandal. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I don't understand why I agreed to let him be. He can try and pass the blame to someone else, but to be honest, he's the bloke that should take the fall.
Do you think he should resign?
I think he should have resigned a long time ago.
Is there any Labour politician that you think could be a good Prime Minister?
No, I don't like any of them. Yeah. There's no one in politics that I really would vote for anywhere.
Personally think the decision was of Cabinet, and his prior Prime Minister as well took the same information. I think Mandelson seems like a very upright individual for a lot of people.
Don't believe that. Yeah.
What do you?
Very sarcastically, of
course.
course.
Well, the very fact that he's linked to Epstein files is not very good for me. I'm Australian, and we dislike Trump and the whole thing extraordinarily.
Yeah.
And we're amazed even that you kind of have a relationship with Trump.
I think always someone will take the fall.
Keir Starmer's obviously in a bit of trouble with the Lord Mandelson scandal. Do you think he should resign over it?
He's got to do, but he won't do. There's no chance he will resign, but he should resign. That Mandelson, Jesus, unbelievable.
Is there any Labour politicians that you think could do the job of Prime Minister better?
No. No, they're all as bad, really, aren't they? I mean, who would you get? We're from
No Angela Rayner?
No, God, no. She'd resigned once, that's enough. No, there's nobody. They've got to go, all of them.
What do you think of the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer?
Seriously, I think he's made a bit of a mess of the current situation, and he's obviously underestimated the problems of one or two people in the United States. But if I was the Prime Minister in that sort of complex situation, I'd have made similar sorts of mistakes. So I don't blame him overwhelmingly for what's happened, but it seems very likely that they are going to throw him out from the Labour Party.
And so he shouldn't resign?
I think he should wait his time, and I think a successor may well come up, but he certainly shouldn't. The party most certainly shouldn't hurry the whole thing, because that's exactly what the Conservative Party wants.
And I'm sure not all they do is bad. It's just not working. What they're trying just isn't working. So I don't know the answers, but it ain't what we're getting. Reform seems very popular, but I don't know enough about it to make an educated decision on that at the moment. But they all lie, so who knows?
I think the Prime Minister himself should go as well. I think this is like typical of Keir Starmer to put the blame on like one of his aides when it was him. So he's obviously received like the security briefings on Mandelson. The buck should stop with him and he should resign himself.
Yeah, was the apology not enough for you?
No, the apology's not enough. Also because the apology came after he tried to hide behind process. I watched the Prime Minister's questions this week, and he tried to, like, his first port of call was to say we have to go through a process with the, in terms of like reviewing what was under, like, sensitive to national security, tried to stop it being sent to the Security Committee and tried to get the Cabinet Secretary to review it, which is the cabinet secretary reports into him. So the fact that the story comes after he tried to hide behind that and tried to avoid responsibility makes I think Labour and Tories are both completely finished. I don't think there's any talent in Parliament at all, particularly in the Labour Party. I think ideally they would resign and call an election so we could have someone new, but I don't think they will do that. I think they'll grip onto power as long as they can. They're totally disconnected from their roots and a lot of their electoral base, and they talk to each other and other metropolitan elites rather than addressing needs of the country. Keir Starmer represents the metropolitan elite and not the people of the UK.
It's absolutely damning stuff, isn't it? That it's so hard to find somebody in Keir Starmer's own constituency where he represents his area of St Pancras that was willing to go on record and say they supported him and they thought he was doing a good job. That is, it's incredible, isn't it? And this is heart of liberal London. We were really struggling. We were really, really struggling. Let's go to my panel to get their thoughts on what they've heard from the British public today. Not us, the British public. Journalist and broadcaster Linda Jubilee, businessman and activist Adam Brooks, academic and broadcaster Lisa Mackenzie are all here. Adam, I'll start with you. A real broad range from young lads we saw at the start there, 21, 22 they told me they were, all the way through to an older generation. But the broad strokes, apart from the odd dissenting voice, was that they just want him gone. They want the Prime Minister to go.
He's the most hated Prime Minister of my lifetime. I keep saying it. Everyone I speak to, whether they're left, right or centre, despises the man. His polls, his personal polls show that. He's so far away from any of us, we cannot connect with him. He's got no personality, that monotone, soulless voice. Labour, if they want to survive, need to get rid of him very, very quickly because they're going to be fourth in the polls across the board very, very soon.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's not just what Labour are doing to the British public. It's this man. And he's the face of a crumbling Labour.
Yeah, Lisa, I'll come over to you. Is there any redeeming qualities now that the Prime Minister has come to an arrangement? Obviously, they said it was a mutual discussion and agreement that Morgan McSweeney would leave his office as Chief of Staff. It wasn't that long ago. I mean, this government is flying by light speed levels of dilapidation. It wasn't that long ago we would talk about Sue Gray going.
Yeah, no one cares about these figures, actually.
Yeah.
No one, out in the British public, no one actually cares about this stuff. And what you've just seen from you going out into that constituency is the British public are politically educated, and this is something that the political elites sort of shout all the time. They don't understand.
Yeah.
They don't know what they're saying. They don't understand, but they do understand. And figures like Morgan McSweeney or Sue Gray, they're not important. What is important is cost of living, healthcare, education, housing,
immigration. Don't forget the big one.
I was going to say immigration as well. All of that is what people care about, and none of that is on the agenda.
Yeah, is this what it is, Linda? It's a failure not only of the agenda that people actually want to see things delivered, the things like smashing the gangs. Well, Rishi Sunak ended up smashing more gangs, as far as we're aware, than this government did in at least its first year in office. The legal migration crisis is at its highest ever since Keir Starmer, of course, has come into office. All the things they promised you, no tax increases. Well, we know that's stealth by the back door. These tax rises have happened across Britain. No winter fuel reversals. That all happened time and time again. I think people have just felt, what is the point of this government?
But we now have in front of us what is the worst political scandal of my lifetime. This is worse, I believe, even than the Profumo scandal of decades ago. It has cut through in a way which is so clear with the general public. It's not a question of going into the nitty-gritty of the dates and who did this and who did that. In general, the British public has made up its mind that it does not want to be led by someone with no moral compass and no regard to ethical behaviour, at least in a way that seems obvious to me. The fact is, this scandal has cut through, and the fact is that it won't do any good for Morgan McSweeney to resign because he is the advisor.
Yeah.
And heavy the head that wears the crown, the leader has to go, because that's what being a leader is about. It is no good saying the advisor was wrong, because ultimately the decision maker has to carry the can.
When Boris Johnson was in office, Adam, the Prime Minister at the time, of course, was going through the scandal with Dominic Cummings, and Keir Starmer said the buck stops with the Prime Minister, or they're sort of around those sort of words in one way or another. Why does the buck not stop with him now?
Exactly. I quote tweeted Keir Starmer today. Obviously, I weren't going to let him off that one. You said this was the biggest political scandal. I disagree with you for once. The grooming gangs and the rape gangs is the biggest political scandal.
I would say that's a criminal
But what the thing is, Labour are up to their necks in
all
both.
of it.
So Lord Glasman, the Labour peer today, said on a rival TV channel, he said, new Labour leads to perversion and paedophilia. That is what the average man and woman on the street believe, that this is a really seedy and corrupt party that lets down children and gives cover to child abusers. And that is what people look at Labour at now.
Is there any defence here, Lisa, in the sense that you know, that is the view of many people, Adam. I'm sure of it. Is there any defence in saying that, you know what, at least they started a national grooming gangs inquiry? Previous government never bothered, 14 years, and then they're out pointing fingers. Is there any saving grace there, at least for them to be able to say, you know what, we're doing something about the rape gang scandal, more so than any government's done in the recent past?
No, there's nothing. There's no saving. And the reason why there isn't is because they've got a massive majority. They could have come in, they're 18 months in, the things that they could have done to change the country with that majority, and they have done nothing. The only thing they have done is make people's lives worse, demonise working class people. And what I would say is what this scandal has done, it's absolutely rocked the whole of the top tier. It's not just Labour. They're all going to feel it now.
The real point here is that our Prime Minister has put some kind of risk calculation first in order, he believes, to put someone over into America who can do trade negotiations and business negotiations better than other people, because he's a Trump whisperer, ahead of the health and the safety and the futures and the lives of girls, literally underage and all over the world. That is truly shocking.
And this is the problem, isn't it? Because people, we would all be talking about this. People draw the connection. They go, well, we've got the rape gang, the Pakistani rape gang scandal on one end of things, and then we've got the Jeffrey Epstein scandal, which is in some way attached to Peter Mandelson now because of his relationship with him. I'm not accusing him of any wrongdoing or being involved in it, but there is a connection people make in their heads, and they go, is this the party that thinks that this is acceptable?
That's what I'm saying.
A huge problem, isn't it?
And I think this is where we are now. What this has done, it's shone a light on the whole rotten mess of it, on all of it. And I think the Tories won't get away with it as well. I think they have actually been shown up as part of this nasty elite privilege. The royal family are part of this. You know, what this has done now is the whole rotten lot of it, and the British public, at least, are looking at this and going, no more now, not for me.
Right, can I just read something to you, Adam? This infuriated me when I heard this. Morgan McSweeney resigned, of course, because, you know, this is part of his failure too, and he's admitted that in his letter. In response, the Prime Minister said this: it's been an honour working with Morgan McSweeney for many years. It's largely thanks to his dedication, loyalty and leadership that we won a landslide majority and have the chance to change the country. I mean, what an utterly absurd, tone-deaf, stupid thing to say, to thank the man that's going to bring down this government potentially, Adam. How tone-deaf are these people?
Keir Starmer made the decision, OK? Ministers enact decisions, advisers just advise. Keir Starmer, if he was a strong leader, would have sacked McSweeney for the bad advice, if that is the situation. He has no balls as a Prime Minister. He has no clue about the country and what the state is at the bottom end of this country. He needs to resign. And everyone I speak to, I was in the pub today, it was a busy day in my pub, and everyone said he's got to go. And when I said to him, look, things are going to get worse, you've got to expect. And look, the people that are going to take over, I believe, are going to be worse. But at the end of the day, things have to get worse before they get better. And for him going is one leg of the table kicked away, and then we need one more and it will fall.
Linda, I want to get your reaction to this clip of Mike Tapp, of course, a government minister.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know.
But I do know that Keir Starmer's a good man. I do know that he means it when he apologises. And I also know that he's working hard with Jess Phillips, for example, to ensure that we reduce violence against women and girls and make the country safer for them. So I trust the Prime Minister on this, and I'm confident that when these files are released, the public will agree with that.
I'm utterly speechless. Utterly speechless at anyone who could conceive that was any kind of adequate soundbite. That's the MP for Dover, isn't it, Mike Tapp? Now, that is so ridiculous. To say that he believes him, well, he probably is sorry now. I mean, let's face it. Who wouldn't be in his position?
Well, Morgan McSweeney was sacked, right?
But McSweeney is Peter Mandelson's protégé.
Yes, absolutely.
But I think they don't know. They actually don't know. That's what I get the feeling they actually don't know. Lord Glassman today actually did say, the truth is, Starmer, before all this, might not have even known who Epstein was. And that sounds astounding. But I think they are so remote.
I don't buy it personally. But let me put this to you because
I think they're so remote, they don't actually understand.
Pat McFadden, the Work and Pension Secretary, was defending this bloke in the TV rounds this morning. So there's no point whatsoever of getting rid of him. And then a few hours. It's a complete circus.
It is a circus, but let's remember, apparently McSweeney is this amazing advisor. He's been advising Keir Starmer since the election and has seen their polling ratings go from 30-odd down to like 15 or 16%. He has advised a Prime Minister that is now the most hated Prime Minister of my lifetime. This guy clearly is not as good as what they say he is. In fact, I would say he's diabolical and they need new advisors.
Linda, the other charge here as well is, if you recall back, there was calls by Labour MPs and commentators saying that they were creating a boys' club in Westminster. That wouldn't have helped when you're looking at vetting that looks at a man like Peter Mandelson, and I read a litany out of his scandals the other night, and any normal person, if you're hiring this bloke for a job and you go, he was sacked here, he was sacked here, there's some questionable things that happened here, not you've done anything illegal, but you're not the sort of person I really want working in this, you know, this Puritan government that I've promised people.
That's right. Now, I've interviewed Peter Mandelson. I've spent the day trying to get an interview that when I got there, he refused to do because I wasn't Sir Trevor McDonald, who was the anchor of the programme, and he was just left with me. Eventually, I persuade him to do the interview, and he is really, really difficult. And I'm not joking. To me, it was really obvious that he was arrogant and a narcissist, and he behaved in a really bad way. This is a man, and the story just by the by was about fair trade. This is a man who did not care about the story, but cared about his photo opportunity with a famous person. And that went on and on and on, and we are left with this.
Just talking about the Work and Pension Secretary, Pat McFadden, have a look at this.
I think the Prime Minister's acted in good faith throughout. I think Peter Mandelson has put him in a very bad position. When more information came to light last September, he very quickly fired Peter Mandelson. He's horrified by the revelations of the past week. He's apologised to the victims of this, and rightly so. So I think, you know, we will see more when all these vetting documents are published, as I hope they are very soon.
The vetting documents now, Lisa. It's the next part of the process. You know, you've got to wait for that.
Yeah, I think we've got to have some sympathy with these Labour MPs that have been sent out and saying defend this, because they're looking at this going, oh my God, what are we doing? I mean, every time one of them.
Why don't they resign, Lisa? If it's really that bad, use your moral conscience. Do what you told the Tories to do with Boris Johnson and show your backbone and resign. But they won't do it.
No, they won't. They won't do it because the party for them is bigger, isn't it? This is the whole. This is the problem.
wonderful country,
This is the problem with party politics.
The opposite to what Starmer promised us after the election. He said he would put the country before party. They're doing the opposite. It's embarrassing, it's damaging, and he has to go.
It is failing the country. That is it. That is what your job is to do, is to serve the British people. All right, look, Lord Mandelson, of course, has previously denied any wrongdoing in relation to Jeffrey Epstein, stating this: "I was never culpable or complicit in his crimes. Like everyone else, I learned the actual truth about him after his death." He added that he had relied on assurances of his innocence that turned out later to be horrendously false. All right. Time for a Great British giveaway now. Your chance to win a luxury summer, 10 grand's worth for 2 people and 30 grand in tax-free cash. Here's Hayley Sparks.
We want you to boost your bank account with an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like. You wouldn't need to treat yourself to a holiday, as we're also going to treat you to the perfect getaway too. There's also a terrific £10,000 to spend on a Riviera travel holiday of a lifetime for 2. So whether you fancy a cruise or an escorted tour, you'll have over 30 worldwide destinations to choose from, which means you could be exploring the wonders of Egypt on a Nile River cruise, or find yourself on a grand tour of Japan, in New Zealand, even enjoying the wonders of India. But you've got to be in it to win it.
For another chance to win, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB19 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 27th of February. The winner may be contacted live after all entry routes are closed. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
All right, coming up, we'll have a look at your first pages. First look at tomorrow's front pages, of course, as breaking tonight. Ministers are, quotes, on edge tonight as they worry that Starmer could quit despite denials from Number 10. One minister said there's a feeling he could stand down at any moment. The next 48 hours are going to be crucial. Let's not forget, he's addressing his MPs tomorrow. Is that the start of the end of Keir Starmer? It all could unravel. You never know, it might even unravel tonight. Who knows? But next.
I embraced the Christian faith, and very sad to say, from that moment on, we suffered persecution.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff. A British man who says he was persecuted for converting to Christianity claims the authorities are paralysed by fear of Muslim backlash. That's coming up next on Alex Armstrong Tonight.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I ever got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Okoye, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
A British man's life was, quote, destroyed after converting from Islam to Christianity. It is a harrowing case. Nisar Hussain says he was excommunicated and persecuted, violently targeted, threatened and attacked for years, and consequently developed PTSD. Now he's warning Britain and the West about what he says authorities are too afraid to confront. We're now joined by that Christian convert, Nisar Hussain. Thank you so much for joining me this evening, for being so brave to come on our show. Well, perhaps it would be helpful for our audience to understand what you've gone through from your own words, Nisar.
Obviously, time won't allow me to, to quantify in 20 years what myself. And can I make a strong point, Alex? I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my wife and my amazing 6 children. Who have all suffered equally. So I want to really pay homage to them, actually. But yeah, in essence, I settled in Bradford, and from the point of conversion in 1996, our lives have been made an utter misery. It's been acts of terrorism and one of just a destruction of our lives, our property, hounded from one property to the next, over a 20-year period. And the last 9 years, after we were vacated by armed police, we had to vacate, and we've been living under police protection for the last 9 years, for no other reason than leaving Islam and actually embracing the Christian faith.
Nisar, it's harrowing hearing you. I'm sorry, I'm sort of speechless actually hearing this. It's really shocking. Where did this happen, Nisar?
This happened in Bradford, and I'd like to say that it culminated in a very brutal attack on me in November of 2015. I ended up being kneecapped and suffered a broken hand trying to protect my head from being bludgeoned in. And thank goodness 2 Polish angels came, 2 men came to my aid and saw these cowardly thugs off. This was reported to the police that an attack on me was imminent. And the catalyst was a Pakistani Muslim clan family some doors away. So bear in mind, we'd already moved, actually, okay, after similar scenarios, car torchings, car rammings, drive-by brickings, hostility as soon as they left our house. We were under siege day in, day out. And the Bradford police, the appalling Bradford police, stood by, signed my death warrant and allowed this to happen.
Nisar, have you managed to secure any justice for what happened to you?
No, sir, I haven't secured any justice as yet. I'm currently in the States, okay? So I've been supported to come over here by the Save the Christian Persecution organisation, who found out about my story 3 weeks ago or so. and I'm here actually in the safety and protection of these amazing American people who are also waking up to the threat of Sharia on their doorstep. And so I'm sharing my story, and I would like to say, actually, Sharia has no place in Western civilization in the 21st century.
Nisar, what's your experience of Sharia in the UK? Do you think there's a real issue here? We have many conversations about it here on GB News. We're very open about having these discussions, but politicians play it down, police play it down, authorities play it down. Is there something we should be worried about?
You should be totally worried as a British-born who loves his country. In fact, Britain doesn't deserve myself and my family, having been failed the way we have been failed, willfully by police, by 4 bishops of Bradford, including Justin Welby, who I appealed to 15 months prior to my attack, who dismissed me with contempt. No doubt on the altar of interfaith, ecumenism, multi-faith dialogue, Muslim friendship. These are all wonderful things. But actually, not only that, I've been failed by politicians. George Galloway was my MP at the time, the appalling Naz Shah. I've also had a meeting with Liz Truss as a cabinet minister, who actually, after the first initial meeting, went away, and then she was uncontactable. Sajid Jawed, actually, as the Home Secretary at the time, also dismissed me. And I can tell you story after story after story of failure on multiple fronts.
Yeah, it's absolutely harrowing.
We're living as eternally displaced people. We were escorted out a year after my attack. It took me 7 months to get back on my feet. And actually, 10 armed police officers came almost crashing through the front door and the rear gate, telling me that they couldn't leave us out of their sight because of their intelligence to suggest our lives were in imminent danger. And on that day, in November of 2016, I left Bradford. I didn't want to go into the safe house because of the failure of Bradford police and the mistrust I had, the deep mistrust. They've signed my death warrant, I'll repeat again, and I don't mind saying it over and again. It's a total failure. It's a failed state. Okay, why? Terrified of being labelled as Islamophobic, as racist. That doesn't give anybody the right and the cause to allow us to have suffered in the manner that we did.
Nisar, is there any circumstances in which you'd feel safe to return to Britain? And if so, what would those be?
Actually, I'm at this moment in time, I'm considering America. Okay, I'm also looking at the apostasy. We have a campaign to actually highlight, it's a genocide case, so we are looking to take 11 Muslim nations to the courts because of their draconian death sentence for those of us who leave Islam, okay? And so, yes, to answer your question again, we need a radical shake-up of government. This current government is an appalling waste of time. They care little for those like me. Shabana Mahmood, I would love to ask her, under Sharia law, because all Muslims are mandated to believe in Sharia, we're as apostates, we have to be killed. Does she want me dead? That's what I would love to ask Shabana Mahmood. Does she want me dead?
Nisar,
and other Muslims, MPs as well.
Nisar, I guess, what do you think needs to fix in Britain in order for you to feel safe to come back here? And what do you think needs to be fixed about Britain in order to ensure Sharia
needs to be fixed. There needs to be a reform of Sharia. Okay, it's a cardinal sin, and it needs to go. It needs a reform.
Nisar, you are an exceptionally brave man. My audience is writing in saying, bless you for speaking out. Please stay safe. You're welcome here on GB News anytime you like, and our thoughts are with you and your family. And we hope you find a safe haven as soon as you can, Nisar. Nisar Hussain, Christian convert there. Thank you so much for being so brave to come on GB News this evening. A West Yorkshire police spokesman previously said hate crime would not be tolerated. They said our priority has always been to work effectively with our partners to minimise the risk to Mr Hussein and ensure that we maximise opportunities to put control measures in place to safeguard him, his family and consider any wider impact upon the communities across West Yorkshire. We're disappointed that Mr Hussein and his family have decided to leave Bradford. Particularly as police and partners have been working together for some time to try and resolve the situation to the benefit of all parties concerned. The spokesman continued, police and partners would like to stress that there are a number of other people living in Bradford district who have not experienced any issues based on their faith, conversion to another faith or choosing not to have a faith. It's worth saying, mentioned politicians including Shabana Mood, Liz Truss, George Galloway and Sajid Javid are not here to defend themselves, of course. GB News has not verified claims which might be disputed. Coming up, a bombshell in The Sun. Andy leaked envoy docs to Epstein. This is huge. I will see you in just a moment.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Well, the unsettled theme continues across Europe, with areas of low pressure moving through, bringing further spells of wet and windy weather. However, on Monday, something a little bit drier coming into the Canary Islands, but across Iberia, further spells of rain. Likewise across much of Italy, and then running into Greece, an area of low pressure, bringing further spells of rain or heavy showers and some strong winds. Canary Islands seeing the best of the sunshine, otherwise still remaining unsettled.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock, only on GB News.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Oh, well, brace yourselves, because tomorrow's front pages are more bloodbath, but some big stuff is dropping in them. OK, let's go to The Independent. Starmer's chief of staff quits over Mandelson scandal. The Metro. PM's top aide resigns over Mandelson catastrophe. The Guardian. Starmer fights to regain control over party after McSweeney exits. The Daily Telegraph. Starmer plays his last card as McSweeney leaves. Number 10. And this is a big headline coming up. The Sun. Andy leaked envoy docs to Epstein. And leading the GBNews.com website tonight, Keir Starmer to make address to Labour MPs tomorrow as he battles to save his job. PM makes new chief of staff appointment in bid to cling on to power after Morgan McSweeney's resignation. Well, I mean, I don't know where to start, quite frankly. The front page of The Sun, let's go to it. It is a bombshell stuff, and I have to say this immediately. No one is being accused of any crimes. Everything is alleged here, and we're just going to take the Sun front page here and discuss it. They are alleging, on the front page of the Sun tomorrow, that Andrew Mabatan-Windsor, I'm reading this verbatim here, word for word, leaked trade envoy reports to Jeffrey Epstein, documents show. He passed on an email containing at least 4 assessments in 2010 when acting as a UK global trade envoy. Former head of Royal Protection, Di Davies, said, if he has divulged information of national importance, that must be investigated as a criminal act. Linda.
Well, if he has indeed leaked these documents to Epstein, if it's proven, at the moment it's an allegation, but if it's proven, that is, as the head of the Royal Protection Squad says, a criminal offence. In fact, if you read the Andrew Lowney book, Entitlement, it's very clear that one of the biggest scandals in that book is the amount of money Andrew is alleged to have made when he was our trade envoy around the world. All the connections he made, all the deals he made that were subsidiary to what he was supposed to be doing as a member of the royal family, it is quite clear that not only was he Air Miles Andy, not only was he flown around the world and treated to all this luxury at the taxpayer's expense, but he may, and I say may, already have been lining his own pockets with sidebar meetings.
Andy is in big trouble, Adam.
Yeah.
And obviously Andrew Mabatan-Windsor I'm sure will refute these claims, and we will have to see a legal process. But how damning is this for the royal family? They thought this was all over, but more and more and more, month after month, week after week, is trickling out.
I call him Prince Andrew because it's easier. I know it's the former Prince Andrew.
Former Prince.
I cannot stand the man. For me, in my opinion, he's a total sleazeball. OK? I don't know anyone that likes him. His behaviour, in my opinion, has been disgusting. And if it is proven that he has done this and passed on sensitive information of this country, I would like to see him rot in prison. And that would be the ultimate embarrassment for the royal family, which I do not think they'll come back from. I think he's embarrassed this country and the royal family around the world.
Lisa, I had India McTaggart here from The Telegraph the other night talking about the massive scandal involving the Rothschild family as well, who are part of this now Epstein files.
Yeah.
Right? This is stretching across multiple elites.
Yeah.
Across the world. It's crumbling the elite.
But our global elites are global. This is what this is. And our royal family is very much tied into this. The former Andrew, or whoever he is. Whether he has done this or not, we don't know. But we do know he's been embroiled in the old rotten part of it. And so what I'd like to... We've been talking about what Starmer should do. He needs to carry the can. He's the Prime Minister. Well, the King is actually in a position of power. He's the head of
He's the head of state.
He's the head of the state. He's head of state and he's head of his family. Yeah. So I'd like to see the King come out and let's do some... I want some grovelling from him.
I've been speaking to people all day about this, right? Out in Keir Starmer's constituency, asking them their thoughts on this. People are appalled on the Epstein files in general. I spoke to people from all over the world because, you know, London is people all over the world, Australians, South Africans, everybody, Germans, all similar... people need to pay for this injustice.
Yeah. And it's so
I think
obvious.
this is the problem.
It's a shame on our country. It's actually a shame, isn't it?
It's a real shame, and it's so upsetting that, you know, this, dare I say it, powerful male elite has allowed girls and women to suffer in this way is a stain on our national character, and we need to be doing something to clean up properly.
And also they've been used, those girls and women have been used as toys for business and wealthy men.
All right,
so
listen.
while they're doing business, they've used these women as well.
All right, listen, more front pages have dropped. The Daily Mail says, so how long can Starmer cling on for? We'll get to that after the break. So much happening this evening. Stay with us.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I ever got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack.
But here on the Camila Tomminy Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask.
OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician.
Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it.
That's the Camila Tomminy Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Right, more front pages here. God, I keep saying it's the bloodbath every day, but it really is. The Daily Mail here. Let's have a quick look at those. So how long can Starmer cling on? Three interesting parts of this. The headline, of course. Who's that on the right there? Oh, it's Angela Rayner getting a bit of a makeover by the looks of it. She's getting ready for a close-up, as they say there. The top of the Daily Mail also saying why Charles must now apologise to Epstein's victims. I don't think I've seen a newspaper go that far before, so we will definitely be talking about that. The Daily Express, number 10 Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney admits Mandelson mistakes. Our Starmer's days numbered as key aide resigns. Well, I think when everyone's singing off the same hymn sheet, they probably are. Adam, I want to get your thoughts on the front page of the Daily Mail here saying why Charles must now apologise to Epstein's victims, written by one of their commentators.
I'm no Charles fan at all. Made that pretty clear on this channel numerous times. I don't like the man. He is the head of our royal family. His brother is embroiled in this elite plot where young girls and children have been abused. Not saying that Andrew has done that, but he's part of this group. Now, the King has a moral obligation to come out and apologise to these victims, because otherwise he's facilitating what is going on, in my opinion. And we've seen Starmer's got to come out and apologise, so should the King.
It's a really interesting point. Is there a point to be made here, Linda, that the King should apologise for the sins of his brother?
Well, I mean, I think he certainly needs to make some kind of a statement addressing this. I don't know that he actually needs to apologise for his brother, but apologise for leading to an environment that facilitated his brother might be the point. And the point is, how long did the palace know about this? Now, I think they probably know about Andrew's alleged misdemeanours from the time that he was appointed as trade envoy, which puts us...
So you think you think
I'm certain
that they knew all about this?
I'm certain.
That would be pretty damning if they did.
I think that is the case.
But how could they not? Because what I keep asking is, there's policemen with Andrew all the time, with all of them. So how come, you know, if things have happened or he's been in this house...
Well, they know about it.
If they've been in this house, then they know, don't they?
Didn't the security refute the Pizza Express meeting? I think someone come back, I'm sure, and said that they didn't recollect that.
Really?
But you're right. They've always got people with them. For me, I think there's always been suspicions within the family of his alleged
conduct.
Absolutely.
And the King is the head of state, and he says his government. So it's his mess as well.
Yeah.
And you've got to remember, there's the royal family, the royal household, and I think both of them, and most of all the courtiers. Now, the courtiers keep their ears to the ground. I'm certain that they knew elements of what was going on here.
This is very damning. We've got a government in crisis. Yeah. We've got a royal family in crisis. At the end of the day, Britain is in crisis. Not just the things that affect us as people, but the whole structure of this country is in crisis.
There you go. How can anyone say Britain isn't broken? It baffles me. Listen, we're going to be digging this. This is serious stuff, these newspaper headlines. We'll be digging into it next. See you in a tick.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. For some of us, the new working week will start fairly bright compared to over the weekend, but for most, the week ahead is going to be staying unsettled, and we are going to see further spells of fairly heavy rain at times. It's this weather front here that we need to keep a close eye on for Monday. That's going to bring the focus of the wet weather across the south and the southwest. But back to Sunday evening, and it's a fairly cloudy picture once again. There are some showers in many areas of the UK and some longer spells of rain as well, particularly for the north and the north-east, with a fairly wet and windy night across the north-east of Scotland. Where we do see some clear breaks across the northwest of Scotland and Northern Ireland, we could see one or two fog patches and also perhaps a touch of frost in the countryside. For most, though, it will be a fairly mild night and a frost-free night where the cloud persists. And as I say, a wet and a fairly windy start to the day for Orkney and Shetland, though not as windy as it has been over the weekend. For North West Highland, we could see some sunshine, though, to begin the day on Monday. One or two brighter spells for Northern Ireland as well, but watch out for some early morning fog patches here. Quite a drab, cloudy start to the day across England and Wales, with a few spots of rain here and there, but gradually turning brighter for the Midlands, parts of eastern England and the southeast through the morning, with some sunny spells developing, so feeling quite mild in that sunshine through the afternoon. Otherwise, though, out towards the west, especially across Wales and the southwest of England, here the next batch of wet and windy weather arriving, freshening southeasterly winds and the rain falling on saturated ground, so potentially some flooding later in the day. Temperatures about average for the time of year in the north, but 10 to 12 degrees in the south, so quite mild for the time of year. For Tuesday, it stays unsettled, quite cloudy and often wet, particularly in the east. But once again, another band of rain pushing into Wales and the southwest and maybe Northern Ireland through the afternoon, so further rain is on the way for many of us. It does stay quite mild in the south for the majority of the week, but we are going to start to see temperatures fall away in the north, and by the end of the week we could see some snow in places.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Wow. Bombshell headlines tonight. This Epstein file stuff is absolutely destroying the elite, the establishment of Britain. The Sun are leading with this bombshell headline here. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor leaked envoy docs to Epstein. Serious stuff here. And of course, every other newspaper is Keir Starmer about to go? We'll bring you the latest on this in just 2 seconds. Literally. Stay with us.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I hope you're staying up late, because I certainly will be with all these headlines. I'm Alex Armstrong, and this is Alex Armstrong Tonight's Late Edition. Pretty much every single front page is leading on the latest on the Mandelson-Epstein scandal that has embroiled the Prime Minister and now led to the sacking, or resignation even, of the Chief of Staff of the Prime Minister, Morgan McSweeney.
A true one-off, a pioneer in business and in politics. Many people love him. Others love to hate him. But to us, he's just Peter.
Well, that's the Prime Minister pretty much this time last year endorsing the now disgraced Peter Mandelson. And
I think the Prime Minister's acted in good faith throughout. I think Peter Mandelson has put him in a very bad position. When more information came to light last September, he very quickly fired Peter Mandelson. He's horrified by the revelations of the past week. He's apologised to the victims of this, and rightly so. So I think, you know, we will see more when all these vetting documents are published, as I hope they are very soon.
Well, that's Pat McFadden there, the Work and Pensions Secretary, telling GB News that the Prime Minister has worked in good faith. Do you agree? Or are Starmer's days numbered, as is splashing on the front page of the Express? And
Keir Starmer represents the metropolitan elite and not the people of the UK.
Well, listen, I went out to Keir Starmer's constituency today asking people around that area whether they thought the Prime Minister should resign. What do you think? gbnews.com/your say. I'm really keen to hear your thoughts on whether you think the PM's going to go. The Daily Mail's asking this: how long can Starmer cling on? That is the word on everyone's lips, isn't it? And of course, let's not forget about this one.
Peter Mandelson is a man of considerable expertise. He's the right man for this moment to be our ambassador. He's been a business secretary, a Northern Ireland secretary. Of course, he's worked in the European Commission, and he brings all of that to bear working as our ambassador in the United States. And of course, he's looking forward to presenting his credentials to Donald Trump.
Well. I thought David Lammy told them all that he didn't advise putting Mandelson into place. There we go. Joining me this evening to talk about the bloodbath again is journalist and broadcaster Linda Jubilee, comedian and GB News contributor Paul Cox, academic and broadcaster Lisa McKenzie. And do you think the sorries cut it, or does he just need to resign?
I am sorry. Sorry for what was done to you. Sorry that so many people with power failed you. Sorry for having believed Mandelson's lies and appointed him.
It's the bloodbath has literally turned into a massacre. That's what the front pages are. And it's not just a massacre for the Prime Minister, because leading the Sun is this huge, well, I would call it a breaking story. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor allegedly leaked envoy docs to Epstein. That is the front page of the Sun, right? So that's going to be a big one, isn't it? The Daily Telegraph. Starmer plays his last card as McSweeney leaves number 10. The Guardian. Starmer fights to regain control over party after McSweeney exit. The Metro. Prime Minister's top aide resigns over Mandelson catastrophe. The Independent. Starmer's chief of staff quits over Mandelson scandal. The Daily Mail. So how long can Starmer cling on? The Daily Express. Are Starmer's days numbered as key aide resigns? The Mirror. Labour leadership crisis. Blame me. That's McSweeney, I think they're talking about there. The Times. Prime Minister's top aide quits over support for Mandelson. Leading the gbnews.com website. I wonder what's on there. Oh, there it is. Keir Starmer to make emergency address to Labour MPs tomorrow as he battles to save his job. The Prime Minister makes new Chief of Staff appointment in bid to cling on to power after Morgan McSweeney resignation. I'll tell you what, I'm calling it. He's done. This is it. You cannot be in the front pages for 7 days a week over what is being dubbed as the biggest scandal in British politics and survive as Prime Minister, particularly as you spent so many years and so many months berating the previous government for its lack of morality, for its lack of ethics. You've got to go, Keir Starmer. Your time's up. This is it. Do the right thing for the country now. This is an international embarrassment. Resign. Paul Cox. Front pages are a massacre.
Incredible, isn't it? You ever played Jenga, Alex?
I love Jenga.
I'm starting to see this as a game of Jenga now. We've pulled pieces out, you know, Epstein came out as a single piece. And then all of a sudden, if you combine that with McSweeney coming out as a single piece, Mandelson coming out as a single piece, that it's now collapsing. But what is collapsing is beyond my wildest dreams. It's the British establishment.
It is.
That is collapsing.
Yeah.
And we just saw David Lammy there raving about Mandelson. There is receipts all over Westminster, and they are looking like scandalous scoundrels, all of them. Everybody's complicit. I don't see Keir Starmer. The only reason Keir Starmer's still there is because they need to ready someone to get in. That's the only reason he's still there.
I honestly think The problem is we're all watching this all the time, right? People, I'm sure, who are watching, you might enjoy the news, you might be tuning in because you're thinking, what is going on with Britain? When you step back from this for just a second, I'll just step back and look at these front pages here in front of me. He's got to be gone this week. I think he's done this week. And then I cannot see. There's got to be some miraculous sort of caretaker prime minister. Maybe that's where he goes. But there is no way. There is no way he can survive.
I said on Friday that the thing is, when you pull back from this, because we all get involved as journalists maybe in the Westminster bubble or maybe in the TV bubble or in whatever echo chamber we inhabit most of the time, and you're used to dissecting things and going into, things with a fine-tooth comb. When you step back from it and you take a look at it, it's truly breathtaking.
Yeah.
It is truly shocking. And you imagine what the general public must feel.
Oh, my God.
Now this has cut through to such an extent that people who never pay any attention to politics are watching every word that everyone says because they think we've all been taken for stupid folk here. We need to pay attention to what the elite is doing, and we need to stand by and make sure someone is called to account.
Yeah, Lisa, this is, of course, the one unique front page here is The Sun, and they are alleging, and I'm going to read this out for those of you that are joining me now. Disgraced Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor leaked trade envoy reports. I'm reading this directly from The Sun's front page. Leaked trade envoy reports to Jeffrey Epstein, documents show. He passed on an email containing at least 4 assessments in 2010 when acting as a UK global trade envoy. Former head of Royal Protection Di Davis said, if he has divulged information of national importance, that must be investigated as a criminal act. Of course, we've got to be clear about this. There is no... I'm sure Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor will say that he's done nothing wrong and that there's not an active police investigation as we speak at this moment in time. But when you add this front page to the others about the government, if we just take Starmer as the head of our government for a second, and then Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, the brother of the head of state, this is the establishment crumbling.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It is astonishing. And I don't think any of us has lived through anything like this before. The whole establishment is crumbling. And why? Is because at the top it is rotten. It's absolutely rotten. These are rich, wealthy, powerful men that have used women as playthings and toys in order to slick business deals through. That is exactly what has happened here. And our politicians have been part of it. Politicians all over the world has been part of it. Royal family, I think in Norway, there was a member of a royal family there that's been part of this.
And now there's such concern by the Polish authorities, that's the Polish government, the Polish intelligence authorities and leading Polish investigative journalists are investigating Peter Mandelson's links to Russia.
Yeah, it's rotten. It's absolutely rotten, and it's been rotten for years.
We're all anarchists today, aren't we, Lisa?
We are.
We are all anarchists.
Lisa's going to get her way.
This is Lisa's day.
By the end of this show, we might start it now. Of course we won't.
Happy Lisa Eve.
I'm vindicated.
You're vindicated.
No, you always. I mean, the anarchists often are, aren't they? Though, what's most sinister about this for me, talking of anarchy, is that it is the Labour Party. Because the Labour Party will continue... The Labour Party, we have all known, because we're all of a certain age, for many decades until recently told us they're the party of the people, and we've had some reason to believe them. But in the last 5 to 10 years, it's been a complete mask, a facade. And the fact that they're telling us that they are the People's Party at the same time as completely undermining every person in the UK is incredibly sinister. And by the way, no one within that cabinet can replace Keir Starmer and be clean. No one.
No.
There isn't anyone.
Yeah.
They're all scandal-ridden.
No.
They're all Mandelson fans. There are receipts all over the place. I think we need a general election, and we might need it on Thursday.
But this is funnily enough, when I mean, we might be able to play some clips of this again at some point during the show, when I was out speaking to British people in Keir Starmer's constituency, and I said, should the Prime Minister resign? They pretty much all of them, apart from a couple, said yes, and there should be a general election. They are fed up. They are crying out for the thing that Prime Minister Keir Starmer promised them, which was change. And they aren't getting it. They aren't getting it. They're getting more of the same, if not worse. If not worse. Let's throw up the front page of the Daily Express, because we've got so much to roll over in this massive scandal. Linda, if you had to put a timeline on the Prime Minister, what's your Conservative estimate, what's your Liberal estimate?
I would say my Conservative estimate would be after the by-election. But I think I've heard a lot of talk and speculation that if 2 members of his cabinet resign, it would be almost immediate.
Yeah. Are we waiting now, Lisa, for someone with some backbone in the Labour Party? Bearing in mind, again, I'll repeat myself, what I said earlier, that they were the ones, when Boris Johnson was going through scandals, that said to cabinet ministers, do the right thing, show your morals, resign. Rishi Sunak stabbed Boris in the back after that. That's politically speaking, that's what, is the Brutus thing. He got there and he resigned as Chancellor, which is the most damning thing to happen. The difference is, though, Lisa, is that Reeves, she isn't going to be party leader. Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, not going to be party leader after this.
Wes Streeting's not even going to keep his own seat in the next election. If you are waiting, if
he's in a very small majority, isn't he?
If 500, that's it, 500 people. If we are waiting for a cabinet minister to resign, we're going to wait a long time because they are as yellow as my jumper.
Oh dear.
Yeah. This is the thing, right? This is the thing, is that there is nobody there to take over. No one wants David Lammy. I mean, he's already stabbed the Prime Minister in the back last night on the front pages today.
As a comedian, Alex, can I just say, I'd quite like David Lammy to be Prime Minister, just for a week or 2. But you're absolutely right. I'm sorry to interrupt you there. There is absolutely nobody within that cabinet. Rayner's probably the hot favourite.
She's disliked, but I'm telling you now. In the Red Wall, where I live, she is disliked.
I think my point, Lisa, is that it doesn't matter. They don't care who we like. They don't care. This Labour Party is not about appeasing the people. It's about appeasing their members, and their members are delusional. Let's not forget, this hasn't happened by accident in a vacuum. This is the Labour Party. They know they've been building this way forever. This is the party of the Fabian Society, and the Fabian Society must be looking at this now, thinking, well, this wasn't quite part of the plan.
This is it. But this is it, Paul. New Labour, which has existed in some way or another, dominated the Labour Party, a bit like the Liberals dominated the Conservative Party, the left of the Tory Party for so long. The New Labour lot, the more centre-right ones, this centre ground is gone. Mandelson and McSweeney were the last ones holding that together. And when you get rid of them, you indict by closeness of association, Wes Streeting. You get rid of the right, and you're going to pivot left. And this is it's going to collapse on the inside.
They will lurch to the left.
Yeah.
And if you think, and by the way, the left is Zach Polansky now. So if whoever's within the party will try and compete with Zach Polansky. So if you think Zach Polansky's mental, hands up, then you are going to get someone who is competing with Zach Polansky. So we're going to have a one-to-one fight-off for who can be the most mental politician in the UK, and they could be our Prime Minister.
You think he's liberal?
Yeah, I think Zach Polansky is a liberal wearing left clothes.
Think so?
Yeah.
I mean, he did give an incredible, beautiful voice he's got at the Liberal Democrat Party conference some years ago. I mean, you have to say, maybe he is just a Lib Dem in green clothing.
No, I think he's...
Well, there was plenty of Lib Dems in blue clothing in the last government, weren't there? Maybe they're going into the Greens next. Is there anyone they won't infiltrate? Maybe the Lib Dems have played a blinder on all of us. Maybe they've been running the country for the last 30 years and we haven't realised it, right? And they've got their own little MPs there. It's all this little circus on the side, but the real people are the Lib Dems. Is that
put green and yellow together, you get blue, don't you?
Yes.
There you go.
Doesn't mean anything. Not an actual conspiracy, but there you go.
We're going down the pizza.
Yeah, we're getting a bit far here, but I just thought I have a bit of fun with it. It's a bit delirious this time.
We've got to, though, Alex. This is absolutely bonkers.
Because it's crazy.
Yeah,
because it is crazy.
Is there any time, Linda, where you've covered so much in your incredible career, is there any time in your past you can remember anything quite so seismic that is not only destroying the government from the inside, but also impacting the establishment at the top of that government, which is the royal family.
I mean, if you think back to the Boris Partygate, that kind of pales into insignificance. Even though, you know, you could turn the radio on in the morning and there would have been 25 resignations by the time you got down to breakfast. So that was something. The expenses scandal was something, because I think that was a little micro version of this, because people were truly shocked at the level of duck houses that were being bought. And
when was that, 2008?
Yeah, about that. A few years after that.
Yeah, it was
2011.
It was a bit after Cameron had come into office,
2011, say. And I think that people were shocked about the morality of that, because MPs were making...
Do you remember when we were shocked about the morality of that?
Yeah, that's right.
If that happened now, that you can't touch it.
Now you'd think...
Well, can I put this to you guys? Just a random thought occurred. That, you know, these politicians that with some parties calling them traitors, the ones that have defected from the Conservative Party to Reform UK, Suella Braverman, Robert Jenrick's, these sorts of people. Well, does this sort of... are they able to now say, do you know what, at least I resigned from my government when I didn't agree with it, when I thought things were going on. You lot stayed there. Tories, some of you stayed there in office while it was all going on, and so have the Labour Party. Do you know, have they got some moral high ground here at all?
Well, I think if there is, which, you know, I'm looking and I'm not seeing it. It's very difficult to see. I really don't think that there's the Labour ministers are going to resign. I just can't. I don't know.
That's because none of them have got anything to gain from it.
No.
Now, the only time
McFadden did look defeated.
Well,
I mean, they've all looked defeated.
Yeah. Can I just say,
I enjoyed that.
I think, and I'd love to know what you think about this, Paul. Before I'm losing my marbles here. I think the only way you'll see cabinet ministers resign is if someone who looks like they're going to win says, "I'm going to give you a job if you resign now and bring the government down," which is kind of what started to
what you're talking about there is pure, unadulterated self-preservation. So if they can see their way to continuing their cabinet position in some way, then they might go in order to support that person that might become Prime Minister.
That's how we got into this mess in the first place, I might point out.
Exactly. And this, by the way, it's not going to get any better. No one's forgetting this.
No.
The trouble is, and we joke about 2011 and the duck houses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There was a genuine shock at the time.
Yeah.
How could they take the mickey this way? Now that just feels like Jack and Ori and child's play.
Can I just say, even if you go back to the Profumo scandal, even that, and I'm actually wasn't able to cover that.
No, no way.
But I've read a lot about it, and I've interviewed Christine Keeler as an older woman. But when you think about it, Christine Keeler was sleeping with Profumo and sleeping with the Russian naval attaché at the same time, and that was seen as the big security risk. That was the scandal. And there was some possibility of a member of the royal family being involved, but I won't go into that one at this point. But that doesn't seem to be on the scale of this. Yeah. And actually, I don't believe we've reached the bottom.
But I think it did at the time, though, didn't it? In the 60s, when the Profumo affair happened, the British public were really...
You know, this is it, isn't it? They hung Christine Keeler out to dry.
Yes, they did.
Characterised her as a prostitute, when actually she was a kind of good girl.
But this is it, isn't it? Because it's constantly like... It's lowering the bar. These scandals, the longer that they don't resign for, it lowers the bar for the next one, doesn't it? And it lowers the bar for the... Well, if Starmer hung on for 3 weeks or 6 months, well, I can do a year. That's the problem with this race to the bottom of our morality. Let's just see what some of the British public had to say when I was out about in Keir Starmer's constituency today.
Do you think he should resign?
I think he should have resigned a long time ago.
Is there any Labour politician that you think could be a good Prime Minister?
No, I don't like any of them. Yeah, there's no one in politics that I really would vote for anywhere.
Keir Starmer's obviously in a bit of trouble with the Lord Mandelson scandal. Do you think he should resign over it?
He's got to do, but he won't do. There's no chance he will resign, but he should resign. That Mandelson, Jesus, unbelievable.
Is there any Labour politicians that you think could do the job of Prime Minister better?
No, they're all as bad, really, aren't they? I mean, who would you get? We're from
no Angela Rayner?
No, God, no. She'd resign once, that's enough. No, there's no...
I love the British public. I love getting out and speaking to you guys because you're just so honest and truthful about how you feel about all of this, and I totally understand when you see these headlines, you must be like, God, we're paying these people. Our taxes go to these people.
And that's who we've not talked about, actually, the British public, because the politicians can all do what they want. They can organise and manipulate, and are they going to get in and we're going to stand up? But what about the public who are now watching this? And we are watching.
Yeah, we've all got friends and family. You guys, when you speak to friends and family, we've got some very honest members of the public there. I've met people who are as young as 21 coming on air tonight, talking about that with our exclusives. What do you guys think, your families think of all this?
So, much like Linda was saying earlier, the cut-through is extraordinary. I have to describe... We've described people who don't engage in politics, so the only thing they're worried about is when the bins go out, etc. Those type of people that I know are now looking at this going, what? They've got all their life going on. They're like, yeah, we're involved in politics. It must be incredibly tedious. And all of a sudden they're looking at it going, I only looked away for a couple of years. I thought the adults were back in the room. And now
the quiet, wasn't it? The quiet.
And what we've got is even worse than 14 years of Tories. Yeah. Can you imagine 14 years of Tories consolidated into 18, 19 months?
Do you know what the Conservatives should do if they're smart about this, though?
They're awfully quiet at the moment.
Well, then they should stay quiet and stay reserved. That would be the strong thing to do. What they shouldn't do is jump on the bandwagon and start having a great old argy-bargy over this, because the public's had enough. They might have some respect for someone who had a measured stance.
All right, well, look, stay tuned, because trust me, we will be digging into this, and I'm keeping my eye on other things that are going on the internet. Let's put it that way. So stay tuned, because we might have some more interesting things to bring you. Brand new Great British giveaway now. Summer sorted. 10 grand luxury holiday for two. 30 grand tax-free cash. Sounds good to me. Hayley Sparks has got all the details.
We want you to boost your bank account with an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like. You wouldn't need to treat yourself to a holiday, as we're also going to treat you to the perfect getaway too. There's also a terrific £10,000 to spend on a Riviera travel holiday of a lifetime for two. So whether you fancy a cruise or an escorted tour, you'll have over 30 worldwide destinations to choose from, which means you could be exploring the wonders of Egypt on a Nile River cruise, or find yourself on a grand tour of Japan, in New Zealand, even enjoying the wonders of India. But you've got to be in it to win it.
For another chance to win, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB19, PO Box 8690, Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 27th of February. The winner may be contacted live after all entry routes have closed. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
All right, look, coming up, more on the front pages here. The Telegraph has reported that a small but growing group of residents are refusing to pay their council tax, claiming they've been denied a democratic voice. Is it right or wrong? That'll be next on Alex Armstrong Tonight, late edition.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camila Tomminy Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off-limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it.
That's the Camila Tomminy Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised. I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock, only on GB News.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and this is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Oh, welcome back. I mean, goodness me, the entire British establishment is crumbling this Sunday evening. It is damning across the newspapers. And who can say Britain isn't broken anymore? I just cannot believe anyone can say that. The front page of The Sun, Andy leaked envoy docs to Epstein. That's their allegation there. Damning stuff. Every other newspaper is the Prime Minister about to fall on his sword over this Epstein Mandelson scandal. Absolutely shocking stuff. Let's just chat a little bit more about this. I want to just throw this in there. I was on the gbnews.com website, brilliant website, please go and check it out. And a royal commentator has claimed this. He said, Prince William would have no hesitation in letting it be known that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor should face a criminal probe if he were king, a royal expert has claimed. Now, I'm bringing this in here because people, when they talk about the royal family, they think, it feels like we need to speed up the change there too. That's what a lot of people I'm hearing say. And they think they're looking to a future king in William. He's going to have zero hesitation in cutting off the Prince and Princess of Montecito who have brought this family into disrepute and our country. No problem cutting off formerly Prince Andrew, now Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Is that the sort of tough leadership this country needs now, Paul?
Yeah, well, they're running it like a firm. They always have done. And the Queen, God bless her. I really do miss the Queen. In moments like this, I could really do with the Queen.
Listen to this.
Well, yes. I mean,
she was part of the rotten thing as well.
OK, right. This is where I depart with the
I won't have that about the Queen on this show.
We'll get to you in a second.
Yeah. not about the Queen on this show. Right? There's many things you can do on my channel, not that one.
But one thing I would say is I think William is trying to set himself up for his reign in the future. It's, you know, because of nature, it's likely to be a lot longer than Prince Charles's reign, and you can already see that he's shrinking the royal family down. But one thing you can't do with a family is you can't get rid of them. Yeah. It doesn't matter if your brother moves to the United States and talks about you. It doesn't matter if you abdicate and marry an American and go on an island in 1936. They're still part of the family.
Yeah,
so
you're right. But what you can do is say, do you know what? I'm going to do everything in my power to strip them of any title that gives them some sense of power and authority over our family, like the King has done with Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Because what it does do is say, we're protecting the institution because this is the institution not just for them as a family, for all of us in Britain.
I would definitely say that a 5-bedroom detached property in Sandringham is not a punishment.
Yeah.
OK, I know.
I'd agree with that.
I know the Royal Lodge was lovely, and I know it's a step down, but if that's your punishment, you're doing OK. And look, we were saying in the break, and by the way, what a podcast that would be if they showed in the break with our conversations, but we can't. But I was saying in the break that 3 million files came out last Sunday, Epstein files. This is the tip of the iceberg of what's about to come out with regards to any of the scandalous stuff that went on between Epstein and the other powerful people in our country.
Yeah.
So it's only a matter of time. They're going to have to do other things.
Well, I want to give you some more bad news for the Prime Minister, because it's not going to make the front pages. This would have made the front pages, but it won't, because this is obviously more serious. More migrants are set to have crossed the Channel on small boats under Sir Keir Starmer than any other Prime Minister.
Okay.
Wow. Some 65,703 migrants have reached Britain across the Channel since Labour won the election 19 months ago at an average rate of over 790 a week. Let that sink in for a second. 3 boats carrying dozens of migrants crossed the Channel on Sunday, today, and more dinghies are expected tomorrow, on Monday. These crossings are expected to push the total number since Sir Keir took power in July 2024 past the record held by Boris Johnson, who saw 65,811 arrivals as Prime Minister, currently just 108 ahead of the Labour leader.